Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The moment I accepted his offer of help, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. His eyes, once kind, now gleamed with a predatory intensity that made my blood run cold. As we drove deeper into the night, I realized this stranger was taking me somewhere I might never return from. It had been a long day and I was exhausted. The conference in Atlanta had run late, and I decided to drive back to Charleston rather than spend another night in a hotel. Big mistake. The rain started about an hour into my trip, a light drizzle at first, but it quickly turned into a torrential downpour. I leaned forward, squinting through the windshield. The wipers were going full speed, but they barely made a difference. The headlights of oncoming cars created a blinding glare on the wet road. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white. Just a bit further, I muttered to myself, "You can make it, Sarah." That's when I heard it, a sputtering sound from the engine, followed by a series of alarming clanks. The car jerked and shuddered. "No, no, no," I pleaded, easing off the gas. "Don't do this to me." But my old Toyota had other plans. The engine made one final, pathetic cough before dying completely. I coasted to the shoulder, hazard lights blinking weakly in the darkness. I sat there for a moment, listening to the rain hammer against the roof. The reality of my situation sank in. I was alone on a deserted stretch of highway, miles from the nearest town, with a dead car and no cell service. "Okay, Sarah," I said aloud, trying to calm my racing heart. "Think. What are your options?" I could wait for someone to drive by, but at this time of night, in this weather, that could take hours. I could try to walk to the nearest gas station or house, but I had no idea how far that might be. Neither option seemed particularly appealing. Just as I was weighing the pros and cons of each, a pair of headlights appeared in my rearview mirror. My heart leapt. Maybe my luck was changing. The car slowed as it approached, eventually pulling up behind me. I watched in the mirror as the driver's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was tall and broad-shouldered, wearing a dark jacket with the hood pulled up against the rain. I cracked my window as he approached, rain immediately spraying inside. "Car trouble?" he asked, his voice barely audible over the storm. I nodded. "Yeah, it just died on me." "I don't suppose you know anything about cars?" He chuckled. "I know enough to know when one's beyond roadside repair. Looks like you could use a ride." I hesitated. Every instinct told me not to get in a car with a stranger, but what choice did I have? "I don't want to trouble you," I said, even as relief flooded through me. "No trouble at all," he replied, flashing a warm smile. "I'm headed to Charleston myself. It'd be a pleasure to help a damsel in distress." Something about the way he said "damsel in distress" made me pause, but I brushed it off. He seemed nice enough, and I was desperate to get out of this situation. "That would be amazing. Thank you," I said, grabbing my purse and phone. He opened the passenger door of his sedan for me, and I dashed through the rain to get in. The interior was warm and dry, a stark contrast to the storm raging outside. "I'm Sarah," I said as he got in the driver's seat. "Nice to meet you, Sarah. I'm Jack," he replied, starting the engine. "Let's get you home, shall we?" As we pulled back onto the highway, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Crisis averted. I'd be home soon, safe and sound. We drove in silence for a few minutes, the rhythmic swish of the wipers the only sound. I glanced at Jack, taking in his profile. He was older than I'd initially thought, probably in his late 40s. His hair was graying at the temples and there were deep lines around his eyes. "So, what brings you out on a night like this?" I asked, trying to break the silence. Jack's hands tightened on the steering wheel. "Oh, you know, Just heading home after a long trip. What do you do? He paused before answering. I'm in sales. Medical equipment. Something about his tone made me uneasy. It sounded rehearsed, like he'd said it many times before. I turned my attention to the road ahead, trying to get my bearings. We should have been approaching the outskirts of Charleston by now, but the landscape outside was unfamiliar. Dense forest pressed in on both sides of the highway. Are you sure this is the right way? I asked, trying to keep the worry out of my voice. Jack glanced at me, his expression unreadable in the dim light. It's a shortcut. Trust me. I know these roads like the back of my hand. I nodded, but the uneasiness in my stomach grew. I pulled out my phone, hoping to check our location, but there was still no signal. So, Sarah, Jack said, his voice taking on a different tone. What's a pretty girl like you doing traveling alone? The question sent a chill down my spine. I shifted in my seat, suddenly very aware of how close we were in the confined space of the car. Oh, work stuff, I replied vaguely. My husband's waiting for me at home. It was a lie, but I hoped it might deter any unsavory intentions. Jack chuckled, a low, mirthless sound that made my skin crawl. Now, Sarah, we both know that's not true. My heart started racing. How could he know? I tried to keep my voice steady. What do you mean? He turned to look at me then, and the expression on his face made my blood run cold. His eyes, which had seemed kind when he first approached my car, now gleamed with a predatory intensity. You really should be more careful about what you post on social media, he said, his voice dripping with mock concern. All those posts about being a strong, independent woman, how you don't need a man to complete you, it makes you an easy target. Panic surged through me. He'd been stalking me online. This wasn't a chance encounter. He'd been waiting for an opportunity like this. I reached for the door handle, ready to jump out of the moving car if necessary. But Jack was quicker. He hit the central locking button, the sound of the locks engaging echoing in the quiet car like a death knell. Now, he said, his voice sickeningly sweet. Let's not do anything rash. We're going to have a nice little chat, you and I. I looked out the window, desperately searching for any signs of civilization, but we were deep in the woods now. The rain continued to pour, obscuring everything beyond the reach of the headlights. Where are you taking me? I demanded, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. Jack smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Somewhere quiet, somewhere we won't be disturbed. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. I considered grabbing the steering wheel, forcing us off the road, but at this speed, it would likely kill us both. Please, I said, hating the pleading note in my voice. Just let me go. I won't tell anyone, I swear. He laughed then, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Sarah, you're not going anywhere. You see, I've been watching you for a long time, waiting for the perfect moment, and here we are. Tears welled up in my eyes as the full horror of my situation sank in. I thought about my family, my friends. Would they ever know what happened to me? Just then, I saw something that made my heart leap. The glow of lights in the distance. A gas station or maybe a small town. If I could just get someone's attention. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for what I was about to do. It was risky, possibly suicidal, but it was my only chance. In one swift motion, I unbuckled my seatbelt, grabbed the steering wheel, and yanked it hard to the right. Jack shouted in surprise as the car swerved violently. We spun off the road, tires screeching on the wet asphalt. There was a moment of weightlessness as we went airborne, then a sickening crunch as we hit the ground. The world spun, glass shattered, and metal screamed. When everything finally stopped moving, I was upside down, held in place by my seatbelt. Dazed and in pain, I forced myself to focus. I had to get out before Jack recovered. I fumbled with the seatbelt release, my fingers slick with blood. Finally, it gave way, and I crashed onto the roof of the overturned car. Ignoring the pain shooting through my body, I crawled towards the shattered window. As I pulled myself out of the wreckage, I heard Jack groan. He was alive, adrenaline surging through me. I staggered to my feet and started running towards the lights I'd seen. The rain was still pouring, soaking me to the bone, but I didn't care. I just ran, my feet slipping in the mud, branches whipping at my face. Behind me, I heard Jack's voice, filled with rage. "Sarah, you can't run from me." His words spurred me on. I ran faster than I'd ever run in my life, driven by pure terror and the will to survive. The lights grew closer. I could make out the shape of buildings now, a small town just off the highway. As I burst out of the tree line, I saw a gas station. The attendant, a young man, was outside, staring in shock at my battered, mud-covered form. "Help!" I screamed, my voice hoarse. "Please, help me!" He rushed towards me, already pulling out his phone. As he dialed 911, I collapsed to the ground, the adrenaline finally wearing off. I looked back at the dark woods I'd emerged from, half expecting to see Jack's menacing figure, but there was nothing. As I heard sirens in the distance, a hysterical laugh bubbled up from my chest. I was alive. I had survived. But as the police cars pulled up and officers rushed towards me, I knew one thing for certain: I would never accept a ride from a stranger again. The chanting grew louder as I crouched behind a crumbling stone wall, my heart pounding in my chest. What I'd stumbled upon in these remote woods was beyond anything I could have imagined. As the villagers gathered in the moonlit clearing, their eyes gleaming with an otherworldly fervor, I realized I might never make it out of this hidden community alive. It had started as a simple hiking trip, a chance to clear my head after a messy breakup and the stress of losing my job. I'd always found solace in nature, and the dense forests of the Pacific Northwest seemed like the perfect place to lose myself for a while. I'd been on the trail for 3 days, relishing the solitude and the crisp mountain air. The world of deadlines and heartbreak felt a million miles away as I trekked through towering pines and across babbling brooks. On the 4th day, I noticed something odd. The trail, which had been well maintained up to this point, suddenly became overgrown and difficult to follow. I consulted my map, but according to it, I should have been on a clear path. "Must be an old edition," I muttered to myself, folding the map and stuffing it back into my pack. I pressed on, bushwhacking through the undergrowth. The forest seemed to grow denser, the trees pressing in closer, their branches intertwining overhead to block out most of the sunlight. An uneasy feeling settled in the pit of my stomach, but I ignored it. I was an experienced hiker. I could handle a little detour. As the day wore on, my unease grew. The forest was eerily quiet. No bird song, no rustle of small animals in the underbrush, just the sound of my own breathing and the crunch of leaves under my boots. I was about to turn back when I saw it, a flash of color through the trees. Something that didn't belong in this sea of green and brown. I moved closer, pushing aside a low-hanging branch, and gasped. There, nestled in a small valley, was a village. But not like any village I'd ever seen before. The buildings were a hodgepodge of styles. Some looked like they belonged in medieval Europe, others resembled Native American longhouses, and still others were constructed of materials I couldn't even identify. I blinked hard. Sure, I must be hallucinating. There was no way a village like this could exist out here, miles from any road or town. But as I watched, I saw movement, people going about their daily lives, dressed in an odd assortment of clothing that seemed to span centuries. Curiosity overcame caution, and I found myself moving closer, drawn by the mystery of this impossible place. As I approached the outskirts of the village, a young woman looked up from the garden she was tending. Our eyes met, and for a moment, everything froze. Then she smiled, and it was like the sun coming out from behind a cloud. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice musical and strangely accented. It's been a long time since we've had a visitor from the outside world. I stammered out a greeting, still trying to process what I was seeing. The woman, who introduced herself as Arya, seemed unfazed by my confusion. She invited me into the village, promising food and rest. Against my better judgment, I followed her. The village was even stranger up close. The air hummed with an energy I couldn't explain, and the villagers all turned to stare as I passed. Their eyes were odd, too bright, almost feverish. Arya led me to a large building in the center of the village. Inside, a group of elders sat in a circle, their faces lined with age, but their eyes as bright as the younger villagers. "Elders," Arya said, bowing slightly, "I've brought a visitor from the outside." The elders regarded me with a mixture of curiosity and something else. Hunger, anticipation. I couldn't quite place it, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. "Welcome," one of the elders said, his voice creaky with age. "It's been many years since we've had new blood in our community." The way he said new blood sent a chill down my spine. They asked me questions about the outside world, seeming particularly interested in technology and current events. I answered as best I could, but my mind was reeling. How long had these people been isolated out here? And why? As night fell, the village came alive with activity. Bonfires were lit, and the villagers gathered in the central square. The air thrummed with excitement, and I could hear whispers of the ceremony and the choosing. Arya found me watching from the sidelines. "Come," she said, taking my hand. "You must join us for the celebration." Her grip was surprisingly strong as she pulled me into the crowd. The villagers pressed in around us, their eyes glinting in the firelight. Someone pressed a cup into my hand, a thick, dark liquid that smelled sweet and metallic. "Drink," Arya urged. "It's part of the ceremony." I raised the cup to my lips, but something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the way the villagers were watching me, their eyes hungry and expectant. Or maybe it was the sudden, overwhelming feeling that if I drank, something irreversible would happen. I pretended to take a sip, then lowered the cup. "It's interesting," I said, trying to smile. "What exactly are we celebrating?" Arya's smile widened, showing too many teeth. "The choosing, of course. And you, dear visitor, have been chosen." The crowd surged forward, hands grabbing at me from all sides. I stumbled backward, the cup falling from my hand and spilling its contents on the ground. Where the liquid touched, the earth seemed to writhe and bubble. Panic seized me, and I did the only thing I could. I ran. I burst out of the crowd, sprinting for the edge of the village. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the pounding of feet. The villagers were giving chase. I plunged into the dark forest, branches whipping at my face as I ran blindly through the undergrowth. The sounds of pursuit were close behind, and occasionally I caught glimpses of torchlight through the trees. My lungs burned, and my legs felt like lead. But terror kept me moving. I had no idea where I was going. My only thought was to put as much distance between myself and the village as possible. After what felt like hours, the sounds of pursuit faded. I slowed to a stop, gasping for breath, and looked around. The forest was pitch black, the trees looming like silent sentinels all around me. I was hopelessly lost. A twig snapped nearby, and I whirled around, heart pounding. Was it an animal, or had the villagers found me? I crouched behind a fallen log, trying to quiet my breathing. In the distance, I could hear chanting, a low, rhythmic sound that seemed to make the very air vibrate. The chanting grew louder, and I saw the flicker of torchlight through the trees. They were coming, and that's how I found myself here, hiding behind this crumbling stone wall, the remains of some ancient structure, half reclaimed by the forest. The villagers had gathered in a clearing just beyond, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. I peered over the wall, curiosity warring with fear. What I saw made my blood run cold. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I prayed wasn't blood. The elders stood around it, their arms raised to the sky. And there, laid out on the altar, was Arya. She wasn't struggling. In fact, she seemed to be in some kind of trance, her eyes wide and unfocused, a beatific smile on her face. One of the elders raised a knife, its blade glinting in the moonlight. The chanting reached a crescendo. I couldn't watch, I couldn't move. I was frozen in place, my mind unable to process the horror unfolding before me. The knife plunged down, and Arya's body arched off the altar. But instead of blood, a blinding light erupted from the wound. It shot into the sky like a beacon, and the ground began to tremble beneath my feet. The villagers fell to their knees, arms outstretched towards the light. And then, to my utter disbelief, Arya sat up. She looked different. Her skin glowed with an inner light, and her eyes were pools of liquid silver. She turned her head, and for a moment, our eyes met across the clearing. A smile spread across her face, not the warm, welcoming smile from earlier, but something ancient and knowing and utterly inhuman. In that moment, I understood. This wasn't just a village lost in time. It was something much older, much stranger. A place where the veil between worlds was thin, where ancient rituals still held power, and they wanted me to be a part of it. As if reading my thoughts, Arya raised her hand, beckoning to me. The villagers turned as one, their eyes finding me in my hiding place. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran. I ran through the night, branches tearing at my clothes, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I ran until my legs gave out and I collapsed, gasping for breath. As the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I found myself on a familiar trail. Somehow, impossibly, I had made it back to the main hiking path. I staggered down the mountain, jumping at every sound, convinced that at any moment the villagers would emerge from the trees to drag me back, but they never came. I made it back to civilization, but the memory of that night haunts me still. Sometimes, when I'm walking in the woods, I think I hear chanting on the wind. And sometimes, out of the corner of my eye, I catch a glimpse of silver eyes watching me from the shadows. I never told anyone what happened. Who would believe me? But I know the truth. Somewhere deep in those mountains, hidden from the world, there's a village where ancient powers still hold sway, and they're always looking for new blood. The muffled sound of voices echoed through the dark, empty warehouse. My heart raced as I peered around a stack of crates, my flashlight trembling in my hand. What I saw in that moment would change my life forever. A group of armed men, surrounded by stacks of illegal goods, plotting their next move. I was just a night security guard, but in that instant, I became an unwitting witness to a dangerous criminal operation. I never thought my job would lead me into anything remotely exciting. Night security at Midwest Distribution Center was about as mundane as it gets. Most nights, I'd make my rounds, check the locks, and then park myself in front of the security monitors with a thermos of coffee and whatever paperback I was working through that week. My name's Mike, and I'd been working here for about 3 years. It was a decent gig, quiet, predictable, and it paid the bills. Plus, the solitude gave me time to work on my novel. I was about halfway through the first draft of what I hoped would be the next great American crime thriller. Little did I know, I was about to get a crash course in real-life criminal activity. It was a Tuesday night, or rather Wednesday morning, about 2 a.m. I'd just finished my first round of the warehouse and was heading back to the security office when I heard it. A faint noise, barely audible, coming from the north wing of the building. Now the north wing was supposed to be empty. It was a new addition to the warehouse, not yet in use. We weren't even storing anything there yet. So, any noise coming from that direction was definitely out of the ordinary. I paused, straining my ears. There it was again, a soft thud, followed by what sounded like muffled voices. Probably just some local kids breaking in for a thrill, I muttered to myself, trying to quell the unease rising in my gut. It wouldn't be the first time some teenagers had tried to sneak in for a game of hide and seek or to spray paint some walls. I grabbed my flashlight and headed towards the north wing, my footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. As I got closer, the voices became clearer. These weren't the high-pitched, excited whispers of teenagers. These were low, gruff voices, men's voices. I slowed my pace, moving as quietly as I could. The voices were coming from behind a large stack of empty crates near the back of the wing. I crept closer, my heart pounding so loud I was sure they must be able to hear it. Peering around the crates, I felt my blood run cold. There, in a cleared space, were 5 men. But these weren't ordinary intruders. They were armed to the teeth, each carrying what looked like military-grade weapons. Surrounding them were stacks of crates, but unlike the empty ones scattered around the warehouse, these were clearly full. Some were open, revealing packages wrapped in plastic. Drugs, I realized with a jolt. One of the men, a tall, muscular guy with a scar running down his left cheek, seemed to be in charge. He was pointing at a map spread out on one of the crates, talking in low, urgent tones. "The shipment needs to be out by Friday," Scarface was saying. "Martinez is getting antsy. Says the heat's coming down hard in Chicago." Another man, shorter but just as muscular, nodded. "We'll have it out. But we need to be careful. That security guard could be a problem." I felt my heart skip a beat. They were talking about me. Scarface waved a dismissive hand. "He's not a problem. Just some rent-a-cop who spends most of his time reading. He never comes to this part of the warehouse." I had to bite my tongue to keep from letting out a hysterical laugh. If only they knew. "Still," the shorter man insisted, "we should take care of him, just to be safe." Scarface considered this for a moment, then nodded. "All right, tomorrow night. Make it look like an accident." I stumbled back, my mind reeling. This was no small-time operation. This was big, organized crime big, and they were planning to kill me. I needed to get out of there, to call the police. But as I turned to leave, my elbow knocked against one of the empty crates. The sound, though small, seemed to echo through the warehouse like a gunshot. The men's heads snapped up, their conversation cutting off abruptly. "What was that?" one of them hissed. "I'll check it out," Scarface ordered, reaching for his weapon. Panic surged through me. I turned and ran, no longer caring about stealth. I could hear shouts behind me, followed by the sound of pursuing footsteps. I sprinted through the warehouse, weaving between shelves and stacks of inventory. I knew the layout like the back of my hand. It was my only advantage. A shot rang out, the bullet whistling past my ear and embedding itself in a nearby crate. I ducked instinctively, nearly losing my footing. I rounded a corner and spotted the security office ahead. If I could just make it there, I could lock myself in and call for help. Another shot, closer this time. I put on a burst of speed, my lungs burning. I reached the office door, fumbling with my keys. Behind me, I could hear the men getting closer. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. Finally, the door opened. I dove inside, slamming it shut behind me and turning the deadbolt just as the first man reached it. He slammed into the door, the impact shaking the entire room. I scrambled for the phone, dialing 911 with trembling fingers. 911, what's your emergency?" The dispatcher's calm voice was like a lifeline. "This is Mike Johnson, night security at Midwest Distribution Center." I gasped out. "There are armed men in the warehouse. They're trying to kill me. Please, send help." "Stay calm, sir. We're dispatching units to your location now. Are you in a secure location?" "Yes, I'm locked in the security office, but I don't know how long the door will hold." The men were shouting outside, trying to break down the door. Each impact sent a jolt of terror through me. "Help is on the way, Mr. Johnson. Stay on the line with me." I clutched the phone like a lifeline, my eyes fixed on the shuddering door. The men outside were growing more frantic, their shouts more desperate. Then, miraculously, I heard it. Sirens in the distance, growing louder by the second. The men heard it too. Their assault on the door stopped abruptly. "Cops!" one of them yelled. "We gotta get out of here!" I heard the sound of retreating footsteps, then silence. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police arrived, securing the warehouse and taking my statement. They found the crates of drugs, along with weapons and documents detailing a vast distribution network. As the sun began to rise, casting long shadows through the warehouse windows, a detective approached me. "Mr. Johnson, you've uncovered a major drug trafficking operation. The men you saw are part of a cartel we've been trying to pin down for months." I nodded, still trying to process everything that had happened. "We're going to need to place you in protective custody," the detective continued, "at least until we can round up all the players in this operation." And just like that, my life changed forever. No more quiet nights at the warehouse. No more working on my novel in peace. As I was led to a waiting police car, I couldn't help but laugh at the irony. I'd spent months trying to write the perfect crime thriller, and now I was living one. The detective gave me an odd look. "Something funny, Mr. Johnson?" I shook my head, just thinking about how life can change in an instant. One minute you're a nobody security guard, the next you're at the center of a major drug bust. He patted me on the shoulder. "Well, you're not a nobody anymore. You're a hero." A hero. The word echoed in my mind as we drove away from the warehouse. I didn't feel like a hero. I felt scared, exhausted, and more than a little overwhelmed. But as the adrenaline began to wear off, another feeling started to creep in, excitement. I'd seen firsthand the kind of high-stakes situation I'd been trying to write about. I'd faced down armed criminals and lived to tell the tale. As we pulled up to the police station, I realized something. I might have lost my quiet job and my peaceful nights, but I'd gained something too. I'd gained a story, a real, honest-to-God, pulse-pounding story. And isn't that what every writer dreams of? The sound of breaking glass shattered the peaceful night, jolting me awake. Before I could react, rough hands grabbed me, a voice hissing, "Don't make a sound." In that moment, our idyllic family getaway transformed into a nightmarish struggle for survival. We had been looking forward to this vacation for months. My wife, Sarah, our 2 kids, Emma, 10, and Jack, 8, and I had rented a cozy cabin nestled in the woods of upstate New York. It was supposed to be a chance to disconnect from our hectic city lives, to reconnect as a family. No phones, no internet, just us and nature. The first 2 days had been perfect. We'd hiked trails, roasted marshmallows, and told stories around the campfire. The kids had squealed with delight when we spotted a family of deer on our nature walk. Sarah and I had shared quiet moments on the porch, watching the sun set behind the trees, feeling more relaxed than we had in years. It was our 3rd night at the cabin. We'd had a big day of exploring and everyone was exhausted. Sarah and I tucked the kids into their bunk beds, kissing them goodnight before retiring to our own room. As I drifted off to sleep, I remember thinking how lucky we were to have this time together. The sound of breaking glass jolted me awake. For a moment, I was disoriented, the unfamiliar shadows of the cabin bedroom adding to my confusion. Then I heard it, heavy footsteps, multiple sets, moving through the cabin. Sarah stirred beside me. "Tom? What was that?" Before I could answer, our bedroom door burst open. 3 men stood there, dressed in dark clothes, their faces obscured by ski masks. The one in front held a gun, pointing it directly at us. "Don't move," he growled. "Don't make a sound." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. Sarah's hand found mine under the covers, squeezing tight. "Please," I managed to say, my voice barely above a whisper. "Our children are here. Don't hurt them." The man with the gun jerked his head, and one of his companions left the room. I heard the door to the kids' room open, and my blood ran cold. "Daddy," Emma's scared voice carried down the hall. "It's okay, sweetheart," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Everything's going to be okay." The man with the gun stepped closer, his eyes cold behind the mask. You'd better hope so. Here's how this is going to work. You're going to do exactly what we say, when we say it. If you cooperate, no one gets hurt. If you don't, he let the threat hang in the air. The other man returned, herding Emma and Jack in front of him. The kids looked terrified, their eyes wide with fear. "Mommy," Jack whimpered. Sarah held out her arms and the kids ran to her, burying their faces in her embrace. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to sound calm for the sake of my family. "Money," the leader said bluntly. "Jewels, electronics, anything valuable. You city folks come up here, thinking you're safe in your little cabins, but you bring all your expensive toys with you." I almost laughed at the irony. We'd left most of our electronics at home, wanting to fully disconnect. The only things of value we had were our phones and Sarah's wedding ring. "We don't have much with us," I said carefully, "but you're welcome to whatever we have." The leader's eyes narrowed. "Don't lie to me. Rich folks like you always have something stashed away. A safe, maybe. Hidden cash?" I shook my head. "I swear we don't." The crack of his hand across my face cut me off. Sarah gasped, and the kids started crying. "Daddy," Emma sobbed. "I'm okay, sweetie," I said, tasting blood in my mouth. "It's okay." The leader grabbed my shirt, pulling me close. "Last chance. Where's the money?" In that moment, looking into his eyes, I realized these men were desperate, and desperate men were dangerous. "Okay," I said, thinking quickly. "Okay, there's a safe in the living room behind the painting of the lake." It was a lie, of course. There was no safe. But I needed to buy us some time to find a way out of this nightmare. The leader nodded to one of his men, who left the room. We could hear him in the living room, moving furniture. "For your sake, you'd better not be lying," the leader growled. The minutes ticked by, feeling like hours. The man in the living room was getting frustrated. I could tell by the increasing sounds of destruction. "There's no safe," he finally shouted. The leader's eyes flashed with rage. He raised his gun, pointing it at Sarah and the kids. "No!" I shouted, throwing myself in front of them. "Please, I'm sorry. I'll give you anything, everything we have. Just please, don't hurt them." For a tense moment, no one moved. Then, suddenly, a sound broke the silence. A car engine coming up the drive. The intruders froze. "Who the hell is that?" the leader hissed. I had no idea. We weren't expecting anyone. The cabin was isolated, the nearest neighbor miles away. The leader grabbed me, pressing the gun to my head. "Get rid of them," he ordered, "and if you try anything, your family dies." He shoved me toward the door. I stumbled out onto the porch, blinking in the glare of headlights. A car had pulled up, and a figure was getting out. "Hey there," a cheerful voice called out. As my eyes adjusted, I recognized Bob, the property manager who had checked us in. "Sorry to bother you folks so late. Left my toolbox here earlier when I was fixing that leak. Thought I'd swing by and grab it since I need it for a job in the morning." I stood there, my mind racing. This could be our chance, but one wrong move and my family would pay the price. Hey Bob," I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. "Now's not a great time. We're all in bed. Could you come back in the morning?" Bob frowned, taking a step closer. "You okay there, Tom? You're looking a bit roughed up." I felt the barrel of the gun press into my back. The leader had followed me out, staying hidden behind the door. "I'm fine," I said quickly. Just, tripped in the dark. Clumsy me." Bob didn't look convinced. He took another step forward, and I saw his eyes widen as he spotted the man behind me. What happened next seemed to unfold in slow motion. Bob reached for something in his car, a gun, I realized with shock. The leader shoved me aside, raising his own weapon. 2 shots rang out in quick succession. I hit the ground hard, my ears ringing from the gunshots. When I looked up, Bob was on the ground, but so was the leader, both men groaning in pain. I didn't hesitate. I lunged for the leader's dropped gun, scooping it up and running back into the cabin. The other two intruders were in the living room, looking confused and scared. "Get out!" I roared, pointing the gun at them. "Now!" They hesitated for a moment, then bolted for the door. I heard their footsteps pounding down the porch steps, then the sound of them crashing through the underbrush as they fled into the woods. I ran to the bedroom. Sarah was huddled in the corner with the kids, all three of them crying. "It's okay," I said, dropping to my knees beside them. "It's over. We're safe." Sarah threw her arms around me, sobbing with relief. Emma and Jack piled on, and for a moment, we just held each other, grateful to be alive and together. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police arrived, then ambulances. Bob, it turned out, was an off-duty cop who worked security for the rental company on the side. His quick thinking and bravery had saved us. As the sun began to rise, casting a golden glow over the cabin, a detective approached us. "We've apprehended all three men," he said. "They were part of a gang that's been targeting vacation rentals in the area. Thanks to you folks, we've been able to shut down their entire operation." I nodded, too exhausted to feel anything but relief. "You were very brave," the detective continued. "Not many people would have kept their cool in a situation like that." I looked at Sarah and the kids who had finally fallen asleep on a couch provided by the paramedics. I said simply. "They're my whole world." As we drove away from the cabin later that day, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly life can change. We had come seeking peace and connection, and instead found terror and violence. But we had also found strength we didn't know we had, a bond that couldn't be broken. Our perfect family getaway had turned into a nightmare, but we had survived. And in the end, that's what mattered. We were together, we were safe, and we were headed home. The moment I stepped into that dingy motel room, I knew something was terribly wrong. The air felt thick with secrets, and the walls seemed to whisper warnings. Little did I know, I had just checked into a nightmare that would haunt me for the rest of my life. It was supposed to be a simple overnight stay. I was on a cross-country road trip, trying to clear my head after a messy breakup. The plan was to drive from New York to California, stopping at random places along the way. No itinerary, no reservations, just me, my beat-up Honda, and the open road. I'd been driving for about 12 hours straight when I saw the neon sign of the Starlight Motel flickering in the distance. It was nearly midnight, and my eyes were starting to droop. The motel looked a bit run down, but I was too exhausted to care. All I wanted was a bed and a few hours of sleep before hitting the road again. The parking lot was nearly empty when I pulled in, just a couple of trucks and an old station wagon. The office was a small, dimly lit room that smelled of stale cigarettes and cheap air freshener. Behind the desk sat an old man, his roomy eyes fixed on a small TV playing some late-night infomercial. "Need a room," I said, stifling a yawn. The old man looked up, his gaze unsettlingly intense. "Just you?" he asked, his voice raspy. I nodded, suddenly feeling a bit uneasy. There was something off about the way he was looking at me, like he was sizing me up. $40, he said, sliding a key across the desk. "Room 13. I hesitated for a moment. Room 13? Really? But I was too tired to care about silly superstitions. I handed over the cash, grabbed the key, and headed out to find my room. The motel was L-shaped, with 2 floors of rooms surrounding a small, empty pool. My room was on the ground floor, at the far end of the building. As I walked, I noticed that most of the rooms seemed to be dark and vacant. The few that showed signs of life had their curtains tightly drawn. I reached room 13 and unlocked the door, wincing at the loud creak of the hinges. The room was small and sparse, a double bed with a faded floral comforter, a rickety desk, and an ancient TV bolted to the wall. The bathroom was tiny, with cracked tiles and a shower that looked like it had seen better days. But it was a place to sleep, and that's all I cared about at that moment. I dropped my bag on the floor, kicked off my shoes, and collapsed onto the bed. Despite my exhaustion, sleep didn't come easily. The bed was lumpy, and there was a strange, rhythmic thumping sound coming from the room next door. I tossed and turned for what felt like hours, drifting in and out of a fitful sleep. At some point in the night, I was jolted awake by a scream. It was muffled, as if coming from far away, but unmistakably a cry of terror. I sat up, my heart pounding, and listened intently. But all I could hear now was the distant hum of traffic from the highway. Had I dreamed it? I wasn't sure. The digital clock on the nightstand read 3:17 a.m. I got up, my legs shaky, and peeked out through the curtains. The parking lot was still empty except for the same vehicles I'd seen earlier. Everything seemed quiet and still. I was about to go back to bed when I noticed something strange. A figure was standing at the far end of the parking lot, partially hidden in the shadows. It was too dark to make out any details, but I could tell it was a man, and he seemed to be staring directly at my room. A chill ran down my spine. I let the curtain fall back into place and retreated to the bed, my mind racing. Who was that? Was he watching me? And what was that scream I'd heard? Sleep was impossible now. I sat on the edge of the bed, every nerve on high alert. The minutes ticked by agonizingly slowly. At one point, I heard footsteps outside my door. They paused for a moment, then continued on. As soon as the first light of dawn began to creep through the curtains, I decided I'd had enough. I grabbed my bag and headed for the door, ready to get the hell out of there. But when I tried to turn the handle, it wouldn't budge. The door was locked from the outside. Panic surged through me. I yanked on the handle, then pounded on the door, shouting for help, but there was no response. The room suddenly felt like a cage, the walls closing in around me. I rushed to the window, thinking I could climb out, but it was sealed shut. In desperation, I grabbed the desk chair and smashed it against the window. The glass cracked but didn't break. That's when I heard it. Footsteps approaching my room. I froze, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. The lock clicked, and the door slowly swung open. It was the old man from the front desk, but he wasn't alone. Behind him stood two burly men with cold, dead eyes. Now, the old man said, his voice sickeningly sweet. There's no need for all this fuss. We just want to have a little chat with you. I backed away, my eyes darting around the room for anything I could use as a weapon. What do you want? I managed to choke out. The old man's face twisted into a cruel smile. Oh, it's not about what we want. It's about what our clients want. And they're always looking for fresh merchandise. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. This wasn't just a rundown motel. It was a front for something much darker, much more sinister. One of the burly men stepped forward, reaching for me. In that moment, survival instinct took over. I grabbed the lamp from the nightstand and swung it with all my might. It connected with his head with a sickening thud, and he stumbled backward. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I bolted for the door, shoving past the old man. I could hear shouts behind me as I ran, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete of the walkway. I ran without direction, without thought, my only goal to get as far away from that place as possible. I ended up in the parking lot, frantically looking around for my car. But it was gone. They must have moved it. The sound of pursuing footsteps spurred me on. I ran towards the highway, my lungs burning, my heart feeling like it might explode. Cars whizzed by, their headlights momentarily illuminating the darkness. I waved my arms frantically, trying to flag someone down. But no one stopped. To them, I must have looked like a mad woman, barefoot, in pajamas, running along the side of the highway. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. Eventually, I saw lights up ahead, a truck stop. I staggered into the brightly lit parking lot, collapsing onto the pavement. The next thing I remember is waking up in a hospital bed. The police were there, asking questions. I told them everything about the motel, the old man, the locked door. They listened patiently, exchanging glances that I couldn't quite read. Later, I found out the truth. The Starlight Motel had been on their radar for months, suspected of being part of a human trafficking ring. My escape and subsequent report had given them the probable cause they needed to raid the place. They found evidence of horrific crimes, hidden rooms, restraints, drugs used for sedation. But the old man and his accomplices were gone, having fled shortly after my escape. My car was found abandoned a few miles down the highway. The investigation is ongoing, but I know I'll never feel completely safe again. Every motel, every stranger, every darkened room now holds the potential for danger. The trauma of that night has left scars that may never fully heal. But I'm one of the lucky ones. I got out. I survived. And if telling my story can help prevent others from falling into the same trap, then maybe some good can come from this nightmare. So if you're ever driving late at night and see a flickering neon sign offering cheap rooms, think twice before you stop. Because you never know what secrets might be hiding behind those closed doors. The moment I saw his eyes in the rearview mirror, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. What started as an act of kindness on a stormy night had turned into a fight for survival, with my own car becoming a prison on wheels. It was supposed to be a quick trip, just a 4-hour drive from Portland to Seattle for a job interview. I'd done the route dozens of times, but never in weather like this. The rain was coming down in sheets, making it nearly impossible to see more than a few feet ahead. I'd been white-knuckling the steering wheel for the past hour, my eyes strained from trying to make out the road lines. I was considering pulling over to wait out the storm when I saw him. A lone figure on the side of the road, thumb out, completely drenched. In any other circumstance, I would have driven right by. My mom's voice echoed in my head, warning me about the dangers of picking up strangers. But something made me slow down. Maybe it was the way he was hunched against the rain, looking utterly defeated. Or maybe it was because I could easily imagine myself in his position, desperate for a ride in this godforsaken weather. Whatever the reason, I found myself pulling onto the shoulder, my hazard lights blinking in the gloom. I rolled down the passenger window just enough to hear him over the pounding rain. "Where you headed?" I called out. "Seattle," he replied, his voice barely audible over the storm. My car broke down a few miles back. I'd be forever grateful for a ride." I hesitated for a moment, my instincts warring with my desire to help. Finally, I made a decision I'd soon regret. "Hop in," I said, unlocking the doors. He climbed in quickly, bringing with him the smell of rain and something else I couldn't quite place. As he settled into the seat, I got my first good look at him. He was younger than I expected, probably in his late 20s, with dark hair plastered to his forehead and intense blue eyes that seemed to take in everything at once. "Thanks, man," he said, flashing me a grateful smile. "You're a lifesaver." I nodded, pulling back onto the highway. "No problem. I'm Alex, by the way." "Jack," he replied. "Nice to meet you, Alex." We drove in silence for a while, the rhythmic swish of the wipers the only sound. I kept sneaking glances at Jack, trying to get a read on him. He seemed harmless enough, just a guy down on his luck. "So, what brings you to Seattle?" I asked, trying to break the tension. Jack shifted in his seat, his eyes darting to me and then back to the road. "Oh, work stuff. What about you?" "Job interview," I replied. "Tech company downtown." He nodded, but I noticed his hands were fidgeting in his lap. Cool. Hey, do you mind if we make a quick stop? I'm dying for a smoke." I frowned. We'd only been driving for about 20 minutes. "Can't it wait? This weather's pretty brutal." Jack's demeanor changed instantly. His friendly smile disappeared, replaced by a hard, cold look. I said, "Pull over." That's when I saw it, the glint of metal in his hand, a knife. My heart started racing, adrenaline flooding my system. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my mind frantically trying to process what was happening. "Look, man," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "You don't need to do this. I can just drop you off wherever you want. No questions asked." Jack laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Oh, Alex, it's way too late for that. Now, pull over before I have to get nasty." I glanced in the rearview mirror, hoping to see another car, but the highway behind us was empty. It was just us, the rain, and miles of dark road ahead. Making a split-second decision, I jerked the wheel hard to the right. The car swerved violently, tires screeching on the wet asphalt. Jack was thrown against the door, the knife clattering to the floor. "What the hell?" he shouted, scrambling to regain his balance. I didn't respond, too focused on keeping the car under control. We fishtailed for a heart-stopping moment before I managed to straighten out. Jack lunged for the knife, but I was ready. I slammed on the brakes, sending him flying forward. His head hit the dashboard with a sickening thud. For a moment, everything was still. Jack groaned, dazed from the impact. I saw my chance and took it, reaching across him to fling open the passenger door. "Get out!" I yelled, giving him a hard shove, but Jack wasn't going down without a fight. He grabbed my arm, his fingers digging in painfully. "You're not getting rid of me that easily," he snarled. We grappled in the confined space, a frenzied tangle of limbs. I felt a sharp pain in my side and realized he'd managed to grab the knife again. Warm blood spread across my shirt. The car, forgotten in our struggle, had begun to drift. We were heading straight for the guardrail. "Stop!" I shouted. "We're going to crash." But Jack was beyond reason. His eyes were wild, filled with a desperate, manic energy. He raised the knife again, aiming for my throat. At the last second, I managed to grab his wrist, deflecting the blow. The knife sliced through the air, embedding itself in the headrest just inches from my ear. The impact with the guardrail came a moment later. The airbags deployed with a deafening bang, filling the car with acrid smoke. My head snapped forward, then back, stars exploding behind my eyes. For a few seconds, all I could hear was a high-pitched ringing. Then, slowly, other sounds filtered in. The hiss of steam from the crumpled hood, the relentless patter of rain, and Jack groaning beside me. I blinked, trying to clear my vision. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks, barely holding together. Through it, I could see the guardrail had given way. Beyond was nothing but darkness, and the distant glimmer of water far below. We were teetering on the edge of a cliff. Jack stirred, pushing himself up. Blood trickled from a gash on his forehead, but his eyes were clear and filled with fury. "You idiot!" he spat. "Look what you've done!" I didn't waste time responding. I fumbled for my seatbelt, my fingers clumsy and slow. Jack realized what I was doing and lunged for me again, but the airbag between us hindered his movement. I managed to free myself just as his hands closed around my throat. Gasping, I pushed open my door and half fell, half crawled out of the car. The rain was still coming down in torrents, instantly soaking me to the skin. I staggered to my feet, nearly slipping on the wet pavement. Jack was right behind me, clambering out of the wreckage. "You're not getting away," he yelled, his voice nearly lost in the howling wind. I turned to run, but my injured side screamed in protest. I managed only a few steps before stumbling. Jack was on me in an instant, tackling me to the ground. We rolled, grappling and punching, dangerously close to the edge of the cliff. I could feel myself weakening, the loss of blood and the shock of the crash taking their toll. Jack sensed it too, a triumphant gleam in his eye as he pinned me down. "End of the road, Alex," he sneered, reaching for the knife still clutched in his hand. But he'd made a mistake. In his eagerness to finish me off, he'd let his guard down. With the last of my strength, I brought my knee up hard, catching him in the stomach. Jack's eyes widened in surprise and pain. He doubled over, losing his balance, and then, almost in slow motion, he toppled backward. I watched, horrified, as he fell. His mouth opened in a silent scream, his arms windmilling uselessly. Then he disappeared into the darkness below. For a long moment, I just lay there in the rain, my body aching, my mind struggling to process what had just happened. Then, slowly, painfully, I pushed myself to my feet. I limped back to the wreckage of my car, praying that my phone had survived the crash. By some miracle, it had. With shaking hands, I dialed 911. As I waited for help to arrive, watching the flashing lights of emergency vehicles approach in the distance, I couldn't help but replay the night's events in my mind. How quickly things had spiraled out of control, how close I'd come to death. I'd offered a ride to a stranger, thinking I was doing a good deed. Instead, I'd invited a nightmare into my car. As the paramedics loaded me into an ambulance, I made a silent vow. Never again would I pick up a hitchhiker, no matter how desperate they seemed. Some risks, I realized, were just not worth taking. The moment he emerged from the mist, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. His eyes gleamed with an intensity that sent chills down my spine, and his smile, meant to be friendly, seemed more like a predator sizing up its prey. Little did we know, our act of kindness was about to turn our peaceful camping trip into a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a weekend of relaxation and reconnection. My two best friends, Mike and Sarah, and I had planned this camping trip for months. We'd found the perfect spot, a secluded clearing in the Adirondacks, miles from the nearest town or campground, just us, our tents, and the great outdoors. We arrived Friday afternoon, the late summer sun warm on our backs as we set up camp. Mike, ever the Boy Scout, had insisted on bringing enough gear to survive a small apocalypse. Sarah and I had teased him mercilessly, but as the temperature dropped that evening, we were grateful for the extra sleeping bags and thermal blankets he'd packed. That first night was perfect. We sat around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The stars above were impossibly bright, unmarred by city lights. As I sipped my beer and listened to Mike and Sarah's playful banter, I felt a sense of peace I hadn't experienced in years. Saturday dawned crisp and clear. We spent the day hiking, marveling at the fall colors just beginning to paint the landscape. By late afternoon, we were pleasantly exhausted, our muscles aching in that satisfying way that comes from a day well spent in nature. We were just settling in for another night around the fire when we heard it, a faint call for help, carried on the wind. At first, we thought we'd imagined it, but then it came again, louder this time. "Hello? Is anyone there? I need help." We exchanged glances, a mix of concern and uncertainty on our faces. "Should we check it out?" Sarah asked, her brow furrowed. Mike nodded, already reaching for his flashlight. "We can't just ignore it. What if someone's hurt?" I agreed, though a nagging feeling in my gut told me we should stay put. We grabbed our jackets and flashlights and headed in the direction of the voice. The forest was different at night. Shadows danced in the beams of our flashlights, and every snapping twig made us jump. We called out periodically, following the responding voice deeper into the woods. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, we found him. He was sitting on a fallen log, his clothes dirty and torn, a small backpack at his feet. As our lights fell on him, he stood, shielding his eyes. "Oh, thank God," he said, his voice filled with relief. "I thought I was going to be out here all night." Up close, he looked to be in his mid-30s, with dark hair and a scruffy beard. Despite his disheveled appearance, there was something oddly polished about him, like an actor playing the role of a lost hiker. "Are you okay?" Sarah asked, always the first to offer help. "Are you hurt?" He shook his head, flashing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. No, I'm fine, just lost. My buddies and I were camping, and I wandered off to take some photos. By the time I realized how far I'd gone, it was getting dark, and I couldn't find my way back." It was a plausible story, but something about it felt off. I couldn't put my finger on what exactly, but years of working as a journalist had honed my bullshit detector, and right now it was pinging loudly. "Where's your camera?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He blinked, thrown off for a moment. "Oh, It's in my backpack. Battery died. Mike, ever the peacemaker, stepped in. Well, the important thing is you're safe now. We've got a camp set up not far from here. Why don't you come back with us? Get warm by the fire, and we can figure out how to get you back to your friends in the morning. The stranger's face lit up. That would be amazing. Thank you so much. I'm Jack, by the way. We introduced ourselves as we began the trek back to our campsite. Jack fell into step beside Sarah, peppering her with questions about our trip and our lives back in the city. She answered enthusiastically, always happy to make a new friend, but I noticed how Jack's eyes darted around constantly, taking in every detail of our surroundings. Back at the camp, Mike stoked the fire while Sarah rummaged through our cooler, pulling out some leftover hot dogs to reheat. Jack sat close to the fire, rubbing his hands together for warmth. So, Jack, I said, settling into my camp chair, where exactly were you and your friends camping? Maybe we can figure out how to get you back there tomorrow. Jack's smile faltered for just a moment. Oh, I'm not great with directions. Somewhere north of here, I think. To be honest, I was following my friends. They're the outdoorsy types. His vague answer did nothing to quell my unease. I glanced at Mike, hoping he was picking up on the inconsistencies in Jack's story, but he was busy showing our guest how to perfectly roast a hot dog over the open flame. As the night wore on, Jack regaled us with stories of his adventures, rock climbing in Yosemite, surfing in Bali, trekking in Nepal. He was charming and funny, and I could see Mike and Sarah warming to him. But with each tale, my suspicion grew. His stories were too perfect, too rehearsed, like he was reciting lines from a script. It was well past midnight when we finally turned in. Jack insisted he was fine sleeping by the fire, but Sarah wouldn't hear of it. She offered him the extra sleeping bag in her tent, saying she'd bunk with me for the night. As I zipped up our tent, Sarah whispered, "Isn't Jack great? What are the odds we'd meet someone so interesting out here?" I murmured a non-committal response, not wanting to voice my concerns without proof. But sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake, listening to the night sounds of the forest, unable to shake the feeling that we'd invited danger into our camp. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I knew, Sarah was shaking me awake. The pale light of dawn was just beginning to filter through the tent walls. "Jen, wake up," she hissed. "Something's wrong." I sat up, instantly alert. "What is it?" "Mike's gone," she said, her voice trembling. "And so is Jack." My blood ran cold. We scrambled out of the tent, calling Mike's name. The campsite was eerily quiet. Mike's tent was empty, his sleeping bag still neatly rolled up inside. There was no sign of Jack or his backpack. "Maybe they just went for an early morning hike," Sarah suggested, but her voice lacked conviction. I shook my head, my worst fears confirmed. "Sarah, I think we've been played. Jack, I don't think he was who he said he was." Her eyes widened as the implications sank in. "But why? What does he want?" Before I could answer, we heard a shout from the woods. Mike's voice, filled with panic. "Help! Somebody help me!" We took off running towards the sound, our hearts pounding. As we crashed through the underbrush, I caught glimpses of two figures up ahead. Mike, his hands apparently bound behind his back, stumbling forward, and Jack, pushing him along. "Mike!" Sarah screamed. "We're coming!" Jack turned, his face no longer friendly but twisted with anger and desperation. He pulled out a knife, holding it to Mike's throat. "Stay back," he yelled. "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him." We skidded to a stop, horrified. Mike's eyes were wide with fear, a trickle of blood running down his neck where the knife pressed against his skin. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Jack's eyes darted between us, wild and unpredictable. "I need your car keys, your phones, and all your cash. Now." It hit me then. He wasn't just some random psychopath. He was running from something, or someone. We were just unlucky enough to cross his path. Okay, I said, slowly reaching into my pocket for my keys. We'll give you what you want. Just let Mike go. Jack shook his head. No way. He's my insurance. You two are going to take me to your car. Once I'm gone, I'll let your friend go. Sarah started to protest more, but I grabbed her arm, silencing her with a look. We had to play this smart. What followed was a tense journey through the woods, Jack keeping Mike at knife point while Sarah and I led the way. My mind raced, trying to think of a way out of this nightmare. As we neared the parking area, I saw our chance. A group of early morning hikers was just getting out of their car. Jack saw them too and hesitated, momentarily distracted. In that split second, Mike acted. He threw his head back, catching Jack in the face. The knife clattered to the ground as Jack stumbled backward. "Run!" Mike yelled. We didn't need to be told twice. We sprinted towards the hikers, shouting for help. Behind us, I heard Jack curse, and the sound of retreating footsteps as he fled into the woods. The hikers, seeing our panic, immediately called 911. Within hours, the quiet forest was swarming with police and park rangers. They found Jack's backpack abandoned in the woods, containing fake IDs and a large amount of cash. As it turned out, he was a fugitive wanted in 3 states for a string of violent robberies. As we gave our statements to the police, I couldn't help but think how differently things could have turned out. Our peaceful camping trip had turned into a nightmare, all because we'd tried to help a stranger in need. In the days and weeks that followed, I found myself jumping at shadows, always looking over my shoulder. The forest, once a place of solace and adventure, now seemed full of hidden dangers. We never went back to that campsite, but the experience left an indelible mark on all of us. It taught us that while kindness is important, so is trusting your instincts. Sometimes, the real danger isn't in the dark woods or the wild animals, but in the strangers we meet along the way. The moment I saw him slip that pill into Mrs. Johnson's cup, I knew this wasn't just another quiet night at Sunset Grove Nursing Home. What I witnessed in the next few hours would haunt me for the rest of my life and force me to confront the darkest side of human nature. I'd been working the night shift at Sunset Grove for about 6 months. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it paid the bills while I finished my nursing degree. Most nights were uneventful, just me, a handful of other staff, and our elderly residents sleeping peacefully. That night started like any other. I clocked in at 11 p.m., exchanged a few words with the day shift nurse, and began my rounds. The halls were quiet, save for the soft hum of medical equipment and the occasional snore from behind closed doors. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed him, a man I'd never seen before, dressed in scrubs that looked a little too new. He was standing at the nurse's station, rifling through some papers. "Can I help you?" I asked, approaching cautiously. He looked up, flashing a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Oh, hey there. I'm Mark. Just started tonight. Still trying to find my way around, you know?" Something about him set me on edge. Maybe it was the way his eyes darted around, never quite meeting mine. Or maybe it was the slight tremor in his hands as he shuffled the papers. "I didn't know we had any new hires," I said, trying to keep my voice casual. "Let me see your ID badge." Mark's smile faltered for a moment. "Oh, they haven't given me one yet. Said it would be ready tomorrow." Alarm bells were ringing in my head, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Maybe he was telling the truth. Maybe I was just being paranoid. "Well, why don't you come with me?" I suggested. "I can show you around, introduce you to our residents." Mark hesitated, then nodded. "Sure, that'd be great." As we walked down the hall, I discreetly texted my supervisor. Something wasn't right, and I wanted backup. We stopped at Mrs. Johnson's room first. She was one of our more lucid residents, always up for a chat, even in the middle of the night. "Mrs. J, you awake?" I called softly as we entered. She stirred, blinking sleepily at us. "Oh, hello, dear. Is it time for my medicine already?" I shook my head. "Not yet, Mrs. J. I just wanted to introduce you to Mark. He's new here. Mark stepped forward, that same unsettling smile on his face. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Johnson. How about I get you some water? Before I could object, he'd grabbed the cup from her bedside table and stepped into the small attached bathroom. I heard the tap run for a moment. Then he returned with the filled cup. As he handed it to Mrs. Johnson, I saw it, a quick movement. So fast I almost missed it. Mark's hand hovered over the cup for a split second, and something small and white dropped into the water. My heart started racing. Did I really just see what I thought I saw? Mrs. Johnson, I said quickly, why don't you wait on that water? I'll bring you fresh cup in a bit. Mark's head snapped towards me, his eyes narrowing. He knew I'd seen. For a moment, we just stared at each other, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Then Mark bolted, shoving past me and out into the hall. I didn't hesitate. I ran after him, my sneakers squeaking on the linoleum floor. Stop, I yelled. Security! Mark was fast, but I knew the layout of the nursing home better than he did. As he rounded a corner, I cut through a patient's room, emerging in front of him. He skidded to a halt, his eyes wild. You don't understand, he panted. I have to do this. They'll kill me if I don't. Who? I demanded. Who's making you do this? But Mark didn't answer. Instead, he charged at me, his shoulder catching me in the stomach. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and I stumbled backward. As I gasped for breath, Mark took off again. I could hear his footsteps echoing down the hall. Forcing myself to my feet, I gave chase once more. My lungs burned, but adrenaline kept me going. I couldn't let him get away, not after what I'd seen. We burst through the emergency exit, alarms blaring behind us. The cool night air hit me like a slap in the face, momentarily disorienting me. Mark was heading for the parking lot. I saw a car's headlights flash. He must have hit the remote on lock. Stop! I yelled again, knowing it was futile. Just as Mark reached for the car door, a figure emerged from the shadows. My supervisor, Angela, her face grim in the harsh glow of the parking lot lights. Going somewhere? She asked, her voice cold. Mark froze, looking from Angela to me and back again. I could almost see the gears turning in his head, trying to figure a way out of this. It's over, Mark, I said, trying to catch my breath. We saw what you did. The police are on their way. As if on cue, I heard sirens in the distance, growing louder by the second. Mark's shoulders slumped into feet. You don't understand, he said again, his voice barely above a whisper. They have my sister. They said if I didn't do this, they'd kill her. Angela and I exchanged glances. This was bigger than we'd thought. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police arrived, taking Mark into custody. They swept the nursing home, finding a stash of pills hidden in an air vent, a potent cocktail of sedatives and other drugs that could have been lethal to our elderly residents. As the sun began to rise, casting a pale light over the parking lot, I sat on the curb, giving my statement to a detective. The adrenaline had worn off, leaving me feeling shaky and exhausted. You did good, kid, the detective said, closing his notebook. Looks like you uncovered a pretty sophisticated operation. We've been tracking a group that's been targeting nursing homes across the state, using them to get access to prescription drugs. But this is the first solid lead we've had. I nodded, still trying to process everything that had happened. What about Mark's sister? The detective sighed. We're looking into it, but between you and me, I think he was just feeding you a line. These guys, they'll say anything to save their own skin. As he walked away, I couldn't shake the image of Mark's face when he talked about his sister. The fear in his eyes had seemed genuine. But then again, so had his act as a new employee. Angela came over, sitting down beside me. How you holding up? I shrugged. I don't know. I keep thinking about what could have happened if I hadn't noticed. She put a hand on my shoulder. But you did notice. You trusted your instincts. and you probably saved lives tonight. I managed a weak smile. Thanks. I never thought I'd have to deal with something like this. Not here. Angela nodded, her eyes distant. It's a hard lesson to learn, but an important one. Evil can find its way into even the most unexpected places. Our job is to be vigilant, to protect those who can't protect themselves. As we sat there, watching the police cars pull away and the first shift employees arrive, looking confused and concerned, I realized something. This night had changed me. The naive nursing student who'd started this shift was gone, replaced by someone a little harder, a little wiser. I'd always known that being a nurse meant protecting my patients, but now I understood that sometimes that protection meant more than just administering medication or changing bandages. Sometimes it meant being the last line of defense against those who would do harm. As I finally clocked out, the events of the night replaying in my mind, I made a silent vow. I would never again dismiss my instincts, never ignore that little voice that says something isn't right. Because in this line of work, in this world, vigilance could mean the difference between life and death. The sun was fully up now, a new day dawning. But for me, it felt like the end of something, the end of innocence, perhaps, or maybe the beginning of a deeper understanding of the complexities of human nature and the responsibilities that come with caring for others. Either way, I knew one thing for certain. I would never forget the night I uncovered a sinister plot at Sunset Grove Nursing Home, and I would carry the lessons learned with me for the rest of my career and my life. The moment I saw the strange lights in the sky, I knew this wouldn't be an ordinary nature photography trip. Little did I know, my curiosity would lead me to uncover a government secret that would change my life forever and put me in the crosshairs of forces I couldn't begin to comprehend. My name's Alex, and I've been a freelance nature photographer for the better part of a decade. I've always had a thing for capturing the raw beauty of untouched wilderness. There's something about being alone in nature, surrounded by nothing but trees and sky, that speaks to my soul. This particular trip was supposed to be a simple one. I'd heard about a remote valley in the Rockies that was supposed to be breathtaking during the fall, miles from civilization, untouched by human hands. It sounded perfect. I packed my gear, told my sister I'd be off the grid for a week, and set out. The first couple of days were everything I'd hoped for. The autumn colors were in full swing, painting the landscape in a riot of reds, oranges, and golds. I got some amazing shots of elk grazing in misty meadows and eagles soaring over craggy peaks. It was photographer's paradise. On the third night, I was setting up for some long exposure shots of the night sky. The stars out here were incredible, no light pollution for miles. I had my camera on the tripod, ready to capture the Milky Way, when I saw them. At first, I thought they were stars, but they were moving, not like satellites or planes, but erratically, zigzagging across the sky in impossible patterns. I watched, transfixed, as they danced overhead, my finger automatically pressing the shutter release on my camera. Suddenly, the lights converged, forming a tight cluster, then shot off towards the horizon at an incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. I stood there for a moment, trying to process what I'd just seen. Part of me wondered if I was hallucinating from too much solitude. But when I checked my camera, there they were, strange, blurry streaks of light captured in my long exposure shot. Sleep was impossible after that. I spent the rest of the night reviewing the photos, trying to make sense of what I'd captured. By dawn, I'd made up my mind. I had to investigate. I packed up my camp and started hiking in the direction the lights had disappeared. It was slow going. The terrain was rough, and I was hauling all my camera gear. But something drove me forward. A mix of curiosity and an inexplicable feeling that I was on the verge of something big. After hours of hiking, I crested a ridge and saw it. Nestled in the valley below was a compound that definitely shouldn't have been there. High fences topped with razor wire surrounded a cluster of nondescript buildings. Guards patrolled the perimeter, and I could see cameras mounted at regular intervals. I dropped to my stomach, crawling forward to the edge of the ridge. Pulling out my telephoto lens, I started snapping pictures. The place looked like a cross between a military base and a research facility. There were no markings, no flags, nothing to indicate who it belonged to. As I watched, a helicopter descended from the sky, landing in a cleared area within the compound. Men in dark suits emerged, escorted by armed guards. They disappeared into one of the buildings. My heart was racing. What was this place? What were they doing out here in the middle of nowhere? I was so engrossed in taking photos that I didn't hear them approach. The first indication I had that I wasn't alone was a voice behind me, cold and commanding. "Don't move. Hands where we can see them." I froze, my camera still in my hands. Slowly, I turned my head. Two men stood there, dressed in black tactical gear, rifles pointed at me. "Stand up, slowly," one of them ordered. I complied, my mind racing. How had they found me? How long had they been watching? "Camera now," the other man said, holding out his hand. I hesitated. That camera contained not just the photos of the compound, but days' worth of nature shots, my livelihood. The man's eyes narrowed. "I won't ask again." Reluctantly, I handed over the camera. The man immediately removed the memory card, pocketing it. "Let's go," the first man said, gesturing with his rifle. "Start walking." They marched me down the ridge towards the compound. As we approached, I could see just how massive the place was. The buildings seemed to extend underground, with only a fraction visible from the surface. We entered through a side gate, passing through multiple security checkpoints. I was searched, my backpack confiscated, and a blindfold placed over my eyes. What followed was a disorienting journey through echoing corridors and humming elevators. When the blindfold was finally removed, I found myself in a stark interrogation room, facing a man in a crisp suit. "Mr. Walker," he said, consulting a file in front of him. "Care to explain what you were doing photographing a restricted government facility?" I swallowed hard. I didn't know it was restricted. I'm a nature photographer. I was just following some strange lights I saw in the sky. The man's eyebrow raised slightly. "Lights in the sky?" I nodded, then launched into an explanation of what I'd seen, hoping honesty might help my situation. As I spoke, I noticed the man's expression change subtly, a mix of concern and, was that fear? When I finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Then he leaned forward, his voice low. "Mr. Walker, what you've stumbled upon here is a matter of national security. The work we do here is sensitive. I'm sure you understand that we can't simply let you walk out of here with knowledge of this facility's existence." My blood ran cold. "What are you saying? Are you going to kill me?" The man actually chuckled at that. "No, Mr. Walker, we're not in the business of killing innocent civilians, but we do have protocols for situations like this." He stood up, straightening his tie. "You have two options. One, you sign a non-disclosure agreement, we wipe your memory card, and you walk out of here with a stern warning never to return to this area. Two, you become an asset." I blinked, confused. "An asset?" He nodded. "Your skills as a photographer could be useful to us. We occasionally need eyes in places where an obvious government presence would be problematic. In return, we'd provide you with certain protections and, let's call them, perks." My mind was reeling. Was he offering me a job as some kind of spy? "What happens if I say no to both?" I asked. His expression hardened. "Then things become considerably more unpleasant for you, Mr. Walker. I'd strongly advise against that option." I sat there, weighing my options. On one hand, I could walk away from this, pretend it never happened. On the other, well, I'd always had a thirst for adventure, and the thought of being privy to whatever secrets this place held was admittedly tempting. "If I become an asset," I said slowly, Do I get to know what this place is? What those lights were? The man smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. All in due time, Mr. Walker. All in due time. In that moment, I made a decision that would change the course of my life. All right, I said. I'm in. The man nodded, seemingly unsurprised. Welcome aboard, Mr. Walker. Your training begins immediately. As he led me out of the interrogation room and deeper into the facility, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd just stepped into a world far bigger and more dangerous than I'd ever imagined. The strange lights in the sky, this secret compound, they were just the tip of the iceberg. I thought about my sister, about the life I was leaving behind. Would I ever be able to tell her the truth about where I'd been, what I'd seen? As we passed through a heavy security door, I caught a glimpse of something that made my breath catch in my throat. In a hangar-like room, bathed in ethereal blue light, was a craft unlike anything I'd ever seen. Sleek, silver, and decidedly not of this earth. The man noticed my reaction and smiled enigmatically. Like I said, Mr. Walker, all in due time. The door closed behind us, sealing me into my new life. Whatever came next, one thing was certain: nothing would ever be the same again. The moment I saw the glint of the knife in Martha's hand, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. What I thought was a safe haven from the storm had become a trap, and the kindly older couple who had taken me in were anything but ordinary hosts. As the thunder rolled outside, I realized I was in a fight for my life. It had started as a simple road trip. I needed to clear my head after a messy breakup, so I decided to drive cross-country from New York to California. No real plan, just me, my old Honda, and the open road. I was somewhere in the Midwest when the storm hit. The rain came down in sheets, making it nearly impossible to see the road. I squinted through the windshield, my wipers working overtime. That's when I saw it. A faint light in the distance, barely visible through the deluge. As I got closer, I made out the shape of an old farmhouse. I pulled into the driveway, relief washing over me. Maybe they'd let me wait out the storm. I ran to the porch, my clothes soaked through in seconds. The door opened before I could knock, warm light spilling out. "Oh, you poor dear," a woman's voice said. Come in, come in. You'll catch your death out there." I stepped inside, blinking as my eyes adjusted to the light. An older couple stood there, looking at me with concern. The woman, short and plump with gray hair pulled back in a bun, immediately started fussing over me. "Tom," she said to her husband, "fetch a towel for our guest. I'm Martha, dear, and this is my husband, Tom. What's your name?" "Sarah," I replied, my teeth chattering. "I'm so sorry to intrude. I just needed to get off the road for a bit." "Nonsense," Martha said, waving away my apology. "We're happy to help, aren't we, Tom?" Tom nodded, handing me a towel. He was tall and thin, with a weathered face and calloused hands. A farmer's hands. "Storm's supposed to last all night," he said. "You're welcome to stay if you need to." I hesitated. The thought of driving in that weather was daunting, but staying the night with strangers. Martha must have sensed my uncertainty. "We've got a spare room," she said. And I was just about to put on some tea. "Why don't you dry off and join us in the kitchen?" Her kindness won me over. I nodded, gratefully accepting the towel and following Martha to the spare room. It was small but cozy, with a patchwork quilt on the bed and faded floral wallpaper. After changing into dry clothes, I made my way to the kitchen. Martha was at the stove, a kettle whistling cheerfully. Tom sat at the table, reading a newspaper. "Feel better, dear?" Martha asked, pouring tea into mismatched mugs. I nodded, settling into a chair. "Much, thank you. You really didn't have to go to all this trouble." "Oh, it's no trouble," Martha said, her eyes twinkling. "We don't get many visitors out here. It's nice to have some company, isn't it, Tom?" Tom grunted in agreement, not looking up from his paper. We chatted as we sipped our tea. Martha was curious about my trip, asking about where I'd been and where I was headed. I found myself opening up, telling her about the breakup, my need to get away. "Oh, you poor thing," Martha clucked sympathetically. "Men can be such brutes. Present company excluded, of course," she added with a wink at Tom. As the night wore on, I began to feel drowsy. The warmth of the kitchen, the sound of the rain outside, and Martha's soothing chatter all conspired to make my eyelids heavy. "I think I'll turn in," I said, stifling a yawn. "Thank you again for your hospitality." "Of course, dear," Martha said. "Sleep well. We'll see you in the morning." I made my way back to the spare room, collapsing onto the bed. As I drifted off, I thought how lucky I was to have found such kind people. I woke with a start, disoriented in the unfamiliar room. It was still dark outside, rain lashing against the windows. Something had woken me, but I wasn't sure what. Then I heard it. Voices, coming from downstairs. Martha and Tom, talking in hushed, urgent tones. Curiosity got the better of me. I crept to the door, opening it a crack. Their voices became clearer. "Perfect timing," Martha was saying. "Young, alone. No one will miss her for days." "I don't know, Martha," Tom replied. "Maybe we should let this one go. We've got enough to last us a while." "Don't be ridiculous," Martha snapped. "You know we can't pass up an opportunity like this. Now go get the supplies. I'll take care of the rest." My blood ran cold. What were they talking about? Surely, they couldn't mean... I heard footsteps on the stairs and quickly closed the door, my heart pounding. What should I do? Try to escape? Confront them? Before I could decide, the door opened. Martha stood there, a kitchen knife glinting in her hand. Her kindly expression was gone, replaced by something cold and predatory. "Oh, good. You're awake," she said, her voice chillingly calm. "This will be much easier if you don't struggle." I backed away, my mind racing. "Martha, please. Whatever you're thinking of doing, you don't have to." She laughed, a harsh sound that bore no resemblance to her earlier warm chuckle. "Oh, but we do, dear. You see, Tom and I have specific needs, and you're going to help us meet them." I glanced around frantically, looking for a weapon, an escape route, anything. The window was my only option. Without thinking, I lunged for it, my fingers scrambling at the latch. Martha moved with surprising speed for her age. I felt a sharp pain in my arm as the knife grazed me. Warm blood trickled down my skin, but adrenaline kept me moving. The window finally gave way, and I tumbled out onto the roof of the porch. Rain pelted me as I scrambled to my feet, nearly slipping on the wet shingles. "Tom!" I heard Martha shriek. "She's getting away!" I didn't wait to hear more. I made my way to the edge of the roof and jumped, hitting the muddy ground hard. Pain shot through my ankle, but I forced myself up, limping towards my car. The keys. Where were my keys? I patted my pockets frantically, realizing with horror that I'd left them in my other pants, the ones drying in the spare room. A figure loomed out of the darkness. Tom, holding an axe. "Now, Sarah," he said, his voice eerily calm. "Let's not make this any harder than it needs to be." I backed away, my mind racing. The barn. Maybe I could hide there, find a weapon. I turned and ran, ignoring the pain in my ankle. The barn door was heavy, but desperation gave me strength. I slipped inside, blinking as my eyes adjusted to the gloom. The smell hit me first, a coppery scent that turned my stomach. As my vision cleared, I saw why. Hooks hung from the ceiling, some bearing what looked horribly like human remains. Tables lined the walls, covered in knives and saws. This wasn't a barn, it was a slaughterhouse. I clapped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. How many people had Martha and Tom lured here? How long had they been doing this? The barn door creaked open. I ducked behind a stack of crates and trying to control my breathing. "Sarah," Martha's sing-song voice called out. Come out, wherever you are. You're only making this worse for yourself." I looked around desperately for a weapon. My hand closed around something cold and metal, a rusty pitchfork. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Footsteps approached my hiding spot. I gripped the pitchfork tightly, my palms sweaty. Just as Martha rounded the corner, I sprang up, swinging the pitchfork with all my might. Martha's eyes widened in surprise as the pitchfork connected with her chest. She stumbled backward, dropping the knife. I didn't wait to see if she'd get up. I ran, bursting out of the barn and into the rain. Tom was nowhere to be seen. My car was still in the driveway, tantalizingly close. But without the keys, it was useless. An engine roared to life nearby. Tom's truck. He must have gone to get it while Martha searched the barn. I had seconds to decide. The woods. It was my only chance. I plunged into the tree line just as headlights swept across the yard. Tom's angry shouts followed me, but I didn't look back. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped from the leaves above. I had no idea where I was or which direction I'd come from. As the adrenaline wore off, the reality of my situation hit me. I was lost in the woods, injured, with two psychopaths potentially hunting me. My only hope was to find a road, flag down a passing car. I walked for what felt like hours, jumping at every sound. As dawn began to break, I finally heard it, the distant hum of traffic. A highway, exhausted, bleeding, and muddy. I stumbled onto the shoulder of the road. A trucker took pity on me, calling the police when I told him my story. The authorities found the farmhouse, but Martha and Tom were long gone. The barn yielded evidence of their crimes, at least a dozen victims over the years. As I gave my statement to the detectives, I couldn't help but think about how close I'd come to being another statistic. The kindly older couple, the warm farmhouse, it had all been a facade, hiding something monstrous. I never did finish that road trip to California. Instead, I went home, hugged my family, and thanked whatever luck or divine intervention had allowed me to escape. And I vowed never again to be so trusting of strangers, no matter how harmless they might seem. Because sometimes, the most dangerous predators are the ones who look just like everyone else. The rusted Ferris wheel creaked in the midnight breeze, a haunting reminder of happier times. As I crept through the abandoned amusement park, camera in hand, I never imagined I'd stumble upon a group of squatters with malicious intent. What started as an urban exploration would soon become a fight for survival in a nightmarish playground of shadows and decay. My name's Jake, and I've always been drawn to forgotten places. There's something about abandoned buildings and deserted spaces that speaks to me. Maybe it's the stories they hold, the echoes of lives once lived. Or maybe I'm just a sucker for a good scare. Either way, when I heard about the old Wonderland amusement park on the outskirts of town, I knew I had to check it out. Wonderland had been closed for nearly 2 decades, shut down after a series of accidents and financial troubles. Now it sat rotting on the edge of the city, a monument to broken dreams and forgotten laughter. I arrived just as the sun was setting, parking my car a good distance away to avoid drawing attention. The fence surrounding the park was in disrepair, with several large gaps that made sneaking in a breeze. As I slipped through, the last rays of sunlight painted the decrepit structures in shades of orange and red, like a fever dream of childhood memories. I took my time exploring, snapping photos of rusted roller coasters and crumbling funhouses. The silence was eerie, broken only by the occasional creak of metal or scurry of some small animal. As night fell, I switched on my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness and casting long shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. It was nearing midnight when I reached the heart of the park. The carousel stood before me, a grotesque parody of its former self. Paint peeled from wooden horses frozen mid-gallop, their eyes seeming to follow me as I circled the ride. I was lining up a shot when I heard it. Voices. carried on the wind. At first, I thought I was imagining things, but as I stood perfectly still, straining my ears, I heard it again. Laughter, rough and mean, coming from the direction of the old arcade. Curiosity overrode caution. I crept towards the sound, keeping my flashlight low to avoid detection. As I got closer, I could make out individual voices, men, at least 3 or 4 of them. The arcade building loomed before me, its once bright facade now a patchwork of broken windows and graffiti. A faint glow emanated from inside, flickering like firelight. I found a window with a missing pane and peered in. What I saw made my blood run cold. 5 men were gathered around a makeshift fire, the flames casting twisted shadows on the walls. They were a rough-looking bunch, all tattoos and dirty clothes. But it wasn't their appearance that scared me. It was what they were doing. One of them, a big guy with a shaved head, was cleaning a gun. Another was sharpening a wicked-looking knife. And spread out on an old arcade cabinet were maps and what looked like blueprints. This wasn't just a group of homeless squatters. This was something far more dangerous. I must have made a noise, a gasp, or a shift of my foot, because suddenly all eyes turned towards my window. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other, mutual shock freezing us in place. Then all hell broke loose. "Grab him!" the big guy roared, and I took off running. I sprinted through the park, my heart pounding in my ears. I could hear them behind me, shouting and crashing through the underbrush. I ducked into the funhouse, hoping to lose them in the maze of mirrors and trick floors. The place was a death trap. Rotted boards gave way under my feet, and shards of broken mirror threatened to slice me open at every turn. But fear drove me forward, the sounds of pursuit growing closer with each passing second. I burst out of the back of the funhouse, gasping for air. The Ferris wheel loomed before me, and a crazy idea formed in my panic-addled brain. I raced for the control booth, praying that 2 decades of neglect hadn't completely destroyed the machinery. By some miracle, the panel sparked to life when I threw the switch. The wheel groaned in protest, but slowly began to turn. I clambered into one of the cars, my hands shaking as I tried to secure the safety bar. Just as the car began to rise, my pursuers emerged from the funhouse. They spotted me immediately, their shouts of anger mixing with the screech of protesting metal. "He's on the wheel!" one of them yelled. "Shut it down!" I watched in horror as 2 of them ran for the control booth. The car I was in shuddered to a halt, suspended about halfway up the wheel. I was trapped, with nowhere to go but down. The big guy with the shaved head grinned up at me, leveling his gun. "Nowhere to run now, boy," he called. "Why don't you come on down and we can have a nice chat about what you saw?" My mind raced, searching for a way out. The car I was in swayed gently in the breeze, the rusted metal groaning ominously. That's when I noticed the maintenance ladder running up the center of the wheel. If I could reach it. "I'm coming down," I shouted, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "Just don't shoot, okay?" The big guy lowered his gun slightly, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Smart move, kid. Nice and easy now." I made a show of fumbling with the safety bar, all the while gauging the distance to the ladder. It was going to be a hell of a jump, but it was my only chance. Taking a deep breath, I stood up in the car. "I'm really sorry about this," I said. Before they could react, I launched myself towards the ladder. For one heart-stopping moment, I was airborne. Nothing but 40 feet of empty space between me and the ground. Then my hands closed around the cold metal of a rung, the impact sending shockwaves of pain up my arms. Shouts of anger erupted below me, followed by the crack of gunfire. Bullets pinged off the metal around me as I scrambled up the ladder, adrenaline lending me speed I didn't know I possessed. I reached the top of the wheel and looked down. 2 of the men were climbing up after me, while the others spread out below, cutting off any escape routes. There was only one way to go, across the wheel itself. I inched out onto one of the spokes, trying not to look down. The metal was slick with dew, and more than once I nearly lost my footing. I was about halfway across when I heard a shout from below. Light him up, boys! The night exploded in a cacophony of gunfire. Bullets whizzed past me, sparking off the metal of the wheel. I threw myself forward, abandoning any pretense of caution in favor of speed. I reached the other side of the wheel and half climbed, half fell down the maintenance ladder. My pursuers were closing in fast, their angry shouts spurring me on despite the burning in my muscles. My feet hit the ground and I took off running, heading for the perimeter fence. I could see the gap I'd entered through earlier, tantalizingly close. A bullet kicked up dirt by my feet and I zigzagged, trying to present a harder target. The fence was just yards away now. I put on a final burst of speed, my lungs feeling like they were about to burst. I hit the fence at full speed, diving through the gap. Sharp edges caught at my clothes and skin, but I barely felt it. I was through, out of the park, and into the overgrown field beyond. I didn't stop running until I reached my car, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I peeled out onto the road, I caught a glimpse of figures emerging from the park in my rearview mirror. I drove straight to the police station, my story tumbling out in a rush of adrenaline and fear. They were skeptical at first, but the cuts and bruises covering my body lent credence to my tale. A SWAT team raided the park at dawn, but the men were long gone. They found evidence of their camp, along with weapons and plans for what looked like a bank robbery. My photographs, miraculously intact, provided crucial evidence. In the days that followed, as I nursed my injuries and gave statement after statement, I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly a simple urban exploration had turned into a nightmare. The abandoned park, once a source of fascination, now featured prominently in my nightmares. I still explore forgotten places, but now I'm much more cautious, because I learned the hard way that sometimes the most dangerous things lurking in the shadows aren't ghosts or monsters, but flesh and blood humans with malice in their hearts. And in the decaying remains of a forgotten amusement park, I came face to face with the darkest ride of all, the very real threat of human evil. The moment he slid into the back seat of my cab, I knew this wasn't going to be an ordinary fare. His eyes, wild and desperate, met mine in the rearview mirror, and a chill ran down my spine. Little did I know, this late-night pickup would turn into a nightmare ride that would test my will to survive. I've been driving a cab in this city for nearly 15 years. Name's Mike, and I've seen just about everything you can imagine during those long night shifts. Drunks, fighters, lovers, dreamers. They've all sat in my back seat at one point or another. But nothing could have prepared me for that fateful Tuesday night. It was just past 2 a.m., that dead time when the bars have closed, but it's too early for the morning crowd. I was cruising down Fifth Avenue, thinking about calling it a night, when I saw him. He was standing on the corner, arm outstretched, looking like he'd been through hell. His clothes were disheveled, his hair a mess, but it was the look in his eyes that made me hesitate. There was something off about him. Desperate, yeah, but also dangerous. Against my better judgment, I pulled over. He practically threw himself into the back seat. "Drive," he said, his voice ragged. "Just drive." Now, I'm used to people being in a hurry, but something about his tone set off alarm bells in my head. I turned to get a better look at him. "Where to, buddy?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. He ran a hand through his hair, his eyes darting around like he expected someone to be chasing him. "Doesn't matter. Just get me out of here." I hesitated, my hand hovering over the meter. This went against every rule in the book. You always get a destination before you start driving, but something, curiosity, stupidity, or maybe a mix of both, made me put the car in drive. As we pulled away from the curb, I noticed his hands were shaking. He kept looking out the back window, his whole body tense. "You okay back there?" I asked, watching him in the rearview mirror. "You're not in some kind of trouble, are you?" He laughed, a harsh, humorless sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. "Trouble? Yeah, you could say that." That's when I saw it, a flash of metal in his hand. My heart nearly stopped. He had a gun. "Listen," he said, his voice low and threatening. I don't want any problems. Just keep driving and do what I say, and everything will be fine. Understand? I nodded, my mouth suddenly dry. Yeah, I understand. My mind was racing. Who was this guy? A criminal on the run? A madman? And more importantly, what was he going to do with me? We drove in tense silence for a while, heading out of the city. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, hoping to catch the eye of another driver, someone who might notice something was wrong. But the streets were empty. Take the next right, he said suddenly. I did as I was told, turning onto a darker, less traveled road. We were getting into the industrial area now, warehouses and factories looming on either side. Pull over here, he ordered, as we approached a particularly decrepit-looking building. I eased the cab to a stop, my heart pounding so loud I was sure he could hear it. This was it, I thought. This is where he's going to kill me. But instead of pulling the gun on me, he leaned forward, his voice urgent. I need your help. I turned to look at him, confusion mixing with fear. My help? With what? He ran a hand over his face, suddenly looking exhausted. It's my daughter. They took her. I need to get her back. For a moment, I just stared at him, trying to process this sudden turn of events. Who took her? Why don't you go to the police? He shook his head vehemently. No police. They're involved. Corrupt. I can't trust them. I took a deep breath, weighing my options. Every instinct was screaming at me to get out of there, to drive away and never look back. But if what he was saying was true, if there really was a kid in danger... Okay, I said slowly. Tell me what's going on. Over the next few minutes, he spilled out a story that sounded like something out of a crime novel. He was an accountant, he said, who had stumbled upon evidence of money laundering within the police department. When he threatened to expose them, they took his daughter as leverage. They're keeping her in there, he said, nodding towards the warehouse. I've been watching the place for days. There's a guard change at 3 a.m. That's our chance to get in. I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. 2:55 a.m. Our chance? I repeated. Look, I want to help, but I'm just a cab driver. I'm not cut out for this kind of thing. He fixed me with a desperate look. Please, I can't do this alone. She's only 8 years old. I closed my eyes, knowing I was probably making the biggest mistake of my life. All right, what's the plan? The next few minutes were a blur of whispered instructions and nervous glances at the warehouse. True to his word, at exactly 3 a.m., we saw movement at the side entrance. 2 men exited, lighting up cigarettes as they walked away. Now, he hissed. We slipped out of the cab and across the street, keeping to the shadows. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure it would give us away. We reached the door, which the guards had left unlocked. Inside, the warehouse was dimly lit and maze-like, stacked high with crates and machinery. We crept through, following the sound of voices. As we rounded a corner, we saw them, 2 men standing guard outside a small office. My companion pulled out his gun, but I grabbed his arm. Wait, I whispered. I've got an idea. I straightened up and walked boldly towards the guards, putting on my best drunk act. Hey fellas, I slurred. I think my cab broke down out front. Can I use your phone? The guards looked at each other, momentarily confused. That split second of distraction was all we needed. My companion burst out from hiding, his gun raised. Don't move. What happened next was chaos. One guard went for his weapon, and shots rang out. I tackled the other one, years of dealing with unruly passengers finally paying off. When the dust settled, both guards were down, and we were rushing into the office. There, huddled in the corner, was a little girl. Her eyes lit up when she saw my companion. Daddy! He scooped her up, holding her tight. It's okay, sweetheart. I've got you. We're going home. But our relief was short-lived. Alarms started blaring, and we could hear shouts in the distance. We've got to go, I said, already moving towards the exit. We ran through the warehouse, the little girl clinging to her father's neck. I could hear footsteps behind us, getting closer. We burst out of the side door and sprinted for my cab. "Go, go, go!" my companion yelled as we piled in. I floored it, tires screeching as we peeled away from the curb. In the rearview mirror, I could see figures emerging from the warehouse, but we were already turning the corner out of sight. We drove in tense silence for several minutes, all of us breathing hard. Finally, when I was sure we weren't being followed, I spoke up. "Where to now?" My passenger looked down at his daughter, who had fallen asleep in his arms. "Somewhere safe. I've got evidence that'll bring down this whole operation, but I need to get it to the right people." I nodded, an idea forming. "I know a guy, former cop, now works as a PI. If anyone can help, it's him." As we drove towards my friend's office, I couldn't help but marvel at how much my life had changed in just a few short hours. I'd gone from a simple cab driver to, what? An accomplice? A hero? Whatever I was now, I knew one thing for certain. This was going to be one hell of a story to tell during those long night shifts, assuming, of course, I ever drove a cab again after this. We pulled up outside my friend's office just as the sun was starting to rise. As my passengers got out, the man turned to me. "Thank you," he said simply. "I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't helped." I shrugged, suddenly feeling awkward. "Just doing my job, getting people where they need to go, you know?" He smiled, and for the first time, I saw the fear and desperation leave his eyes. "Well, you got us exactly where we needed to be." As I watched them walk into the office, I felt a mix of emotions I couldn't quite name. Fear, excitement, pride. They all swirled together. I'd taken a huge risk tonight, broken probably a dozen laws, but I'd also helped save a little girl and potentially expose a massive conspiracy. I got back in my cab, ready to head home and try to process everything that had happened. As I pulled away from the curb, I couldn't help but smile. In 15 years of driving, I'd never had a fare quite like this. And something told me I never would again. But that was okay. After all, every cab driver has that one story, the one that tops all the others. And boy, did I have a story to tell. The moment I saw the strange symbols carved into the bedroom door, I knew we'd made a terrible mistake. What started as a quaint bed and breakfast getaway had twisted into a nightmare of ancient rituals and dark secrets. As the chanting grew louder from the floor below, I realized we were no longer guests but potential sacrifices. My wife, Sarah, and I had been looking forward to this weekend for months. Both of us were burnt out from our high-stress jobs in the city, and the idea of a quiet getaway in the countryside seemed like the perfect remedy. We'd found the place online, the Willow Creek Inn, a charming Victorian-style bed and breakfast nestled in the rolling hills of rural Pennsylvania. The drive out was beautiful, all winding roads and autumn foliage. We arrived just as the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the old house. It was even more picturesque in person, with its wraparound porch and gingerbread trim. An older couple greeted us at the door, all warm smiles and folksy charm. They introduced themselves as Martha and George, the owners and operators of the inn. "Welcome to Willow Creek," Martha said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "We're so glad you could join us." There was something in the way she said it, a hint of eagerness that seemed odd, but I brushed it off. We were probably their only guests. Of course they'd be excited to have us. George carried our bags up to our room, chatting amiably about the history of the house and the surrounding area. The room itself was lovely, all antique furniture and handmade quilts. It was exactly the kind of rustic charm we'd been hoping for. "Dinner will be served at 7, Martha called up the stairs. "We hope you'll join us. We so rarely get to entertain these days." Sarah and I freshened up and headed down to the dining room. The table was set with fine china and silver, far fancier than I'd expected for a casual country inn. Martha had prepared a feast: roast chicken, mashed potatoes, fresh vegetables from their garden. It was all delicious, but there was something off about the flavors. Spices I couldn't quite place. As we ate, George regaled us with stories about the area's history. He seemed particularly interested in the old pagan traditions that had once been practiced in these hills. Fascinating stuff, he said, his eyes gleaming in the candlelight. The old ways, the old gods. Some folks around here still keep to them, you know. I noticed Sarah shifting uncomfortably in her seat. She'd always been more sensitive to these things than me, picking up on undercurrents I often missed. After dinner, Martha insisted on serving us tea in the parlor. The china cups clinked delicately as she poured, her movements almost ritualistic in their precision. "A special blend," she said, smiling. "An old family recipe. It'll help you sleep." The tea had a bitter, herbal taste that lingered on the tongue. Almost immediately, I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me. Sarah's eyelids were drooping too, her head nodding forward. "Oh my," Martha cooed. "Looks like it's time for bed. George, why don't you help our guests up to their room?" The climb up the stairs felt like scaling a mountain. My limbs were heavy, my thoughts fuzzy. I barely remember George helping us into bed, murmuring something that sounded like a prayer or a chant. I woke with a start in the middle of the night, my head pounding and my mouth dry. Sarah was still out cold beside me. Something felt wrong, deeply wrong. That's when I noticed the symbols carved into the door, intricate spirals and runes that seemed to writhe in the dim light. Panic started to set in. I shook Sarah, trying to wake her. "Sarah, come on. We need to go. Now." She stirred groggily, her eyes unfocused. What's going on?" "I don't know," I whispered, "but we need to get out of here." I tried the door, but it was locked. Of course it was. I could hear something now, a low humming coming from downstairs. It sounded like chanting. "The window," Sarah said, her voice tight with fear. I nodded, moving towards it, but as I reached for the latch, I froze. Outside, illuminated by moonlight, were dozens of figures in robes, standing in a circle around the house. They were swaying slightly, their arms raised towards the sky. "Oh God," I breathed. "Sarah, look." She came to stand beside me, her hand clutching mine tightly. "What are they doing?" "I don't know, but I don't think we want to find out." The chanting was growing louder now, more fervent. I could feel a vibration in the air, like static electricity building before a storm. "We need to find another way out," I said, trying to keep my voice calm for Sarah's sake. We searched the room frantically, looking for anything we could use as a weapon or tool. Under the bed, I found an old fire poker. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The floorboards in the hallway creaked. Someone was coming. Sarah and I pressed ourselves against the wall beside the door, hearts pounding. The lock clicked, and the door swung open. Martha stepped in, her kindly grandmother facade replaced by something ancient and terrifying. Her eyes were solid black, and symbols like the ones on the door glowed faintly on her skin. "It's time, my dears," she said, her voice resonating with an otherworldly power. "The old ones are waiting." I didn't think, I just acted. I swung the fire poker with all my might, catching Martha in the side of the head. She went down with a shriek that was decidedly inhuman. "Run!" I yelled, grabbing Sarah's hand. We bolted out of the room and down the stairs, the chanting outside reaching a fever pitch. George appeared at the bottom of the stairs, his form seeming to shift and warp in the shadows. "You can't leave," he growled, his voice deepening to an impossible bass. "The ritual has already begun." Sarah, always quicker on her feet than me, grabbed a vase from a side table and hurled it at him. It shattered against his chest, and he stumbled back, more in surprise than pain. We pushed past him and ran for the front door. It was locked, of course. but adrenaline gave me strength I didn't know I had. I slammed my shoulder into it once, twice, and on the third try, it burst open. The scene outside was like something out of a nightmare. The robed figures had formed a tight circle around the house, their chanting now a deafening roar. The air crackled with energy, and the ground beneath our feet pulsed like a living thing. "The car?" Sarah gasped. "We need to get to the car." Our rental was parked just beyond the circle of chanters. It might as well have been miles away. "On three," I said, gripping Sarah's hand tightly. 1, 2, 3. We ran, charging straight for a gap between two robed figures. They turned towards us, their faces hidden in the shadows of their hoods. Hands reached out to grab us, their touch burning like ice. I swung the fire poker wildly, connecting with robed bodies and outstretched arms. Sarah kicked and clawed, her terror giving her a strength I'd never seen before. Somehow, miraculously, we broke through. We sprinted for the car, the sounds of pursuit close behind. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them in the ignition. The engine roared to life just as the first of the cultists reached us. Pale, distorted faces pressed against the windows, mouths open in silent screams. I floored it, the tires spinning in the gravel before finding purchase. We tore down the driveway, the headlights illuminating more robed figures that seemed to melt away into the darkness as we passed. In the rearview mirror, I could see the old Victorian house, now wreathed in an eerie, pulsing light. We drove for hours, not daring to stop, not even sure where we were going. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, we finally pulled over at a truck stop, both of us shaking and on the verge of hysteria. What was that?" Sarah asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I shook my head, still struggling to process what we'd seen, what we'd escaped from. "I don't know. Some kind of cult, I think. God, if we hadn't woken up when we did." Sarah shuddered, leaning into me. "Do we go to the police?" I laughed, the sound bordering on manic. "And tell them what?" That we were almost sacrificed to some ancient gods by a bed and breakfast cult. They'd think we were crazy. In the end, we drove straight home, trying to put as much distance between us and Willow Creek as possible. We never spoke about that night to anyone else. Who would believe us? But sometimes, on dark nights when the wind whispers through the trees, I think I can hear the faint echo of that chanting, and I wonder about the old ones, and what might have happened if we hadn't escaped. What might still be waiting, out there in those quiet rolling hills. One thing's for certain, we'll never stay at a bed and breakfast again. Some quaint charms are better left unexplored. The moment I saw her desperate eyes in the security camera feed, I knew this wasn't just another quiet night at the Starlight Hotel. What I uncovered in the next few hours would haunt me for years to come, and force me to confront the darkest aspects of human nature lurking behind the facade of luxury and hospitality. My name's Emily, and I've been working the night shift at the Starlight for about 6 months now. It's a swanky place in downtown Chicago, all marble floors and crystal chandeliers. Most nights, my biggest challenge is dealing with drunk businessmen who've lost their room keys. But that night was different. It started around 2 a.m. I was at the front desk, scrolling through my phone and trying to stay awake, when I noticed something odd on one of the security monitors. A young woman, probably in her early 20s, was pacing the hallway on the 14th floor. She looked agitated, keeping glancing over her shoulder like she was afraid of something. At first, I thought she might just be locked out of her room, but as I watched, she tried the handle of room 1412, then quickly moved on when it didn't open. She did the same thing at the next door and the next. My instincts were screaming that something was wrong. I picked up the phone to call Jerry, our night security guard, but he didn't answer. Probably asleep in the break room again, I thought with a sigh. I debated what to do for a moment. Hotel policy was clear. Staff weren't supposed to leave the front desk unattended. But the woman on the screen looked so scared, so desperate. I couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Making a split-second decision, I grabbed the master keycard and headed for the elevators. The ride up to the 14th floor felt like it took forever, my mind racing with possibilities. Was she in danger, running from someone, or was I overreacting to nothing? The elevator doors opened with a soft ding, and I stepped out into the hallway. It was empty now, no sign of the woman I'd seen on the cameras. I walked slowly, my footsteps muffled by the plush carpet, straining my ears for any sound. That's when I heard it, a soft sobbing coming from around the corner. I rushed forward, turning the bend to find the young woman crouched on the floor, her face buried in her hands. "Miss?" I said softly, not wanting to startle her. "Are you all right? Do you need help?" She looked up at me, her eyes wide with fear and rimmed with smeared makeup. "Please," she whispered. "Please, you have to help me. They're going to kill me." My heart started racing. "Who's going to kill you? Are you in danger right now?" She nodded frantically, pushing herself to her feet. "They brought me here. I thought it was just a modeling job, but..." She broke off, choking back a sob. I felt a chill run down my spine as I began to piece together what she was saying. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Let's get you somewhere safe and then we can call the police." I started to lead her towards the elevator, but she grabbed my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "No, we can't leave. My friend, they still have her. Room 1415. We have to help her." I hesitated. Every instinct was telling me to get this girl out of here, to call the cops and let them handle it. But if there really was another victim... "All right," I said, making another decision I hoped I wouldn't regret. "Stay close to me." We crept down the hallway until we reached room 1415. I pressed my ear to the door but couldn't hear anything. With shaking hands, I swiped the master key card. The lock clicked open, and I slowly pushed the door. The room was dark, but I could make out two figures on the bed. One was clearly unconscious, sprawled out at an awkward angle. The other was a man, his back to us as he hunched over a laptop. He started to turn at the sound of the door. Without thinking, I grabbed a vase from a nearby table and swung it with all my might. It connected with a sickening crunch, and the man crumpled to the floor. The young woman rushed past me to the bed, shaking her friend. Lizzie, wake up." I checked the pulse of the man on the floor, still alive, just knocked out. Then I moved to examine the girl on the bed. She was breathing, but unresponsive. I noticed needle marks on her arm and felt a surge of anger. "We need to get her out of here," I said. "Can you help me carry her?" Between the two of us, we managed to half carry, half drag the unconscious girl out into the hallway. That's when I heard the elevator ding. Two men stepped out, their eyes widening as they took in the scene. One of them reached into his jacket, and I caught a glimpse of a gun. "Run!" I yelled, pushing the girls towards the emergency stairs. We burst through the stairwell door, the sound of pursuit close behind us. Adrenaline surged through me as we descended the stairs as fast as we could, the unconscious girl a dead weight between us. "Where are we going?" The first girl gasped as we reached the 10th floor landing. I was wondering the same thing. We couldn't go to the lobby. There might be more of them waiting. Then I remembered the service elevator in the back. "This way," I said, pushing through a door marked "Employees Only." We stumbled down a narrow hallway lined with linen carts and cleaning supplies. I could hear heavy footsteps and angry voices echoing in the stairwell behind us. We reached the service elevator, and I jabbed the call button repeatedly, praying it would arrive quickly. The footsteps were getting closer. Just as our pursuers burst into the hallway, the elevator doors slid open. We tumbled inside, and I hit the button for the basement. As the doors closed, I caught a glimpse of furious faces and reaching hands. The descent to the basement felt like it took hours, though it was probably only seconds. When the doors opened, we found ourselves in the hotel's laundry room. "Come on," I said, leading them through a maze of industrial washing machines and towering shelves of linens. There's a door that leads to the alley. We emerged into the cool night air, the sounds of the city, a stark contrast to the tense silence of the hotel. I led them down the alley to where my car was parked in the employee lot. As I fumbled with my keys, I saw headlights at the end of the alley. A black SUV was pulling in, cutting off our escape route. "Get in," I shouted, finally getting the door open. We piled in. The unconscious girl laid across the back seat. I started the engine just as men began pouring out of the SUV. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed up faster than I'd ever driven. We shot out of the alley onto the main street, narrowly missing a taxi. For the next 20 minutes, I drove like a maniac through the streets of Chicago, taking random turns and doubling back, constantly checking the rearview mirror for signs of pursuit. Finally, when I was sure we weren't being followed, I pulled into the parking lot of a 24-hour diner. "Okay," I said, my hands shaking as I turned off the engine. "I think we're safe for now. Let's call the police." As we waited for the cops to arrive, the girl, whose name I learned was Amy, told me her story. She and her friend Lizzie had answered an ad for models, thinking it was their big break. Instead, they'd been drugged and brought to the hotel, where they were to be sold to the highest bidder. When the police finally showed up, it was like a dam breaking. I told them everything, what I'd seen on the security cameras, what I'd found in the hotel room, our harrowing escape. They took Amy and Lizzie to the hospital and asked me to come to the station to give a formal statement. As I sat in the harsh, fluorescent light of the police station, the events of the night replaying in my mind, I realized how close we'd come to disaster. If I hadn't noticed Amy on the security feed, if I'd followed protocol and stayed at my desk, I shuddered to think what might have happened. The detectives told me later that my actions had helped them bust a major human trafficking ring. The men at the hotel were arrested, and more victims were rescued from other locations. I never went back to work at the Starlight. The memories of that night were too intense, too horrifying. Instead, I started volunteering at a women's shelter, trying to help other victims of trafficking. Sometimes, on quiet nights, I still see Amy's desperate eyes in my mind. I hear the echo of footsteps in the stairwell, feel the rush of adrenaline as we fled into the night. But I also remember the look of relief on her face when she realized she was finally safe. And I know that no matter how terrifying that night was, I'd do it all again in a heartbeat. Because sometimes, being a hero doesn't mean wearing a cape or having superpowers. Sometimes, it just means being observant, trusting your instincts, and having the courage to act when others are in need. The moment I heard the first gunshot echo through the mountains, I knew our hiking trip had taken a deadly turn. What started as a peaceful escape into nature quickly became a terrifying fight for survival against an unseen enemy. As we huddled in the abandoned cabin, I realized that the real danger wasn't the wilderness around us, but the darkness within our fellow man. My name's Alex, and I've always been an outdoors enthusiast. There's something about leaving the noise and chaos of the city behind that speaks to my soul. So when my friends Jake and Sarah suggested a weekend hiking trip in the Rockies, I jumped at the chance. We'd been planning this trip for months, poring over maps and trail guides, making sure we had all the right gear. The weather forecast was perfect, clear skies and mild temperatures. It should have been the perfect getaway. We set out early Friday morning, the air crisp and full of promise. The trail we'd chosen was challenging but not too difficult, winding through dense forests and along crystal-clear streams. By late afternoon, we'd made good progress, our muscles pleasantly sore from the exertion. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, we started looking for a good spot to make camp. That's when Jake spotted it, an old cabin nestled in a small clearing. "Hey, check it out," he called, pointing through the trees. Maybe we could stay there for the night instead of setting up the tents. Sarah and I exchanged glances. It wasn't part of the plan, but the idea of a solid roof over our heads was tempting. "I don't know," Sarah said, hesitation clear in her voice. What if someone lives there? I shrugged. Only one way to find out. We approached the cabin cautiously. It was small and weathered, the wood gray with age, the windows were dark, and there was no sign of recent activity around it. I knocked on the door, more out of habit than expectation. When there was no response, I tried the handle. To our surprise, it opened easily. The interior was dusty and clearly long abandoned. There was a small wood stove in one corner, a rickety table with 2 chairs, and a set of bunk beds built into the wall. "Looks like no one's been here in years," Jake said, running a finger through the thick layer of dust on the table. We debated briefly but ultimately decided to stay. It would be more comfortable than our tents, and there was something exciting about spending the night in this forgotten piece of history. We cleaned up a bit, started a fire in the wood stove and settled in for the night. As we sat around the table, sharing stories and laughing, I remember thinking how perfect everything was. I woke sometime in the middle of the night to the sound of voices. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but as I became more alert, I realized they were coming from outside. I nudged Jake, who was sleeping in the bunk below me. "Hey," I whispered. "Do you hear that?" He listened for a moment, then nodded, his eyes wide in the darkness. We woke Sarah, and the 3 of us crept to the window, peering out into the moonlit clearing. There were 3 men out there, dressed in dark clothing. They were arguing about something, their voices low but intense. One of them was gesturing angrily towards the forest. "We need to get out of here," the man was saying. "The cops will be all over this area by morning." My blood ran cold. Cops. What had these men done? Suddenly, one of them turned towards the cabin. We ducked down, but not fast enough. "Hey," the man shouted. "There's someone in there." Everything happened so fast after that. We heard them approaching the cabin, their footsteps heavy on the wooden porch. "Open up," one of them yelled, pounding on the door. We looked at each other, panic clear on all our faces. What should we do? The decision was made for us when the door burst open, splintering around the lock. 3 men rushed in, 2 of them brandishing guns. Well, the one in front said, his eyes cold as he surveyed us. "What do we have here?" "We're just hikers," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We found this cabin abandoned. We didn't mean to intrude." The man laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Bit of bad luck for you, then. Wrong place, wrong time." One of the others, a nervous-looking guy with a scraggly beard, spoke up. "We gotta get rid of them, Joe. They've seen us." My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. Get rid of us. What had we stumbled into? Joe, apparently the leader, seemed to consider for a moment. "Tie them up," he finally said. "We'll figure out what to do with them later." They used rope from our own backpacks to bind our hands and feet, then shoved us into the corner of the cabin. As they did, I caught a glimpse of what they were carrying, duffel bags that clinked with what sounded like metal. The 3 men huddled by the door, speaking in low voices. I strained to hear what they were saying. "Bank job went south. Killed a guard. Whole state's gonna be looking for us." I exchanged glances with Jake and Sarah. We'd stumbled into the hideout of bank robbers, possibly murderers. For the next few hours, we sat there in terrified silence, watching as the men argued and paced. They were clearly on edge, jumping at every sound from the forest outside. As dawn began to break, we heard a new sound, the distant thrum of helicopter rotors. The men panicked. "They found us," the nervous one yelled. "Shut up," Joe snapped. He turned to us, his eyes wild. "Looks like your luck's run out, hikers." He raised his gun, and I closed my eyes, certain this was the end. But then several things happened at once. Sarah, who had been quietly working at her bonds, suddenly broke free and tackled the nervous guy. In the confusion, Jake managed to kick Joe's legs out from under him. The gun went off, the shot deafeningly loud in the small cabin, but it went wide, splintering the wood above our heads. I threw myself at the third man, using my bound hands like a club. We went down in a tangle of limbs, fighting desperately. The next few minutes were chaos. Somehow, in the scuffle, Jake got hold of one of the guns. "Freeze," he yelled, his voice shaking but determined. The men, realizing they were outmatched, raised their hands slowly. "Sarah," Jake said, not taking his eyes off the robbers, "see if you can find something to tie them up with." Using the robbers' own rope, we managed to secure them. Just as we finished, we heard voices outside. "This is the police. Come out with your hands up." The relief I felt in that moment was indescribable. We called out, explaining the situation, and soon the cabin was swarming with state troopers and FBI agents. As it turned out, the men had robbed a bank 2 states over, killing a security guard in the process. They'd fled into the mountains, hoping to lose any pursuit. The next few hours were a blur of statements and questions. We were hailed as heroes for our part in capturing the robbers, but honestly, I just felt lucky to be alive. As we were finally cleared to leave, one of the FBI agents approached us. "You folks were incredibly brave," he said, "but also incredibly lucky. Things could have gone very differently." I nodded, the reality of what we'd been through finally starting to sink in. "Believe me, I know." We didn't finish our hiking trip. Instead, we checked into a hotel in the nearest town, all of us too shaken to consider going back into the wilderness just yet. That night, as I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, I couldn't stop thinking about how quickly everything had changed. We'd gone from a peaceful hiking trip to being captives, then inadvertent heroes, all in the space of a few hours. I thought about the abandoned cabin, which had seemed so quaint and harmless when we first found it. I thought about the robbers and how desperation had driven them to such violent acts. And I thought about how thin the veneer of civilization really is, how quickly things can turn dangerous when you least expect it. We still go hiking, the 3 of us, but now we're more cautious, more aware of our surroundings, and we always stick to designated campgrounds, because sometimes the most dangerous things in the wilderness aren't the animals or the elements. Sometimes the real danger comes from where you least expect it, from your fellow human beings. The moment I saw him dragging that heavy trash bag to his car at 3 a.m., I knew something was terribly wrong. What started as innocent curiosity about my new neighbor quickly spiraled into a dangerous game of cat and mouse, where the stakes were life and death. Little did I know, my quiet suburban life was about to be turned upside down by the secrets lurking next door. I've always been a light sleeper, so when the sound of a car door slamming jolted me awake in the middle of the night, I wasn't surprised. What did surprise me was seeing my new neighbor, John, struggling with a large black trash bag in his driveway at such an odd hour. I'd met John a few weeks earlier when he moved in. He seemed nice enough, mid-30s, clean-cut, always with a ready smile and a wave. But something about him had always seemed a bit off. I couldn't put my finger on it, but there was a tension behind his eyes that didn't match his friendly demeanor. Watching him from my bedroom window, I saw him heave the bag into his trunk, then quickly glance around before getting into his car and driving off. The whole scene sent a chill down my spine. What could be in a bag that size that needed to be disposed of so secretly? I tried to go back to sleep, but my mind kept racing with possibilities, each more sinister than the last. By the time my alarm went off for work, I was exhausted and on edge. Over the next few days, I found myself paying closer attention to John's comings and goings. I noticed he kept irregular hours, sometimes leaving in the middle of the night and not returning until late the next day. There were never any visitors to his house, no friends or family dropping by. One evening, as I was taking out my own trash, I saw John in his garage. He was cleaning out his car, and I decided to seize the opportunity to satisfy my growing curiosity. "Hey there, neighbor," I called out, trying to keep my voice casual. "How are you settling in?" John looked up, startled. For a split second, I saw something flash in his eyes, fear, anger. but it was quickly replaced by his usual friendly smile. "Oh, hey. Yeah, everything's great. Just doing a bit of cleaning." I nodded, noticing how he subtly shifted his body to block my view of the car's interior. "Must be nice to have a garage. Mine's so full of junk I can barely fit my car in there." He laughed, but it sounded forced. "Yeah, it's pretty handy. Listen, I've got to run some errands. Nice chatting with you." And with that, he quickly closed the garage door, leaving me standing there with more questions than answers. That night, I couldn't sleep. The encounter in the garage had only intensified my suspicions. I found myself drawn to the window, watching John's house for any sign of activity. Around midnight, I saw him leave again, this time carrying a duffel bag. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and car keys and followed him. John drove for about an hour, heading out of the suburbs and into a more rural area. I kept a safe distance behind, my heart pounding with every turn. Finally, he pulled off onto a dirt road that led into a dense forest. I parked my car at the entrance to the road and continued on foot, using the flashlight on my phone to guide me. The sounds of the forest at night were eerie, the rustle of leaves, the occasional hoot of an owl. But scarier than any of that was the thought of what I might find at the end of this road. After about 10 minutes of walking, I saw a clearing up ahead. John's car was parked there, and I could see the beam of a flashlight moving around. I crouched behind a large tree, peering out into the clearing. What I saw made my blood run cold. John was digging a hole, the duffel bag lying open beside him. And inside the bag, I could see what looked horribly like human hair. My hands shaking, I raised my phone to take a picture. But in my nervousness, I forgot to turn off the flash. The clearing lit up for a split second, and John's head snapped up, looking directly at me. Our eyes met, and in that moment, I knew I was in serious danger. "Who's there?" he shouted, dropping the shovel and reaching into his jacket. I didn't wait to see what he was reaching for. I turned and ran, branches whipping at my face as I tore through the underbrush. I could hear John crashing through the forest behind me, getting closer with every second. My lungs were burning, my legs aching, but pure terror kept me going. I burst out onto the dirt road, my car just visible in the distance. But as I ran towards it, I heard the roar of an engine behind me. John had gotten to his car first. Headlights illuminated the road, and I dove into the ditch beside it, praying he hadn't seen me. The car sped past, and for a moment I thought I was safe. But then I heard the screech of brakes and the sound of a car door slamming. "I know you're out here," John's voice echoed through the night. "You can't hide forever." I lay there in the ditch, barely daring to breathe, leaves and twigs poking into my skin. I could hear John moving up and down the road, searching for me. Slowly, carefully, I began to inch my way through the ditch, heading towards my car. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes before I finally reached it. I could still hear John searching, but his voice was farther away now. Taking a deep breath, I made a run for it, yanking open my car door and throwing myself inside. The engine roared to life, and I peeled out onto the road, gravel spraying behind me. In my rearview mirror, I saw John running towards his car, but I had a head start. I drove like a maniac, taking random turns, constantly checking to make sure I wasn't being followed. It wasn't until I was back in familiar territory that I finally allowed myself to relax slightly. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. What had I just witnessed? What was I going to do? I spent the rest of the night pacing my living room, jumping at every sound. When morning finally came, I called in sick to work and went straight to the police station. The detective who took my statement listened patiently, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. "So let me get this straight," he said. "You followed your neighbor into the woods in the middle of the night because you thought he was acting suspiciously." Put that way, it did sound a bit crazy. But I persisted, showing him the blurry photo I'd managed to take. It wasn't much, just a dark shape that could have been a bag, and the vague outline of a person digging. Look, the detective said with a sigh. We'll look into it. But without more concrete evidence, there's not much we can do. In the meantime, I'd advise you to stay away from your neighbor and stop following him around at night. That's dangerous and could be considered stalking. I left the police station feeling frustrated and scared. They clearly didn't believe me, or at least didn't think there was enough evidence to act on. For the next few days, I was a nervous wreck. I kept my curtains drawn, jumped every time I heard a car door, and slept with a kitchen knife by my bed. John acted as if nothing had happened, waving cheerfully whenever he saw me. It was almost a week later when I saw the news report. A body had been found in the woods, not far from where I'd followed John. The victim was a young woman who had been missing for months. I called the police immediately, insisting on speaking to the detective who had taken my statement. This time, they listened. The investigation that followed was like something out of a crime show. Police searched John's house and car, finding evidence that linked him not just to this murder, but to several others across the state. When they came to arrest him, John didn't resist. As they led him away in handcuffs, he looked directly at me, standing in my driveway. There was no trace of the friendly neighbor now, just cold, dead eyes that promised revenge. In the months that followed, I was hailed as a hero for helping to catch a serial killer, but it didn't feel heroic. I was plagued by nightmares, constantly looking over my shoulder, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. I ended up moving away, unable to live next door to the house where a killer had planned his gruesome deeds. But no matter where I go, I can't forget the lesson I learned. Sometimes, the most dangerous secrets are hiding in plain sight, right next door. Now and whenever I meet a new neighbor, I can't help but wonder, what are they hiding behind their friendly smile and cheerful wave? Because I know firsthand that sometimes, curiosity doesn't just kill the cat, it can put you in the crosshairs of a killer. The moment I saw the townspeople's eyes gleam with an unnatural light, I knew I had stumbled into something far more sinister than a simple car breakdown. What started as an inconvenient pit stop in a quaint rural town quickly spiraled into a fight for survival against an ancient evil that had consumed an entire community. As the sun set on Millbrook, I realized that escaping this nightmare wouldn't be as simple as fixing my car and driving away. It was supposed to be a routine road trip. Just me, my beat-up Corolla, and 300 miles of open highway between me and my sister's wedding. I'd made this drive a dozen times before, always breezing through the stretch of rural back roads without incident. But this time, fate had other plans. The first sign of trouble came about halfway through my journey. A sputtering from under the hood, followed by an ominous plume of smoke. I managed to nurse my ailing vehicle into the next town, a tiny speck on the map called Millbrook. As I coasted into what passed for the town center, I felt a strange sense of unease wash over me. The streets were oddly empty for mid-afternoon, and those few people I did see seemed to pause and stare as I drove by. I chalked it up to the natural curiosity small-town folks have for outsiders, but something about their gazes made my skin crawl. I pulled up to the only garage in town, a weathered building with peeling paint and ancient gas pumps out front. An old man in grease-stained overalls ambled out to meet me, wiping his hands on a rag. "Trouble with your car, miss?" he asked, his voice gravelly. I nodded, popping the hood. "Yeah, started smoking about 10 miles back. Any chance you can take a look?" He peered into the engine compartment, sucking air through his teeth. Looks like your radiator's shot. Gonna take some time to fix. Probably won't have the part till tomorrow at the earliest." My heart sank. Tomorrow? But I need to be in Columbus by tonight. Isn't there any way to speed it up? The old mechanic shook his head slowly. "Afraid not. You're welcome to try the next town over, but that's a good 30 miles. Doubt you'd make it that far in this condition." I sighed, resigning myself to my fate. "All right, I guess I'll have to stay the night. Is there a motel around here?" "Just up the road," he said, pointing. "Can't miss it. Only place in town to stay." As I trudged up the street, overnight bag in hand, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about this town. The few people I passed on the sidewalk all gave me the same unnervingly intense stare, their eyes seeming to follow me long after I'd walked by. The motel was a rundown affair, its neon sign flickering weakly in the fading daylight. The clerk at the front desk barely looked at me as he handed over a key, his attention fixed on some point over my shoulder. My room was about what I expected, musty, outdated but serviceable. I tried calling my sister to let her know I'd be late, but my cell phone showed no signal. The room phone was dead. Frustrated and hungry, I decided to venture out in search of food. The only restaurant in town was a small diner across from the garage. As I pushed open the door, the conversations inside abruptly ceased. Every head turned to stare at me, and in the sudden silence, I could hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. I took a seat at the counter, acutely aware of the eyes boring into my back. The waitress approached, a plastic smile fixed on her face. "What'll it be, honey?" she asked, her voice syrupy sweet. "Just a burger and fries, please," I mumbled, keeping my eyes fixed on the menu. As she turned to put in my order, I heard hushed whispers from the other patrons. Snatches of conversation reached my ears. Outsider. Almost time. The offering. A chill ran down my spine. What were they talking about? My food arrived quickly, but my appetite had vanished. I forced down a few bites, paid, and hurried back to my motel room. Sleep was elusive that night, my dreams plagued by visions of blank-eyed townspeople and shadowy figures. I woke early the next morning, eager to get my car fixed and get the hell out of Millbrook. But when I reached the garage, it was closed. A handwritten sign on the door read, "Gone fishing. Back tomorrow." Panic started to set in. I needed to leave. Now. Something was very wrong in this town, and every instinct was screaming at me to run. I started walking, figuring I'd rather take my chances on the highway than spend another night here. But as I reached the town limits, I found the road blocked by a police cruiser. The officer inside gave me that same unnervingly blank stare I'd seen on everyone else. "Road's closed," he said flatly. "Washout from the storm last night. No one in or out until it's fixed." But there hadn't been a storm. I opened my mouth to argue, but the look in his eyes stopped me cold. There was something inhuman in that gaze, a hunger that sent ice through my veins. I retreated back into town, my mind racing. I needed to find a way out. But how? As I walked, I noticed the townspeople gathering in the square. They moved with an eerie synchronicity, as if guided by some unseen force. Curiosity overcame caution, and I crept closer, hiding behind a parked car to watch. The crowd formed a circle, and in the center stood the old mechanic from yesterday. But he looked different now, younger somehow, his back straight and his eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. "Brothers and sisters," he intoned, his voice carrying easily across the square. "The time of the offering is upon us once again. Our guest has arrived, just as the prophecy foretold." A chill ran through me as I realized he was talking about me. "Tonight, as the moon reaches its zenith, we shall complete the ritual. Our Lord will feast, and our town shall prosper for another generation." The crowd erupted in cheers, and their faces twisted in ecstatic fervor. I stumbled back, my heart pounding. This couldn't be happening. This had to be some kind of sick joke or shared delusion. But as I turned to run, I found my path blocked. The waitress from the diner stood there, that same plastic smile on her face. "Going somewhere, honey?" she asked, her voice dripping with false sweetness. I tried to push past her, but her grip on my arm was inhumanly strong. Others approached, surrounding me. Their eyes gleamed with that unnatural light I'd seen before, and now I understood its source. Whatever dark power held this town in its grip had taken root in these people long ago. They dragged me to the center of the square, where the old mechanic, or whatever he truly was, waited. Up close, I could see that his eyes were completely black, like pools of oil. "Welcome, child," he said, his voice resonating with power. "You have been chosen for a great honor. Your sacrifice will ensure our prosperity for years to come." I struggled against my captors, but it was useless. They were too strong, too many. As the sun began to set, they led me to a stone altar that had been hidden beneath a tarp. Ancient symbols were carved into its surface, symbols that hurt my eyes to look at directly. The townspeople began to chant in a language I didn't recognize, their voices rising and falling in a hypnotic rhythm. The old mechanic produced a wicked-looking knife, its blade gleaming in the fading light. Just as all hope seemed lost, inspiration struck. They had taken my phone and car keys, but they hadn't found the small canister of pepper spray I kept on my keychain. With my last ounce of strength, I wrenched my arm free and grabbed it. I sprayed wildly, catching the mechanic full in the face. He screamed, a sound no human throat should be able to make, and staggered back. In the ensuing chaos, I managed to break free. I ran like I'd never run before, not daring to look back. I could hear them pursuing, their inhuman shrieks echoing through the night. Somehow, I made it to the edge of town. The police cruiser was gone, the road clear. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I finally couldn't run anymore, I collapsed by the side of the road, gasping for air. In the distance, I could see headlights approaching. I waved frantically, praying it wasn't someone from Millbrook. To my immense relief, it was a state trooper. He listened to my wild story with growing concern, then called for backup. By dawn, the town was swarming with police and FBI agents. But Millbrook held one final surprise. As the authorities searched the town, they found it completely abandoned. Houses stood empty, as if the residents had simply vanished into thin air. The only sign that anyone had ever lived there was a strange symbol carved into the base of the stone altar. A symbol that matched the one found at several other abandoned towns across the country over the past century. The official report chalked it up to mass hysteria and some kind of toxic gas leak. But I know the truth. Sometimes, evil takes root in the most unassuming places. And sometimes, the most terrifying monsters are the ones hiding behind friendly smiles and small-town charm. I still drive cross-country sometimes, but now, I stick to the main highways. And if my car ever breaks down again, I think I'll take my chances with walking. The moment I saw the classified documents sprawled across the executive's desk, I knew my routine night shift had just become a fight for survival. What started as a simple job cleaning offices after hours quickly spiraled into a heart-pounding game of cat and mouse through the corporate maze. As the sound of footsteps echoed through the empty halls, I realized that my mop and bucket wouldn't be enough to save me from the dangerous men determined to keep their secrets buried. My name's Carlos, and I've been working as a night janitor at Apex Industries for the past 3 years. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills and lets me attend community college during the day. Most nights, it's just me, my cleaning cart, and 20 floors of empty offices. I've gotten used to the eerie quiet, the way my footsteps echo in the deserted hallways. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened that night. It started like any other shift. I arrived at 10 p.m., changed into my uniform, and began my usual rounds. Floor by floor, I worked my way up the building, emptying trash cans, mopping floors, and wiping down surfaces. By 1 a.m., I had reached the executive floor, the 20th floor, where all the bigwigs had their offices. I was cleaning the CEO's suite when I first noticed something was off. The desk, usually meticulously organized, was a mess of papers and folders. That alone wasn't too strange. Maybe he'd been working late and left in a hurry. But as I moved closer to tidy up, my eyes caught on a phrase that made my blood run cold. Operation Blackout, eyes only. Now, I'm not the type to snoop, but something about those words sent a chill down my spine. Against my better judgment, I leaned in for a closer look. What I saw made my head spin. Classified government documents, detailed plans for what looked like some kind of massive cyber attack. lists of foreign officials with red X's next to their names. My hands were shaking as I stepped back from the desk. This was big, way bigger than anything I should be involved with. I needed to get out of there, pretend I'd never seen any of it. But just as I turned to leave, I heard the elevator ding. Panic surged through me. Nobody was supposed to be here this late. I looked around frantically for a place to hide, finally ducking behind a large potted plant in the corner of the office. Two men entered the room, their voices low but tense. "Are you sure you left them here?" one asked. "Positive," the other replied. "They have to be here somewhere." I held my breath as they searched the office, my heart pounding so loud I was sure they'd hear it. After what felt like an eternity, one of them spoke again. "They're gone. Someone's been here." "Impossible," the other snapped. "This floor is secure. Nobody has access except..." There was a moment of silence. Then, "The cleaning crew. Check the security footage. Find out who was up here tonight." I didn't wait to hear more. As soon as their footsteps faded, I bolted from my hiding spot. I needed to get out of the building, fast. But as I reached for the elevator button, I hesitated. They'd be watching the security cameras now. If they saw me leave, they'd know it was me. And something told me these weren't the kind of men who'd let a loose end like that go. I made a split-second decision and headed for the stairs instead. 20 floors was a long way down, but it beat getting caught in the elevator. I had just reached the 18th floor when I heard the stairwell door above me slam open. Voices echoed down, angry and determined. They were coming for me. Panic gave me speed I didn't know I had. I flew down the stairs, taking them 2 and 3 at a time, praying I wouldn't trip. The voices were getting closer, and now I could hear multiple sets of footsteps pounding down after me. At the 10th floor, I burst out of the stairwell and into the maze of cubicles. I needed to throw them off my trail, find somewhere to hide until I could figure out a way out of this nightmare. I ducked under desks, wove between partitions, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear them spreading out, searching methodically. They knew the layout better than I did, and there were more of them. It was only a matter of time before they found me. As I crouched behind a filing cabinet, trying to quiet my breathing, my mind raced. What were those documents? What was Operation Blackout? And why were they willing to hunt down a simple janitor to keep it secret? I didn't have time to dwell on it. Heavy footsteps were approaching my hiding spot. I held my breath, pressing myself as far back into the shadows as I could. A beam from a flashlight swept past, inches from my face. For a heart-stopping moment, I was sure I'd been discovered. But then the light moved on, and the footsteps faded away. I let out a shaky breath, then froze as I felt something vibrate in my pocket. My phone. In my panic, I'd forgotten to silence it. With trembling hands, I pulled it out to see a text from my girlfriend. "Hope work's going okay. See you in the morning." The irony would have been funny if I wasn't terrified for my life. As I went to switch the phone to silent, an idea struck me. I had the non-emergency police number saved in my contacts, a precaution after a string of car break-ins in my neighborhood. If I could just get a message out. Keeping one ear tuned for approaching footsteps, I quickly typed out a text. "Apex Industries, 10th floor, men with guns. Please help." I hit send, then switched the phone to silent and shoved it back in my pocket. Now I just had to stay alive long enough for help to arrive. I started moving again, staying low and quiet. I made it to the other side of the floor, where the break room was located. As I eased the door open, a new plan formed in my mind. The break room had a large window that opened onto a narrow ledge. In daylight, you could see clear across the city from up here. Now, it was a dizzying drop into darkness, but it was also a potential escape route. I opened the window as quietly as I could, wincing at every small squeak. The night air was cool on my face as I leaned out, looking for any possible way down. There was a fire escape on the next building over, maybe 15 feet away, if I could somehow reach it. My planning was cut short by the sound of the break room door opening. I spun around to see one of my pursuers standing there, gun raised. "Don't move," he growled. Time seemed to slow down. I saw his finger tightening on the trigger. In that moment, I made a choice that was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. I threw myself out the window. For one terrifying second, I was in free fall. Then my hands caught the ledge, my body slamming against the side of the building. Pain shot through my arms, but adrenaline kept my grip firm. I could hear shouting from inside, then the sound of more gunshots. Bullets pinged off the brickwork around me, gritting my teeth against the pain and fear. I began to edge along the ledge, towards the fire escape of the neighboring building. It was slow going. Every inch felt like a mile, my arms screaming in protest. I didn't dare look down, focusing instead on the fire escape that seemed impossibly far away. Just when I thought I couldn't hold on any longer, my searching hand found the metal railing of the fire escape. With a final surge of strength, I pulled myself over, collapsing onto the grated platform. I allowed myself only a moment's rest before scrambling to my feet and racing down the stairs. I had no idea if they'd follow me across, but I wasn't about to wait and find out. I hit the alley behind the building just as I heard sirens in the distance. The cavalry was coming, but I wasn't out of danger yet. I ran, ignoring the stitch in my side and the burning in my lungs. I didn't stop running until I reached a 24-hour diner several blocks away. As I burst through the doors, the handful of late-night patrons looked up in surprise. I must have been quite a sight. Disheveled, out of breath, my uniform dirty and torn. "Please," I gasped to the startled waitress. "I need to use your phone to call the police." The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and FBI agents. I told them everything I'd seen, everything I'd heard. They seemed to take it seriously, especially when I mentioned Operation Blackout. In the days that followed, the story broke wide open. Apex Industries was raided, high-level executives were arrested, and words like treason and domestic terrorism were thrown around in the news. As for me, I was hailed as a hero by some, a troublemaker by others. I had to go into protective custody for a while, but eventually, things calmed down. I went back to school, determined more than ever to make something of myself. Sometimes, late at night, I still have nightmares about that ledge, about the bullets whizzing past my head. But mostly, I think about how one ordinary night, one split-second decision, changed everything. How a simple janitor stumbled into a conspiracy and came out the other side. Life's funny that way. You never know when you might be called upon to be brave, to stand up for what's right. All you can do is hope that when that moment comes, you're ready to rise to the challenge. The moment I saw the first pair of headlights appear in our rearview mirror, I knew our pleasant road trip had taken a sinister turn. What started as a scenic detour through rural backroads quickly spiraled into a heart-pounding chase that would test our wits, our bond, and our will to survive. As the sound of engines grew louder behind us, I realized that sometimes the real monsters aren't found in horror movies, but in the dark hearts of men. My wife, Sarah, and I had been planning this cross-country road trip for months. We'd mapped out all the major attractions, booked our stays, and even created the perfect playlist for those long stretches of highway. But it was a split-second decision to take a shortcut that would change everything. We were somewhere in the middle of nowhere, having veered off the interstate to avoid a massive traffic jam. Our GPS was struggling to find a signal, but I wasn't too worried. The sun was setting, painting the sky in beautiful shades of orange and pink, and the winding country road seemed peaceful enough. "You sure you know where we're going, Mike?" Sarah asked, a hint of concern in her voice. I flashed her a confident smile. "Absolutely. We'll be back on the main road in no time. Besides, isn't this view worth it?" She had to agree. The rolling hills and dense forests were a welcome change from the endless monotony of the highway. We drove on in comfortable silence, enjoying the scenery and each other's company. It was nearly dark when we passed through a small town, if you could even call it that. Just a handful of buildings clustered around a single intersection, most of them looking abandoned. The only sign of life was a rundown gas station, its neon sign flickering weakly in the twilight. Maybe we should stop and ask for directions, Sarah suggested. I was about to agree when I noticed a group of men lounging outside the gas station. There was something off about them, something that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. They watched our car pass with an intensity that felt predatory. "Nah, I'm sure we're close," I said, pressing down on the accelerator. "Let's keep going." As we left the town behind, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following us. It was fully dark now, the road ahead illuminated only by our headlights. We'd been driving for at least an hour since the town, and there was still no sign of the highway. "Mike, I think we're lost," Sarah said, her voice tight with worry. Before I could respond, I saw them, headlights in the distance behind us, growing larger quickly. Whoever it was, they were driving fast. "It's fine," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Probably just some local who knows these roads better than we do. But as the vehicle drew closer, I could see it wasn't alone. There were at least 3 sets of headlights now, bearing down on us like a pack of wolves. Sarah turned in her seat, her face pale in the harsh glare. "Mike, they're getting closer. I don't like this." I didn't like it either. Every instinct was screaming at me that this wasn't normal, that we were in danger. I pressed harder on the gas, our old sedan protesting as I pushed it to speeds it wasn't used to. The pursuing vehicles were gaining on us. I could make out the outlines now, pickup trucks, their engines roaring as they closed the distance. "What do they want?" Sarah's voice was barely above a whisper. I shook my head, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. "I don't know, but we're not stopping to find out." The lead truck was right behind us now. I could see the driver in my rearview mirror, a burly man with a wild beard, grinning like a maniac. He flashed his high beams, the sudden brightness nearly blinding me. That's when the first gunshot rang out. Sarah screamed as our rear windshield exploded, showering us with glass. I swerved, nearly losing control of the car. "Get down!" I yelled, and Sarah ducked, covering her head with her arms. More shots followed, pinging off the metal of our car. I zigzagged across the road, trying to make us a harder target, all while scanning desperately for any sign of civilization, any hope of help. "There!" Sarah shouted, pointing ahead. "Lights!" In the distance, I could see the glow of what looked like a small town. If we could just make it there, maybe we'd find help, or at least witnesses to make our pursuers back off. But our car had other ideas. Whether from the strain of the chase or a lucky shot, something under the hood made a terrible grinding noise. Black smoke began pouring from the engine, and I felt our speed dropping. "No, no, no," I muttered, willing the car to keep going. "Come on, just a little further." We were limping now, the trucks behind us closing in for the kill. I could see the town clearly, a collection of houses and buildings surrounding a main street. So close, yet impossibly far. Just as I thought it was over, that we were going to be run off the road, I spotted a narrow dirt path branching off to the right. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel, sending us bouncing down the rough track. Our pursuers, caught by surprise, roared past the turnoff. I killed the headlights, plunging us into darkness as we bumped along the uneven ground. "Where are we going?" Sarah asked, her voice shaking. "I don't know," I admitted, "but hopefully somewhere they can't follow." The path twisted through dense woods, branches scraping against the sides of our car. After what felt like an eternity, we emerged into a small clearing. In the center stood an old barn, its wood gray with age. I cut the engine, and we sat in silence, straining our ears for any sound of pursuit. In the distance, we could hear the revving of engines as our attackers searched for us. "We can't stay here," Sarah whispered. "They'll find us eventually." She was right, of course. But with our car on its last legs and no idea where we were, our options were limited. "Okay," I said, trying to think clearly despite the adrenaline coursing through my veins. "We'll hide the car in the barn, then we'll head into the woods on foot. Maybe we can circle back to that town we saw." It was a desperate plan, but it was all we had. We pushed the car into the barn, then gathered what supplies we could: a flashlight, a bottle of water, Sarah's pepper spray. As we were about to leave, I spotted an old axe leaning against the wall. I grabbed it, hoping I wouldn't have to use it, but unwilling to leave it behind. We set out into the woods, moving as quietly as we could. The forest was alive with night sounds, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of small animals in the underbrush. Every snapping twig made us jump, certain we were about to be discovered. We'd been walking for maybe an hour when we heard it, voices carried on the wind. They were faint, but getting closer. "They're still looking for us," Sarah whispered, her grip on my arm tightening. I nodded grimly. These men, whoever they were, weren't giving up easily. What could we have possibly done to warrant such determined pursuit? We picked up our pace, no longer worrying about stealth. Better to be heard than caught. The voices behind us grew louder, accompanied by the crash of bodies moving through the forest. Suddenly, the trees thinned, and we found ourselves on the edge of a steep ravine. Far below, I could hear the rush of water, a river or large stream. "We're trapped," Sarah said, panic evident in her voice. I looked around frantically, searching for a way out. The drop was too steep to climb down safely, especially in the dark. Going back wasn't an option. I could see flashlight beams dancing between the trees behind us. That's when I spotted it, a fallen tree, spanning the ravine like a natural bridge. It was our only chance. "There," I said, pointing. "We can cross there." Sarah's eyes widened as she saw the makeshift bridge. "Mike, we can't. It's too dangerous." "We don't have a choice," I replied, already moving towards the fallen tree. "It's this, or wait for them to find us." Reluctantly, Sarah followed. The log was wide enough to walk on, but slick with moss and rot. I went first, moving slowly, my arms outstretched for balance. Sarah followed close behind, her breathing quick and shallow. We were about halfway across when I heard a shout. Our pursuers had found us. "There they are!" Gunshots rang out, bullets splintering the wood around us. I turned to see Sarah stumble, crying out in fear. "Keep going," I yelled, reaching back to steady her. "We're almost there." It felt like an eternity, but finally, mercifully, we reached the other side. Without pausing to catch our breath, we plunged back into the forest, the angry shouts of our pursuers fading behind us. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly. When we finally stopped, gasping for air, I realized I could hear something beyond the pounding of my own heart. "Traffic. Do you hear that?" I asked Sarah. She nodded, hope dawning on her face. A road. We pushed on, following the sound. After another 10 minutes of stumbling through the underbrush, we emerged onto the shoulder of a highway. In the distance, I could see the lights of an approaching truck. Sarah and I looked at each other, relief and exhaustion etched on our faces. Without a word, we stepped out onto the road, waving our arms frantically. The truck slowed, then stopped. The driver, an older man with a kindly face, rolled down his window. "You folks okay?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. I shook my head, suddenly feeling the weight of everything we'd been through. "No, we're not. We need help. Please." As we climbed into the truck, I caught one last glimpse of the dark forest behind us. Whatever nightmare we'd stumbled into back there, we'd escaped. But I knew the memory of that terrifying chase would stay with us for a long time to come. Sometimes, the most dangerous detours aren't marked on any map. And sometimes, the real monsters are the ones you never see coming. The moment I heard the floorboard creak upstairs, I knew I wasn't alone in this house. What started as a simple favor for a friend had turned into a night of heart-pounding terror, as I realized that the shadows held secrets far more sinister than I could have imagined. As I huddled in the darkness, straining my ears for any sound of movement, I wondered if I would live to see the morning light. My name's Emily, and I've always prided myself on being level-headed and practical. So when my best friend, Sarah, asked me to house sit for her wealthy employers while they were on vacation, I didn't think twice about it. A week in a luxurious mansion, getting paid to essentially do nothing. It seemed like a dream gig. The Stevensons' house was everything you'd expect from a successful couple. 3 stories of modern architecture nestled in the hills overlooking the city. Floor-to-ceiling windows, a state-of-the-art security system, and more rooms than I could count. It was the kind of place that made you feel small, just standing in it. The first couple of days were uneventful. I spent my time exploring the house, lounging by the pool, and binge-watching shows on their massive TV. It was on the 3rd night that things started to feel off. I was in the kitchen, making myself a late-night snack, when I first felt it. A prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like I was being watched. I turned around, half expecting to see someone standing there, but the room was empty. Shaking off the feeling, I chalked it up to being alone in a strange house. But as I made my way back to the guest room, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled over me. The long hallways seemed darker, the shadows deeper. I found myself quickening my pace, eager to get back to the relative safety of my room. It was just past midnight when I heard it, a soft thud from somewhere upstairs. I sat up in bed, my heart suddenly racing. It could have been anything. The house settling, a book falling off a shelf. But something in my gut told me it wasn't that simple. I debated what to do. The rational part of my brain said to ignore it, to go back to sleep. But curiosity and a nagging sense of responsibility won out. If something was wrong, I needed to check it out. Grabbing my phone for light, I crept out into the hallway. The house was eerily quiet, the kind of silence that seems to amplify every small sound. My bare feet made no noise on the plush carpet as I made my way to the stairs. The second floor was even darker than the first, the moonlight casting strange shadows through the windows. I paused at the top of the stairs, listening intently. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it, the unmistakable sound of a floorboard creaking. My blood ran cold. There was someone else in the house. I stood frozen, my mind racing. Should I call the police? Try to find a weapon? Make a run for it? Before I could decide, I heard another noise, closer this time, like someone trying to move quietly and failing. Panic surged through me. I needed to hide, to find somewhere safe until I could figure out what to do. The master bedroom was just down the hall. It had a lock on the door and a phone I could use to call for help. I inched my way down the hallway, pressing myself against the wall. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the house sounded like approaching footsteps. I was about halfway to the bedroom when I saw it. A figure, silhouetted at the end of the hall. For a heartbeat, we both stood still, staring at each other. Then the figure moved, coming towards me with alarming speed. I didn't think. I just ran. I burst into the master bedroom, slamming the door behind me and fumbling with the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely manage it. But finally I heard the click of the bolt sliding into place. Backing away from the door, I grabbed the landline phone from the bedside table. But when I put it to my ear, my heart sank. The line was dead. A thud against the door made me jump. Whoever was out there, they were trying to get in. The door shuddered under the impact, the wood creaking ominously. It wouldn't hold for long. I looked around frantically for anything I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on a heavy crystal vase on the dresser. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I grabbed it, the weight reassuring in my hands. The pounding on the door grew more insistent. I could hear wood splintering, knew it was only a matter of moments before it gave way. I backed into the corner of the room, the vase raised and ready. With a final, thunderous crack, the door burst open. A man stumbled in, his face hidden by a ski mask. He was bigger than me, stronger, but I had surprise and desperation on my side. As he lunged towards me, I swung the vase with all my might. It connected with a sickening thud, and he went down hard. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then I heard voices from downstairs. He wasn't alone. I didn't wait to see if he'd get up. I ran, out of the bedroom and down the hall. I could hear shouts behind me. Knew they were coming. The stairs were out. They'd catch me for sure. That left only one option. I darted into one of the spare bedrooms, locking the door behind me. The window was my only chance. I threw it open, looking down at the drop below. It was high, too high to jump safely. But there was a ledge running along the side of the house, leading to the balcony of the next room over. Footsteps thundered down the hall. It was now or never. Taking a deep breath, I climbed out onto the ledge. The wind whipped at my clothes as I inched along, pressing myself as close to the wall as I could. Don't look down, I told myself. Just keep moving. I had almost reached the balcony when I heard the window behind me open. One of the intruders had figured out where I'd gone. I forced myself to move faster, my fingers scrabbling for purchase on the smooth exterior of the house. Just as I felt a hand grasp at my ankle, I made a desperate lunge for the balcony railing. For one heart-stopping moment, I thought I'd miscalculated. Then my hands closed around the cold metal, and I pulled myself over. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I raced through the room and out into the hall, taking the stairs two at a time. I could hear them behind me, closing in fast. The front door was so close. If I could just reach it, I'd be out. I'd be safe. But as my hand closed around the doorknob, I felt strong arms wrap around me from behind. "Got you," a gruff voice said in my ear. I struggled, kicking and clawing, but it was no use. He was too strong. As he dragged me back into the house, I saw two other men coming down the stairs. One of them was holding his head where I'd hit him with the vase. "What should we do with her?" the one holding me asked. The man I'd hit stepped forward, pulling off his mask. To my shock, I recognized him. It was Mr. Stevenson, the owner of the house. "Hello, Emily," he said, his voice cold. "I think it's time we had a chat about what you've seen." My mind reeled. What was going on? Why was Mr. Stevenson breaking into his own house? And what had I seen that was so important? As they led me into the living room, I noticed things I hadn't before. A safe hidden behind a painting, now standing open and empty. Stacks of documents on the coffee table. A laptop, its screen glowing with what looked like bank records. "You weren't supposed to be here," Mr. Stevenson said, pacing in front of me. "Sarah assured us the house would be empty." The betrayal hit me like a physical blow. Sarah had set me up. But why? "I don't understand," I said, my voice shaking. "What is all this?" Mr. Stevenson sighed. "It's complicated, Emily. Let's just say that my business dealings aren't always strictly legal. And now, thanks to your unexpected presence, we have a problem." The implication was clear. I knew too much. As I looked at the hard faces of the men around me, I realized with a sinking feeling that they had no intention of letting me leave. But I wasn't going down without a fight. As Mr. Stevenson turned to speak to one of his men, I made my move. I drove my elbow back into the stomach of the man holding me, feeling a rush of satisfaction as he grunted in pain and loosened his grip. I bolted for the door, my fingers fumbling with the lock. Behind me, I could hear shouts and the sound of pursuit, but adrenaline and fear lent me speed I didn't know I possessed. I burst out into the night, the cool air hitting my face like a slap. I ran down the long driveway, my bare feet slapping against the pavement. I didn't stop when I reached the road, didn't look back to see if they were following. I just ran. It wasn't until I reached a gas station several miles away that I finally allowed myself to stop. My lungs were burning, my feet bloody and bruised, but I was alive. I was safe. As I used the payphone to call the police, my mind was still reeling from the night's events. I had gone into that house expecting a quiet week of relaxation. Instead, I had uncovered a criminal conspiracy and barely escaped with my life. I learned a lot of lessons that night, about trust, about appearances, about how quickly life can turn upside down, but most of all, I learned that sometimes The most dangerous secrets are hiding in plain sight, right in the houses of the people we think we know. As the sound of approaching sirens filled the air, I made a silent vow. No more house sitting, no more blind trust, and definitely no more midnight explorations. Sometimes, it's better to leave the shadows unexplored. Hello everyone, I am the storyteller and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The basement door swung open with a creak that echoed through the empty house. I stood at the top of the stairs, my hand frozen on the light switch, staring into the darkness below. I'd been in this house 100 times, but I'd never ventured into the basement. Now, as I house sat for my friend Emily, I found myself drawn to that forbidding space beneath my feet. I flicked on the light, and a dim bulb flickered to life, casting long shadows across the concrete floor. Taking a deep breath, I descended the creaking wooden steps, each one groaning under my weight, as if warning me to turn back. The air grew colder as I reached the bottom, and the musty smell of damp earth and old cardboard boxes filled my nostrils. I scanned the cluttered space, taking in the stacks of dusty storage containers, old furniture draped in sheets, and cobweb-covered shelves lining the walls. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, something caught my attention. In the far corner of the basement, partially hidden behind a tall bookshelf, was a section of wall that looked different. The paint was fresher, newer than the rest of the dingy basement walls. Curiosity piqued. I made my way over, pushing aside boxes and ducking under low-hanging pipes. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't just a section of newer wall. It was a door. A small wooden door, no more than 4 feet tall, was set into the wall, its edges almost imperceptible against the fresh paint. My heart began to race as I ran my fingers along the outline of the door. Why would Emily have a hidden door in her basement? And why had she never mentioned it? There was no handle, just a small, tarnished latch. My hand trembled as I reached for it, a voice in the back of my mind screaming at me to leave it alone, to go back upstairs and forget I'd ever seen it. But I couldn't resist. With a deep breath, I flipped the latch and pulled. The door swung open with surprising ease, revealing a dark, narrow passage beyond. The smell that wafted out was even mustier than the basement, tinged with something else I couldn't quite place. Something wrong. I fumbled for my phone, turning on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating rough stone walls that seemed to absorb the light. The passage stretched ahead, curving slightly to the left and disappearing into blackness. Every instinct told me to close the door and run, but my feet seemed to move of their own accord. I ducked through the low entrance, my back scraping against the top of the doorframe. The air inside was thick and stale, as if it hadn't been disturbed in years. I moved slowly down the passage, my phone's light casting eerie shadows on the walls. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, each drop echoing ominously. The curve of the passage was gradual, and I realized I was moving in a spiral, descending deeper beneath the house. After what felt like an eternity, the passage opened up into a small, circular room. My light swept across the space, and I gasped, nearly dropping my phone. The walls were covered in photographs, hundreds, maybe thousands of them, overlapping and crowding every inch of available space. But these weren't family photos or vacation snapshots. These were surveillance photos, grainy, long-distance shots of people going about their daily lives, unaware they were being watched. I stepped closer, my hand shaking as I examined the nearest picture. It showed a woman walking her dog, her face captured in profile. The next was a man getting into his car, keys in hand. Another showed a child playing in a backyard. With growing horror, I realized I recognized some of the people. There was the barista from the coffee shop down the street. The old man who always sat in the park feeding pigeons. The jogger I saw every morning on my way to work. In the center of the room stood a small table. On it lay a leather-bound journal, its pages yellow with age. Next to it was a stack of photographs, more recent than those on the walls. With trembling fingers, I picked up the top photo. It was me, walking into Emily's house yesterday, suitcase in hand. The sound of my own panicked breathing filled the room as I flipped through the stack. They were all of me, taken over the past few months. Me at work, at the grocery store, meeting friends for dinner. Every aspect of my life had been documented by an unseen watcher. I dropped the photos, my mind reeling. What was this place? Why did Emily have a secret room filled with surveillance photos? And why was I the latest subject? A new sound cut through the silence, a soft scraping noise coming from the passage behind me. I whirled around, my light bouncing wildly off the stone walls. There was nothing there, but the noise continued, growing louder. It sounded like footsteps, slow and deliberate, coming down the passage. Panic seized me. I had to get out. I lunged for the exit, but in my haste, I knocked over the table. The journal fell open, and a slip of paper fluttered to the ground. Despite my terror, I couldn't help but look. It was a note, written in Emily's familiar handwriting. The watcher must always have a watched. I'm sorry, but it's your turn now. The footsteps were getting closer. I could hear heavy breathing now, echoing off the stone walls. I ran, ducking into the passage and scrambling back the way I'd come. The beam of my flashlight bounced wildly, casting disorienting shadows as I fled. I could feel the presence behind me, getting closer with each passing second. The air grew thicker, making it hard to breathe. The curve of the passage seemed tighter now, the ceiling lower, as if the very walls were trying to trap me. Just when I thought my lungs would burst, I saw the outline of the small door ahead. I threw myself at it, tumbling through the opening and landing hard on the basement floor. Without looking back, I slammed the door shut and fumbled with the latch, my fingers slipping in my panic. As the latch clicked into place, a heavy thud came from the other side, as if something had thrown itself against the door. I scrambled backward, my eyes fixed on the small wooden barrier that now seemed terrifyingly inadequate. The basement felt different now. The shadows seemed deeper, the silence more oppressive. I got to my feet, never taking my eyes off the hidden door, and began backing toward the stairs. Something moved in my peripheral vision. A shadow, darker than the rest, detached itself from the wall and glided across the room. I spun, trying to track its movement, but it was gone as quickly as it had appeared. Another shadow flitted by on my other side, and another. The basement was coming alive with moving darkness, each shadow seeming to reach out for me as it passed. I turned and ran, taking the stairs two at a time. I burst through the basement door, slamming it behind me and leaning against it, gasping for breath. The house was silent, but it no longer felt empty. There was a weight to the air, a presence that pressed in from all sides. My phone buzzed in my pocket, making me jump. With shaking hands, I pulled it out. It was a text from an unknown number. "Welcome to the watched. Don't bother running. We see everything." As if on cue, I heard a click and a whir. Slowly, I turned toward the sound. There, in the corner of the living room ceiling, a security camera I'd never noticed before turned to point directly at me. Its red light blinked steadily, like a malevolent eye. I ran to the front door, yanking it open and bursting out into the night. The street was deserted, the houses dark and silent. As I stood there, gasping and shivering, a streetlight flickered and went out, then another, and another. Darkness crept toward me like a living thing. In the distance, a figure stood beneath the last functioning streetlight. As I watched, paralyzed with fear, it raised a camera to its eye and snapped a picture. The flash momentarily illuminated the face behind the camera. It was Emily. The light went out, plunging the street into total darkness. I couldn't see, couldn't think. All I knew was that I had to run, had to get away. But as I stumbled blindly down the sidewalk, a chilling realization settled over me. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. The watchers were everywhere, and I was now one of the watched. In the darkness, cameras clicked and whirred, documenting every step of my futile escape. And somewhere, in a hidden room beneath an ordinary house, a new name was being added to an ancient journal. Mine. The headlights of my car cut through the inky darkness, illuminating a road sign I'd never seen before. "Welcome to Mill Haven," it read, the paint peeling and faded. I squinted at my GPS, but the screen had gone dark, lost and low on gas. I had no choice but to hope this town had a place to fill up and maybe grab a coffee. Little did I know, I was about to drive into a nightmare from which there might be no escape. The clock on my dashboard read 11:43 p.m. as I rolled into what I assumed was the main street of Millhaven. The road was empty, lined with buildings that looked like they hadn't been updated since the 1950s. Flickering streetlights cast an eerie glow over the deserted sidewalks. I spotted a gas station up ahead, its faded sign a beacon of hope in this ghost town. As I pulled up to the pump, I noticed a figure in the window of the small attached convenience store. An old man stared out at me, his face expressionless. I waved, trying to be friendly, but he didn't move. The pump clicked as I filled my tank, the sound echoing in the unsettling quiet. No crickets chirped, no distant dogs barked. It was as if the whole town was holding its breath. Inside the store, a bell jingled as I pushed open the door. The old man was now behind the counter, still staring at me with that blank expression. "Evening," I said, forcing a smile. "Just the gas and a coffee, please." He didn't respond, didn't even blink, just kept staring. I cleared my throat, uncomfortable. Is the coffee machine working?" I gestured to the pot behind him. Slowly, so slowly it made my skin crawl. He turned and poured me a cup. When he handed it to me, his fingers brushed mine. They were ice cold. "That'll be $47.50, he said, his voice a dry whisper. I handed him my credit card, eager to get out of there. He swiped it and handed it back, along with a receipt. As I turned to leave, he spoke again. "You'll be staying in Millhaven tonight." I froze, my hand on the door. "Excuse me?" "No one leaves Millhaven after midnight," he said, as if reciting an ancient law. "There's a motel down the street. You'll stay there." I laughed nervously. "Thanks, but I really need to get back on the road." "Which way to the highway?" His stare intensified. "You'll stay in Millhaven tonight," he repeated. A chill ran down my spine. Without another word, I pushed open the door and hurried to my car. As I started the engine, I glanced back at the store. The old man was gone. I pulled out of the gas station, my hands tight on the wheel. The sooner I was out of this creepy town, the better. I drove down the main street looking for signs to the highway, but there were none. Every street I turned down seemed to loop back to the center of town. After 15 minutes of increasingly panicked driving, I found myself back at the gas station. The old man was outside now, watching me, and he wasn't alone. A small group of people had gathered, all staring at my car with the same blank expression. My heart pounding, I sped past them, determined to find a way out. But no matter which direction I drove, I always ended up back in the center of Millhaven. It was like being trapped in a maze where all paths led to the same dead end. The clock on my dashboard now read 12:01 a.m. I'd been driving in circles for nearly 20 minutes. As I passed the town square for what felt like the 100th time, I noticed more people had come out onto the streets. They lined the sidewalks, silent and still, all watching me. Panic rising in my throat, I pulled over and grabbed my phone. No signal. Of course. I tried the GPS again, but the screen remained stubbornly blank. I was trapped in a town that seemed to exist outside of time and technology, surrounded by people who looked at me like I was their next meal. A tap on my window made me jump. A woman stood there, her face as expressionless as all the others. She motioned for me to roll down the window. Against my better judgment, I did, but only a crack. "You need to check into the motel now," she said, her voice flat and emotionless. "It's not safe to be out after midnight." "What's going on here?" I demanded, my voice shaking despite my efforts to sound brave. "Why can't I leave?" She tilted her head, like my question confused her. "No one leaves Millhaven after midnight," she said, echoing the old man's words. "It's for your own safety. The motel is just down the street. Room 13 is ready for you." Before I could respond, she turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd of watchers. I sat there, my mind racing. This couldn't be real. Maybe I'd fallen asleep at the wheel and this was all some bizarre dream. But the chill in the air felt real enough, as did the growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. Seeing no other option, I started the car and drove to the motel. It was an old, run-down place, its neon sign flickering weakly in the night. The parking lot was full of cars, all covered in a thick layer of dust as if they hadn't moved in years. The man at the front desk didn't ask for my name or credit card. He simply handed me a key with the number 13 on it. "Enjoy your stay," he said, his voice as lifeless as his eyes. Room 13 was at the end of a long, dimly lit hallway. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it several times before the door finally swung open. The room was small and dated, with peeling wallpaper and a musty smell that made me wrinkle my nose. I closed the door behind me, making sure to lock it, then sank onto the bed. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of what was happening. I pulled out my phone again, desperately hoping for a signal, but the screen remained stubbornly empty. A noise outside made me jump. I crept to the window and peeked through the dusty curtains. People were gathering in the parking lot, dozens of them, all standing perfectly still and staring up at my room. In the dim light, their eyes seemed to glow with an unnatural intensity. I stumbled back from the window, my heart racing. This couldn't be happening. It had to be a dream, a hallucination, anything but reality. I pinched myself hard, hoping to wake up, but nothing changed. The room remained stubbornly real, and the soft murmur of voices outside grew louder. Desperate for answers, I tried the TV, but the screen showed only static. The phone on the bedside table was dead. Even the clock on the wall was frozen, its hands stuck at midnight. As the night wore on, I paced the small room, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. The voices outside grew louder, rising and falling like waves. Sometimes I thought I could make out words, but they were in a language I didn't understand. Around what I guessed was dawn, the voices suddenly stopped. The silence was almost worse than the noise. I peered out the window again. The parking lot was empty, no sign of the crowd that had gathered there during the night. Exhausted and confused, I decided to risk leaving the room. The hallway was deserted, the air thick with dust. At the front desk, a different man stood, his face as blank as all the others I'd seen. "Good morning," I said, my voice hoarse. I need to leave now." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Of course, everyone leaves Millhaven in the morning. But remember, if you're ever passing through again, be sure to arrive before midnight. It's not safe to be out after dark." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. I hurried out to my car, half expecting it to be gone or not start. But it was there, and the engine roared to life on the first try. As I drove out of town, I kept glancing in my rearview mirror, expecting to see the people of Millhaven following me. But the road behind me remained empty. My GPS suddenly sprang to life, showing me the way back to the highway. I drove for hours, putting as much distance between myself and Millhaven as possible. But even as the familiar landscape of the highway surrounded me, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally changed, that I had brushed against something dark and unknowable, and it had left its mark on me. As night fell, I found myself checking the clock obsessively, a new fear growing in my heart. What if it wasn't just Millhaven? What if every town became a trap after midnight? The headlights of my car cut through the darkness, and every flickering streetlight made me flinch. I knew one thing for certain. I would never again take a late-night detour without checking the name of the town I was entering. And if I ever saw a sign welcoming me to Millhaven again, I would turn around and drive as fast and as far as I could in the opposite direction. Because in Millhaven, the night belongs to them, and once you're caught there after midnight, you might never truly leave. The snap of a twig under my boot echoed through the silent forest, and I froze. This wasn't right. The well-worn trail I'd been following for hours had disappeared, replaced by dense underbrush and towering trees that seemed to watch my every move. As the realization sank in that I was hopelessly lost, a chill ran down my spine. Little did I know, getting lost was about to become the least of my worries. I'd set out early that morning, eager to tackle one of the most popular hiking trails in the state park. The weather was perfect, crisp autumn air, a light breeze, and the promise of stunning fall foliage. I'd done this hike a dozen times before, always sticking to the main path and returning before sunset. But today, something had drawn me off course. It started with a glimpse of vibrant red leaves just off the trail. I'd stepped closer for a better look, then spotted an interesting rock formation a little further on. Before I knew it, I'd wandered far from the marked path, lured deeper into the woods by one natural wonder after another. Now, as I stood in a small clearing I didn't recognize, panic began to set in. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, painting the forest in long shadows. I pulled out my phone, but as expected, there was no signal. The map I'd brought was useless without any landmarks to orient myself. Taking a deep breath, I tried to retrace my steps, but every tree looked the same, every path equally unfamiliar. As I pushed through a thick patch of bushes, my foot caught on something, and I stumbled. Reaching down to free my boot, my hand brushed against something smooth and cold. Metal. Curious. I pushed aside the leaves and moss. It was an old canteen, rusted and dented. Next to it lay a tattered backpack, half buried in the dirt. My heart rate quickened as I realized I'd stumbled upon someone's abandoned campsite. I looked around, taking in details I'd missed before. There was a collapsed tent, its fabric rotted and torn. Nearby, a circle of stones marked what must have been a fire pit. But something was off about the scene. It looked like whoever had been here left in a hurry. Personal items were scattered around. A book with swollen, illegible pages, a broken pair of glasses, even a wallet. With trembling hands, I picked up the wallet. The leather was cracked and weathered, but I could still make out a driver's license inside. The photo showed a young man with a friendly smile. The issue date was from 5 years ago. A rustling sound made me whirl around, dropping the wallet. The forest had gone eerily quiet. No birds chirping, no insects buzzing. Just an oppressive silence that seemed to press in from all sides. Then I heard it. A whisper, so faint I thought I'd imagined it, but it came again, clearer this time. "Help us," it seemed to say. The words carried on a breeze I couldn't feel. My skin prickled with goosebumps. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding too loud in the stillness. "Is someone there?" No response, just that unnatural silence. The light was fading fast now, the shadows growing longer and deeper. I knew I needed to find shelter for the night. As much as the abandoned campsite unsettled me, it was the best option I had. I set about gathering what usable supplies I could find. The tent was a lost cause, but I managed to salvage a tarp. I used it to create a makeshift shelter against a large tree, securing it with some paracord I found in the old backpack. As I worked, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Every few minutes, I'd pause, certain I'd heard footsteps or whispers, but each time I looked, there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. With my shelter set up, I turned my attention to making a fire. The old fire pit was still usable, and I found a lighter in the backpack that miraculously still worked. Soon, I had a small blaze going, its warm light pushing back the encroaching darkness. Sitting by the fire, I tried to calm my nerves. I was lost, yes, but I had shelter and fire. In the morning, I'd be able to find my way back to the trail. Everything would be fine. A twig snapped in the darkness beyond the fire's light. I jerked my head up, peering into the gloom. "Hello?" I called again, louder this time. "Is anyone out there?" The whisper came again, closer now. "Help us," it said, the words clearer than before. It wasn't just one voice, I realized with growing horror. It was many, layered over each other in a ghostly chorus. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding. "Who's there?" I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Show yourself." The shadows seemed to move, shifting and swirling just beyond the reach of my fire. I caught glimpses of shapes that might have been human, but they were there and gone too quickly to be sure. Then, at the edge of the clearing, a figure stepped into view. My breath caught in my throat. It was the young man from the driver's license, but something was terribly wrong. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his eyes were dark, empty pools. He opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. More figures emerged from the forest, each as pale and hollow-eyed as the first. I recognized some of them from items I'd found in the camp. The woman with the broken glasses, the older man whose book I'd found. They formed a circle around the clearing, their unseeing eyes fixed on me. I wanted to run, to scream, but I was frozen in place. The whispers grew louder, surrounding me. "Help us," they pleaded. "Or join us." The young man took a step forward, his hand outstretched. I could see through it like he was made of mist. "Stay," he mouthed, his eyes boring into mine. That broke the spell. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush without care for direction. Branches whipped at my face, roots tried to trip me, but I kept going. The whispers followed, growing more insistent, more angry. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like lead. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, I found myself in another small clearing. To my horror, I saw another abandoned campsite, eerily similar to the first. Spinning around, I realized I was surrounded by them. Dozens of campsites, all in various states of decay. Tents, backpacks, personal belongings scattered everywhere. And emerging from the trees around each site were more of the ghostly figures, their hollow eyes all turned towards me. The whispers rose to a fevered pitch. "Join us," they insisted. "Stay with us forever." I closed my eyes, willing it all to be a nightmare. When I opened them, the ghosts were closer, their misty hands reaching for me. In desperation, I reached for my phone again. To my shock, the screen lit up. One bar of signal. With shaking fingers, I dialed 911. As it rang, the ghosts drew closer, their whispers becoming screams. "No," they howled. "You must stay," a voice answered, blessedly human and alive. 911, what's your emergency?" "Help me," I cried. "I'm lost in the forest, and there's something out here. Please, you have to find me." As I tried to explain where I was, the ghosts pressed in, their cold, misty forms passing through me. Each touch felt like ice in my veins, draining my energy, my will to resist. The 911 operator was saying something, but I couldn't make out the words. The phone slipped from my numb fingers as the ghosts surrounded me. Their whispers filled my head, drowning out all other thoughts. "Join us," they insisted. "Be part of our forest forever." I felt myself slipping away, my vision darkening at the edges. The last thing I saw was the young man's face, his empty eyes suddenly filled with a terrible hunger. A bright light cut through the darkness, momentarily blinding me. Voices, human voices, called out, "Over here, we found someone." The ghosts shrieked, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. I felt hands on me, warm and solid, pulling me to my feet. "It's okay," A gruff voice said, "We've got you. You're safe now." As my vision cleared, I saw I was surrounded by park rangers. Behind them, the forest looked normal. No abandoned campsites, no ghostly figures, just trees and early morning mist. They led me out of the forest, explaining that my 911 call had led them to me. As we walked, I tried to tell them what I'd seen, but the words wouldn't come. It all seemed so impossible in the light of day. But as we reached the ranger station, I glanced back at the forest. For just a moment, I thought I saw the young man standing at the tree line, his pale hand raised in farewell. Then he was gone, leaving me to wonder if any of it had been real. One thing was certain. I would never stray from the marked trail again. Some parts of the forest, I now knew, were not meant for the living, and those who wandered into them might never truly find their way out. The first text message arrived on a Tuesday. "Nice outfit. That blue really brings out your eyes." I stared at my phone, a chill running down my spine. I was wearing blue, but I didn't recognize the number. How did they know? As I would soon discover, this seemingly innocuous message was just the beginning of a nightmare that would consume my every waking moment. I'm a pretty average college student, Sarah Thompson, 21 years old, studying psychology at the local university. Nothing special, nothing that should make me a target. But apparently, someone thought otherwise. At first, I brushed off the message as a prank. Maybe one of my friends got a new number and was messing with me. I texted back a quick, "Who is this?" but got no response. I tried to put it out of my mind as I headed to my first class of the day. It wasn't until I was sitting in the campus coffee shop later that afternoon that I got the second message. "The latte looks good. You should try it with an extra shot next time." My blood ran cold. I was indeed holding a latte, and I had just been thinking about whether I should have asked for an extra shot. I looked around the busy shop, searching for any familiar faces, anyone who might be watching me. But all I saw were students buried in their laptops or chatting with friends. With shaking hands, I gathered my things and left, suddenly feeling exposed in the crowded space. As I walked back to my apartment, my phone buzzed again. "Don't forget to pick up your dry cleaning. The blue dress would look great for your presentation tomorrow." I stopped, dead in my tracks. I did have a presentation tomorrow, and I had been planning to wear my blue dress, but I hadn't told anyone about it, not even my roommate. How could this person possibly know? By the time I reached my apartment, I was in a full-blown panic. I called the police, but they were less than helpful. Without any explicit threats, they said there wasn't much they could do. They advised me to block the number and report any further incidents. I did block the number, but it didn't help. The messages kept coming, each from a different number. They knew everything: what I ate for breakfast, which route I took to class, even what song I was listening to on my headphones. "The toast was a little burnt this morning, wasn't it? You should be more careful. Taking the scenic route today? Smart choice. The flowers by the library are lovely. Dreams by Fleetwood Mac. Classic choice. It suits your mood today." Each message sent a fresh wave of fear through me. I felt like I was losing my mind. How could someone know so much about my daily life? I started changing up my routines, taking different paths to class, varying where I ate lunch. But it didn't matter. They always knew. I became paranoid, constantly looking over my shoulder, scrutinizing every person I passed. Was it the guy always typing on his laptop in the coffee shop? The girl who lived across the hall? The friendly cashier at the campus bookstore? Everyone became a suspect. My friends noticed the change in me. I became withdrawn, jumpy. I stopped going out, preferring to stay in my apartment where I felt marginally safer. But even there, the messages found me. The new curtains look nice. They really brighten up the room. You should really clean out your fridge. That milk is about to expire. I hadn't even noticed I was running low on milk. It was like this person was living my life alongside me. seeing everything I saw, knowing everything I knew. One night, about 2 weeks after the messages started, I woke up to my phone buzzing. The clock read 3:17 a.m. With trembling fingers, I opened the message. "You look so peaceful when you sleep." I bolted upright, my heart pounding. They were in my room. They had to be. I switched on the light, frantically searching every corner, looking under the bed, in the closet. But there was no one there. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, or the next, or the one after that. Dark circles formed under my eyes. I stopped going to classes. My grades began to slip, but I couldn't bring myself to care. All my energy was focused on trying to figure out who was doing this to me and how. I became obsessed with technology. I scoured my apartment for hidden cameras, checked my phone and laptop for spyware, even bought a signal detector to search for bugs. But I found nothing. The messages kept coming, growing more frequent and more personal. "You really should call your mom back. She's worried about you. That paper you're writing, the conclusion needs work. You're smarter than that. I know you're scared, Sarah, but I'm not here to hurt you. I just want to be close to you." That last one broke me. I couldn't take it anymore. I packed a bag and fled to my parents' house, 2 hours away. I told them everything, showing them the messages. They were horrified, insisting I stay with them while they hired a private investigator. For a blissful 24 hours, the messages stopped. I started to hope that maybe, just maybe, it was over. But then, as I was sitting in my childhood bedroom, my phone buzzed. "Your old room hasn't changed much, has it? The teddy bear on the shelf is a nice touch. Does he still help you sleep at night?" I screamed, dropping the phone like it had burned me. My parents came running. Through tears, I showed them the message. That's when we noticed something strange. The number wasn't masked this time. It was my own phone number. The private investigator arrived the next day. He examined my phone, ran traces on the numbers, interviewed my friends and acquaintances. After a week of investigation, he came to a chilling conclusion. "There's no evidence of hacking or stalking," he said, his face grave. "As far as I can tell, these messages are coming from your phone, sent by you." I stared at him in disbelief. "That's impossible," I insisted. "I'm not sending these messages to myself." But the evidence was irrefutable. The timestamps of the messages aligned perfectly with times when my phone was active. There were no unauthorized access attempts, no malware, nothing to indicate an outside intrusion. "Have you considered," the investigator said gently, "that you might be experiencing some kind of dissociative episode? Perhaps as a result of stress?" I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They thought I was doing this to myself, that I was crazy. But as the days wore on, and more experts were consulted, the possibility began to sink in. Could I really be the one behind all this? Was my mind fracturing under the pressure of college life, creating some kind of alternate personality that was tormenting me? I agreed to see a psychiatrist. We spent hours talking through my life, my stresses, my fears. She suggested that perhaps this stalker was a manifestation of my own anxieties, a part of myself that felt overlooked and wanted attention. It made a sick kind of sense. The stalker knew things only I could know, because it was me. The messages always seemed to voice my deepest insecurities, my hidden thoughts. Was this really just an extreme form of talking to myself? The psychiatrist started me on medication and intensive therapy. Slowly, the messages began to decrease. I started to feel more like myself again. I returned to school, caught up on my missed work, reconnected with my friends. But late at night, when I'm alone in my room, I still feel watched. I still check my phone compulsively, half expecting to see another message pop up. Because deep down, I'm not sure I believe the psychiatrist's explanation. What if it wasn't all in my head? What if there really is someone out there? Someone who found a way to make it look like I was messaging myself? Someone who's just waiting for the right moment to start again? I keep my curtains closed now. I've deleted all my social media accounts. I've even considered getting rid of my phone altogether. but I know that won't stop them. If they're real, they'll find another way to reach me. And if they're not real, if it really is just a part of my own fractured psyche, then there's nowhere I can hide. Because how do you escape from yourself? So I live each day on edge, never fully relaxed, never completely at ease. Because whether it's an external stalker or my own mind turning against me, I know one thing for certain. I'm not safe, and I may never be safe again. The messages have stopped, for now, but my phone sits on my bedside table, silent and ominous. And every night, as I try to fall asleep, I can't help but wonder, when will the next one come, and what will it say? The first thing I noticed when I walked into my apartment that night was the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of an empty home, but a heavy, oppressive stillness that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something was wrong. I couldn't put my finger on it, but as I stood in the darkened living room, I knew that whatever had happened here while I was gone had changed everything. I'm not usually the paranoid type. As a software engineer, I spend most of my days lost in lines of code, not worrying about bumps in the night. But the events of that evening would shake me to my core and make me question everything I thought I knew about my quiet life. It had been a long day at the office, one of those frustrating slogs where nothing seems to go right. By the time I left work, it was well past 9 p.m., and all I wanted was to collapse on my couch with a beer and mindless TV. I remember thinking how nice it would be to see my neighbor, Emily, who often popped over for a chat in the evenings. She lived in the apartment next door and had become a good friend over the past few months. As I fumbled with my keys, I noticed Emily's door was slightly ajar. That was odd. Emily was meticulous about security, always double-checking her locks. I hesitated, wondering if I should check on her, but decided against it. Maybe she had just stepped out for a minute and would be right back. I pushed open my own door and stepped inside, flicking on the lights. Everything looked normal at first glance. My cluttered coffee table, the stack of unwashed dishes in the sink, my laptop still open on the desk where I'd left it that morning. But something felt off. I shrugged off my jacket and headed to the kitchen for that much-needed beer. As I passed Emily's shared wall, I heard it. A soft thud, followed by what sounded like furniture scraping across the floor. My hand froze on the fridge handle. "Emily," I called out, even though I knew she couldn't hear me through the wall. "Everything okay over there?" Silence. I pressed my ear against the wall, straining to hear more. For a long moment, there was nothing. Then, suddenly, a crash. It sounded like something heavy had fallen or been thrown. My heart began to race. Should I call the police? What if Emily was hurt? Or what if it was nothing? And I ended up embarrassing myself. Before I could decide, I heard it. A scream. Muffled, but unmistakable. Emily's voice, filled with terror. I didn't think twice. I bolted out of my apartment and to Emily's door. It was still cracked open. I pushed it wider, calling out her name as I entered. The apartment was dark, but I could make out overturned furniture and scattered belongings. It looked like a struggle had taken place. "Emily," I called again, my voice shaking. "Are you here? Are you okay?" No response. I fumbled for my phone, ready to dial 911 when a floorboard creaked behind me. I whirled around, my heart in my throat. Nothing, just shadows and silence. With trembling fingers, I turned on my phone's flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing more signs of a disturbance, a broken vase, a chair lying on its side. And there, on the floor near the bedroom, a dark stain that looked horribly like blood. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to run. Emily could be hurt. She could need help. I had to find her. Slowly, I made my way towards the bedroom, my phone held out in front of me like a shield. The door was closed. I reached for the handle, then hesitated. What if someone was in there? What if they were waiting for me? I took a deep breath and turned the knob. The bedroom was empty. The bed was unmade. clothes strewn about, but no sign of Emily. I was about to turn back when I noticed the window was open, the curtains billowing in the night breeze. I rushed over, leaning out to look. We were on the third floor, much too high for someone to have climbed out. But as I peered into the darkness, I saw something that made my blood run cold. There, on the fire escape, was a single red shoe, Emily's shoe. I stumbled back from the window, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Things like this didn't happen in real life. Not in our quiet apartment building where the most exciting event was usually Mrs. Goldstein's overflowing bathtub leaking into the apartment below. I needed to call the police. This was way over my head. But as I raised my phone to dial, I heard another sound. This time it was coming from my own apartment. Thud, scrape, thud, scrape. The same noises I'd heard earlier, but now they were coming from my home. My breath caught in my throat. Had someone been in my apartment this whole time? Were they going through my things, waiting for me to return? I crept back to my door, which I'd left open in my rush to check on Emily. The sounds had stopped, but now I could hear something else. Breathing. Heavy, ragged breathing, like someone trying to catch their breath after a struggle. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to get as far away from here as possible. But I couldn't leave, not without knowing what had happened to Emily. Gathering every ounce of courage I had, I stepped back into my apartment. The living room was as I'd left it, but the breathing was louder now. It was coming from my bedroom. I inched forward, my phone held out in front of me, its light barely penetrating the darkness ahead. As I approached my bedroom door, I noticed something on the floor, a trail of dark droplets leading from the front door to my room. My stomach churned as I realized it was blood. The breathing stopped abruptly. Whoever was in there knew I was here. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice barely above a whisper. "I've called the police. They're on their way." It was a lie, but I hoped it might scare off whoever was in there. No response. Just silence. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob. It felt ice cold under my fingers. I took a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever I might find on the other side. I pushed the door open. The beam of my phone's flashlight swept across the room, revealing rumpled bedsheets, clothes scattered on the floor, and there, huddled in the corner, a figure. "Emily," I gasped. She looked up at me, her face pale and streaked with tears. Her clothes were torn, and she was cradling her arm, which was bent at an unnatural angle. "Tom," she whimpered. "He found me. Oh God, he found me." I rushed to her side, kneeling down beside her. "Who found you?" "Emily. What happened?" She shook her head, her eyes wide with fear. "My ex, he broke into my apartment. I managed to get away, climbed across the fire escape. I didn't know where else to go." I pulled out my phone, ready to call for help, but Emily grabbed my wrist. No police. He'll kill me if he finds out I told anyone." "But Emily, you're hurt. We need to get you to a hospital." She shook her head vehemently. "You don't understand. He's a cop. He'll find me. Please, you have to help me hide." My mind was reeling. This was so much bigger than I'd imagined. I was way out of my depth, but I couldn't abandon Emily. Not now. "Okay," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Okay, we'll figure this out. But first, we need to get you cleaned up." I helped Emily to her feet and led her to the bathroom. As I was wetting a washcloth to clean her cuts, I heard it. A knock at the front door. Emily froze, her eyes wide with terror. "It's him," she whispered. "He's found me." The knock came again, louder this time. Then a voice. "Police, open up." I looked at Emily, saw the panic in her eyes. If her ex really was a cop, and he really had found her here. In that moment, I made a decision that would change both our lives forever. I turned off the bathroom light and put a finger to my lips, signaling Emily to be quiet. Then I crept towards the front door. The knocking had turned to pounding now. "Open up. We know you're in there." I took a deep breath, unlocked the door, and opened it just a crack. Two uniformed officers stood in the hallway, their faces grim. "Can I help you, officers?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're investigating a disturbance reported in this building," one of them said. "Mind if we come in and take a look around?" I hesitated, my mind racing. If I let them in, they might find Emily. But if I refused, they'd know something was up. "Do you have a warrant?" I asked, buying time. The officers exchanged a look. "No, but then I'm afraid I can't let you in," I said, surprised by how firm my voice sounded. "If you get a warrant, come back. Until then, good night." I closed the door before they could respond, my heart pounding. I knew this wasn't over, not by a long shot. But for now, Emily was safe. As I turned back towards the bathroom, I caught a glimpse of myself in the hallway mirror. The person staring back at me looked different, older, harder. In the space of a few hours, my quiet, predictable life had been turned upside down. I didn't know what would happen next. I didn't know if I was doing the right thing. But I did know one thing for certain. Nothing would ever be the same again. The first tap was so faint I almost missed it. A gentle click against the bedroom window, barely audible over the howling wind outside. I dismissed it as a branch or maybe some sleet, but then it came again. Tap, tap, deliberate, rhythmic, as if someone, or something, was trying to get my attention. That was the moment I realized this wouldn't be the peaceful winter getaway I had planned. I had rented this remote cabin for a week, desperate for some solitude after a grueling year at work. No internet, no cell service, just me, my books, and the vast snow-covered wilderness of northern Michigan. The rental agent had warned me about the isolation, especially in winter, but I had waved off her concerns. Isolation was exactly what I wanted. The cabin itself was cozy enough, a small, rustic structure with a stone fireplace, creaky wooden floors, and windows that looked out onto endless white. I had arrived that afternoon, just as the sun was setting and the first flakes of what promised to be a significant snowstorm were beginning to fall. I had spent the evening getting settled, building a fire, and losing myself in a good book. The storm picked up outside, wind rattling the windows and snow piling up on the sills. It was exactly the atmosphere I had hoped for, until that first tap. I set my book down, straining my ears. For a long moment, there was nothing but the crackle of the fire and the moan of the wind. Then, just as I was about to pick up my book again, tap, tap, tap. This time, there was no mistaking it. The sound was coming from the bedroom window. My heart rate quickened as I stood up, debating whether to investigate. Part of me wanted to ignore it, to crawl under the covers and pretend I hadn't heard anything. But curiosity, or maybe foolishness, got the better of me. I crept towards the bedroom, acutely aware of every creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. The tapping had stopped, but as I approached the window, I could swear I saw movement in the swirling snow outside. Gathering my courage, I pulled back the curtain. Nothing. Just darkness and wind-driven snow. I pressed my face close to the glass, squinting to see through the storm. For a split second, I thought I saw a shadow move across the yard, but when I blinked, it was gone. Shaking my head, I let the curtain fall back into place. I was letting my imagination run wild. It was probably just some ice or a tree branch. Nothing to worry about. I returned to the living room, determined to forget about the incident and enjoy my evening. But as I settled back into my armchair, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. The tapping didn't return that night, but I slept fitfully, jerking awake at every gust of wind or creak of the old cabin. When morning finally came, I was exhausted but relieved. In the light of day, my fears seemed silly and overblown. I made myself a strong cup of coffee and decided to survey the damage from last night's storm. Opening the front door, I was met with a wall of white. Snow had drifted up against the cabin, nearly reaching the windowsills. It was still coming down heavily, the world beyond the porch a blur of white. As I sipped my coffee, marveling at the transformed landscape, something caught my eye. There, in the snow just beyond the porch steps, was a set of footprints. My mug nearly slipped from my grasp as I stared at them, my mind refusing to process what I was seeing. The prints led from the tree line straight to the cabin, circling it completely before disappearing back into the woods. They passed directly beneath the bedroom window where I'd heard the tapping. My hands shaking, I set down my mug and stepped out onto the porch for a closer look. The prints were partially filled in with fresh snow, but I could still make out their shape. They were too large to be an animal's, unless bears had suddenly started walking on two legs. No, these were unmistakably human footprints. A chill that had nothing to do with the cold ran through me. Someone had been here last night, walking around the cabin while I slept. The tapping hadn't been my imagination after all. I retreated back inside, double-checking that all the doors and windows were locked. My mind raced with possibilities. A lost hiker seeking shelter. But why not knock on the door? A thief casing the place. But what was there to steal in this remote cabin? As the day wore on, I tried to distract myself with books and puzzles, but my eyes kept drifting to the windows, searching the white expanse for any sign of movement. The storm showed no signs of letting up, and I knew I was trapped here, at least for another day or two. Night fell early, the darkness seeming to press in on the cabin from all sides. I built up the fire and turned on every light, trying to create an illusion of safety. But as the wind howled outside, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I was just considering turning in for the night when I heard it again. Tap, tap, tap. This time it was coming from the living room window. My breath caught in my throat as I turned slowly towards the sound. Through a gap in the curtains, I could see a dark shape pressed against the glass. A face, distorted by frost and shadow, its features indistinct but unmistakably human. Our eyes met for a fraction of a second before the figure darted away, disappearing into the storm. I stumbled back, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. This was no trick of the light or figment of my imagination. Someone was out there, watching me, trying to get in. With trembling hands, I grabbed my phone, cursing when I remembered there was no service. The landline was just as useless, nothing but static when I picked up the receiver. I was completely cut off. The tapping started again, this time at the kitchen window, then the bathroom, then the bedroom. It was as if my unseen visitor was testing every possible entry point, looking for a way in. I grabbed the fireplace poker, clutching it like a weapon as I moved from room to room, checking locks and drawing curtains. The tapping followed me, always staying just out of sight. Sometimes it would stop for a few minutes, lulling me into a false sense of security before starting up again with renewed vigor. As the night wore on, the tapping turned to scratching, then to pounding. The whole cabin seemed to shake with the force of it. I huddled in the center of the living room, poker raised, my eyes darting from window to window. "What do you want?" I finally screamed, my voice hoarse with fear and frustration. The pounding stopped abruptly. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, so quietly, I almost missed it. A voice spoke. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, seeping through the walls like cold mist. "Let me in," it whispered. "It's so cold out here. Let me in." The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It was simply wrong. Every instinct I had screamed at me not to listen, not to give in. "Go away," I shouted, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Leave me alone." A low chuckle echoed through the cabin, sending shivers down my spine. "Oh, but I can't do that," the voice said. "You see, I've been alone for so long, and now you're here. We can keep each other company. Forever." The pounding resumed, louder than ever. I could hear wood splintering, glass cracking. Whatever was out there, it was going to get in, and soon. In desperation, I ran to the bedroom, slamming and locking the door behind me. I pushed the heavy oak dresser in front of it, then retreated to the far corner of the room, poker still clutched in my sweating hands. The voice continued to call to me, sometimes pleading, sometimes threatening. The pounding grew so intense I was sure the whole cabin would come down around me. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. Silence fell, broken only by my ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. I waited, every muscle tense, for what felt like hours. But nothing happened. No more tapping, no more voice, no more pounding. As the first rays of dawn began to filter through the window, I finally allowed myself to relax, just a little. Whatever had been out there, maybe it had given up. Maybe I was safe. With the morning light came a renewed sense of determination. I had to get out of here, storm or no storm. I'd walk if I had to. Cautiously, I moved the dresser and opened the bedroom door. The cabin was a mess, furniture overturned, curtains torn, but no sign of forced entry. It was as if the horrors of the night had been nothing but a vivid nightmare. I packed my bags quickly, not bothering to clean up. I just wanted to be gone. As I opened the front door, ready to brave the snow, I stopped short. There, on the porch, was a single red mitten. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice. It hadn't been there yesterday, which meant... Slowly, I raised my eyes to the tree line. And there, just visible through the gently falling snow, was a figure. It raised a hand, waving slowly, almost mockingly. I slammed the door shut, locking it with trembling hands. As I sank to the floor, back pressed against the solid wood, a familiar sound reached my ears. Tap, tap, tap. It wasn't over. It was never going to be over. And as the tapping grew louder, more insistent, I realized with dawning horror that I might never leave this cabin again. The neon sign of the motel flickered in the rain, casting an eerie red glow across the empty parking lot. I'd been driving for hours, my eyes heavy with exhaustion, when I spotted it, a beacon of hope in the middle of nowhere. Little did I know, pulling into that run-down motel would be the beginning of the most terrifying night of my life. I'd been on the road for what felt like days, making my way across the country for a new job opportunity. The monotony of highway driving had lulled me into a trance-like state, and I'd missed my intended stop for the night. Now, well past midnight, I found myself in a part of the country I didn't recognize, with no other options in sight. The Sleepy Pine Motel looked like it had seen better days. The paint was peeling, the windows were grimy, and half the letters on the vacancy sign were burnt out. But at this point, I was too tired to care. I just needed a place to crash for a few hours before hitting the road again. I pulled into the nearly empty parking lot, noticing only two other cars, an old pickup truck and a sedan that had definitely seen better days. As I cut the engine, the silence of the night enveloped me. No highway noise, no distant city sounds, just the patter of rain on my windshield and the buzzing of the neon sign. The office was dimly lit, a single bulb casting shadows across the cluttered desk. An old man sat behind it, his rheumy eyes fixed on a small TV playing static. He didn't look up as I entered, the bell above the door announcing my presence. Hello? I said, approaching the desk. I'd like a room for the night, please. The old man's eyes slowly shifted from the TV to me. He didn't speak, just stared at me with an unsettling intensity. After what felt like an eternity, he reached behind him and grabbed a key off the wall. Room 7, he croaked, his voice rough as sandpaper. End of the row, $40 cash. I handed over 2 20s, trying not to show how unnerved I was. As he took the money, his fingers brushed against mine. They were ice cold. Checkout's at 10, he said, his eyes already drifting back to the static-filled TV. Don't be late. I mumbled a thank you and hurried out, key clutched tightly in my hand. The rain had picked up, and I jogged to my car to grab my overnight bag. As I did, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced back at the office, but the old man's eyes were still fixed on the TV. Room 7 was at the far end of the motel, separated from the other rooms by an empty space where it looked like another unit had once stood. The key stuck in the lock, and I had to jiggle it several times before the door finally swung open with a creak that set my teeth on edge. The room was about what I expected: cheap furnishings, faded wallpaper, and a musty smell that spoke of years of neglect. But it was dry, and the bed looked clean enough. I set my bag down and did a quick check of the bathroom. The tiles were cracked, and the mirror was spotted with age, but the water ran clear when I turned on the faucet. Exhaustion hit me like a wave, and I decided a quick shower could wait until morning. I changed into my sleep clothes and crawled into bed, the springs creaking under my weight. Despite my fatigue, sleep didn't come easily. The unfamiliar surroundings kept me on edge, and every little noise made me start. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a loud thud. For a moment, I was disoriented, forgetting where I was. Then it all came flooding back: the long drive, the creepy motel, the unsettling old man. I lay still, listening intently. At first, there was nothing but the sound of rain against the window. Then I heard it, a muffled voice coming from the room next door. I couldn't make out the words, but the tone was angry, aggressive. Another thud, louder this time, followed by what sounded like breaking glass. My heart began to race. Was someone having a fight? Should I call for help? I reached for my phone on the nightstand, only to remember there had been no signal since I'd pulled off the highway. I considered going to the office, but the thought of facing that eerie old man again made me hesitate. The voices next door grew louder. I could hear a man shouting now, his words still indistinct but his rage clear. Then, a sound that made my blood run cold. A woman's scream, quickly muffled. I was out of bed in an instant, fumbling for my clothes. I had to do something. I couldn't just lie here while someone was in trouble. As I pulled on my jeans, I heard heavy footsteps outside my door. They paused for a moment, then continued past, heading towards the parking lot. Heart pounding, I crept to the window and peered out through a gap in the curtains. A man was walking briskly to the old pickup truck I'd noticed earlier. Even in the dim light, I could see dark stains on his shirt. He got in the truck and peeled out of the parking lot, tires squealing on the wet asphalt. As soon as the truck was out of sight, I grabbed the room key and rushed outside. The rain had slowed to a drizzle, but the night air was cold and damp. I hesitated for a moment outside the door of the room next to mine, straining to hear any sound from within. Silence. Taking a deep breath, I knocked. "Hello? Is everything okay in there?" No response. I tried the door handle, surprised to find it unlocked. The door swung open with a creak, revealing a scene of chaos. The room was trashed, furniture overturned, a lamp shattered on the floor, the bedsheet stained with what looked horribly like blood. But there was no sign of the woman I'd heard screaming. A chill ran down my spine as I surveyed the room. Something very bad had happened here, and I had a sinking feeling that the man I'd seen leaving was responsible. I needed to get help, to report what I'd seen and heard. I turned to leave, planning to wake the old man in the office and use the motel phone to call the police. But as I stepped back into the night, I froze. The parking lot, which had been nearly empty when I arrived, was now full of cars. Old cars. Vintage models that looked like they belonged in a museum rather than a seedy motel parking lot. And there, standing by my car, was the old man from the office. Only he didn't look old anymore. In the pale light of dawn, I could see that his face was smooth, unlined. He smiled at me, and his teeth gleamed unnaturally white. "Checking out so soon?" he called, his voice no longer a rasp, but rich and deep. But the fun's just getting started. I backed away, my mind reeling. This wasn't possible. None of this was possible. I turned to run, only to find my path blocked by a group of people, men and women, all dressed in clothes from another era, all wearing the same unsettling smile as the man who was no longer old. "You really should have minded your own business," A woman in a 1950s style dress said, shaking her head sadly, "Now you'll have to join our little party." They began to close in on me, their movements unnaturally fluid. I looked around desperately for an escape route, but they had me surrounded. The last thing I saw before they reached me was the neon sign of the motel, still flickering in the early morning light. But now, instead of Sleepy Pine Motel, it read, Eternity's Rest. As hands grabbed me from all sides, a horrible realization dawned. I hadn't just checked into a motel for the night. I'd checked into something much, much worse. And I had a feeling that no matter what the sign said, checking out wasn't going to be an option. The last thing I heard before the world went dark was the old man's voice, now tinged with an otherworldly echo. "Welcome to eternity, traveler. We hope you enjoy your stay." The first time I noticed something was off, it was just a coffee mug. My favorite one, the oversized ceramic monstrosity with a chipped handle, had somehow migrated from its usual spot by the sink to the center of my desk. I brushed it off as absent-mindedness, a symptom of too many late nights at the office. But as the days went by, and more items began to shift without explanation, I started to wonder if I was losing my mind, or if something far more sinister was at play in the empty halls of Crescent Tower. I'd been working the night shift at Crescent Tower for about 6 months. As a security guard for a mostly vacant office building, my job was simple: make my rounds, ensure all doors were locked, and keep an eye on the security cameras. The pay was decent, and the solitude suited me. After a messy breakup and a string of dead-end day jobs, the quiet nights gave me time to think, to plan my next move. The building itself was impressive, a gleaming skyscraper of glass and steel that dominated the city skyline. But inside, it was a ghost town. The economic downturn had hit hard, and most of the offices stood empty, waiting for tenants that never seemed to materialize. My footsteps echoed through vacant corridors, and the hum of fluorescent lights was often the only sound for hours on end. At first, I relished the peace. I'd bring books, sketch in my notebook, or just enjoy the view of the city from the top floor. But as weeks turned into months, the emptiness began to wear on me. I found myself talking out loud just to break the silence, my voice sounding strange and hollow in the deserted spaces. Then, the little things started happening. A chair slightly out of place in a conference room I knew I'd straightened the night before. A light left on in an office I was certain I'd switched off. Small, easily explainable occurrences that nonetheless left me with an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the cleaning crew was coming in at odd hours. Maybe there were maintenance workers I hadn't been informed about. But the explanations felt hollow, especially when I checked the lobby sign-in sheet and found no record of anyone entering the building during my shifts. The coffee mug incident was the first time I couldn't ignore the strangeness anymore. I knew I hadn't brought that mug to my desk. And yet, there it sat, a silent accusation of my failing grip on reality. I began to pay closer attention, to document the changes I noticed. A potted plant moved from one side of the lobby to the other. A stack of papers rearranged on an abandoned desk. A window left open on a floor I was sure I'd secured. With each passing night, my unease grew. I found myself jumping at shadows, spinning around at the slightest sound. The vast emptiness of the building, once comforting, now felt oppressive. I could swear I heard footsteps when I knew I was alone, caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision that vanished when I turned to look. I started spending more time in the security office, eyes glued to the bank of monitors that showed feeds from cameras throughout the building. For hours, I'd watch the silent, empty halls, waiting for something, anything, to happen. And then, one night, it did. It was around 3 a.m., that dead time of night, when the world feels suspended between yesterday and tomorrow. I was on my usual rounds, flashlight beam sweeping across darkened offices, when I heard it. A soft thud, like something heavy being set down, coming from a floor above me. I froze, heart pounding. It could have been anything. The building settling, a pipe knocking, my own imagination running wild. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. This was something else. With trembling hands, I keyed my radio. Base, this is Reynolds. I'm heading up to 37 to check out a disturbance. Static crackled in response. Of course, I was Base. There was no one else here. I made my way to the elevator, every nerve on high alert. As the car rose silently to the 37th floor, I tried to steady my breathing, to prepare myself for whatever I might find. The doors slid open with a soft ding that seemed obscenely loud in the silent building. I stepped out, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Everything looked normal. Desks covered in dust cloths, computer monitors dark and lifeless. And then I saw it. In the beam of my flashlight, a figure darted around a corner at the far end of the room. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice cracking. "Stop right there!" I ran after it, heart pounding in my ears. As I rounded the corner, I caught another glimpse, a dark shape, humanoid but somehow wrong, slipping into an office. I skidded to a stop outside the door, suddenly unsure. What was I doing? If this was an intruder, I was unarmed, alone, and way out of my depth. But I had to know. I had to see what had been haunting this building, haunting me, for weeks. Taking a deep breath, I pushed open the door. The office was empty. No sign of the figure I'd been chasing. No sign that anyone had been there at all. But as I swept my flashlight around the room, something caught my eye. On the desk, placed with deliberate care, was my coffee mug. The same one that had started all of this. I approached slowly, as if the mug might suddenly spring to life. As I got closer, I noticed something else. A piece of paper, folded neatly and tucked under the mug. With shaking hands, I unfolded it. The message was short, written in an elegant script that seemed to shimmer in the beam of my flashlight. "We've been watching you, James. It's time you joined us." I stumbled back, the paper falling from my numb fingers. This wasn't possible. How did they know my name? Who were they? And what did they mean? Join us. A sound behind me made me whirl around. There, in the doorway, stood a figure. It was like a shadow given form, edges blurred and shifting, but unmistakably human-shaped. As I watched, frozen in terror, more figures appeared behind it, filling the hallway. They began to move towards me, their movements fluid and unnatural. I backed away, bumping into the desk, my mind screaming at me to run, to fight, to do something. But I was rooted to the spot, unable to look away from the approaching shadows. The first figure reached out a hand, or what should have been a hand. Instead, I saw a swirling mass of darkness reaching for me. As it touched my arm, I felt a cold so intense it burned. I screamed then, the sound tearing from my throat and echoing through the empty building. The shadows paused as if startled by the noise. In that moment of hesitation, my paralysis broke. I ran. I don't remember much of my flight from that office. It's a blur of dark corridors. The pounding of my feet on stairs, I didn't trust the elevator, and the constant feeling of pursuit. I burst out of the lobby doors, gasping for air, and ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. When I finally stopped, I was blocks away from Crescent Tower. I turned to look back, half expecting to see a horde of shadow creatures pouring out of the building. But the street was empty, the tower looming silently against the pre-dawn sky. I never went back to Crescent Tower. I called my supervisor the next day and quit, making up some excuse about a family emergency. He didn't question it. Night guards rarely lasted long in that lonely building. Sometimes, on sleepless nights, I find myself drawn to my window, looking out at the city skyline. My eyes always find Crescent Tower, its windows dark except for the occasional flicker of movement. And I wonder about the shadows that roam its empty halls, and the invitation they extended to me. An invitation that, on my darkest days, I'm not entirely sure I should have refused. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the downpour as I squinted through the darkness, searching for any sign of civilization. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road, thumb outstretched. I hesitated for just a moment before pulling over. Little did I know, that simple act of kindness would plunge me into a nightmare from which I might never wake. I'd been driving for hours, making my way cross-country for a new job opportunity. The rain had started about an hour ago, a light drizzle that quickly turned into a torrential downpour. The late-night radio DJ had been warning about flash flood advisories, but I was too far from any town to stop for the night. I just had to push through. The hitchhiker was soaked to the bone, his clothes clinging to his lanky frame. As I pulled up beside him, I could see he was younger than I'd initially thought, maybe mid-20s, with a scruffy beard and long hair plastered to his face by the rain. I rolled down the passenger window. "Hey, you need a ride?" He flashed a grateful smile, revealing a chipped front tooth. "Man, you're a lifesaver. I've been out here for hours." I unlocked the door and he clambered in, bringing with him the smell of wet clothes and something else, something earthy and pungent that I couldn't quite place. "Aye, thanks, brother," he said, shaking his head like a dog and sending water droplets flying. "I'm Jack." "Tom," I replied, pulling back onto the road. "Where you headed, Jack?" He shrugged. "Wherever you're going is fine. I'm just trying to get out of this rain." I nodded, focusing on the road ahead. The rain hadn't let up, and visibility was getting worse by the minute. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the rhythmic thump of the wipers and the patter of rain on the roof. "So, Tom," Jack said eventually, "what brings you out to these parts on a night like this?" I glanced at him. In the dim light from the dashboard, his eyes seemed to glint with an unnatural intensity. I shrugged off the uneasy feeling and answered, "Job interview in Phoenix. Couldn't get a flight, so I'm driving." Jack nodded slowly. "Phoenix? Huh? That's a long way from home for you, isn't it?" I frowned. "How did you know I'm not from around here?" He chuckled, a sound that sent a chill down my spine. "Just a guess. You don't seem like a local." The conversation lulled again, but the silence felt heavier now, charged with intention I couldn't explain. I tried to focus on driving, but I kept finding my eyes drawn to Jack. There was something off about him, something I couldn't quite put my finger on. "You know," Jack said suddenly, "I've always found it interesting how trusting people can be. Picking up strangers on the side of the road, letting them into their cars, their lives." I tightened my grip on the steering wheel. "Yeah, well, I couldn't just leave you out there in this weather." Jack turned to look at me, and in that moment, I swear his eyes flashed yellow in the glare of oncoming headlights. "No, I suppose you couldn't. That's not who you are, is it, Tom? Always trying to do the right thing, even when it puts you in danger." My blood ran cold. "What are you talking about? How could you possibly know that about me?" He smiled, and this time I was sure his teeth looked sharper than they had before. "Oh, Tom, I know a lot about you. I know you're running from a failed marriage back in Ohio. I know about the drinking problem you've been trying to hide. I know about the night you almost—" "Stop!" I shouted, the car swerving slightly as I lost focus. "Who the hell are you? How do you know these things?" Jack's smile widened, stretching to an impossible breadth. "I know because you let me in, Tom. Not just into your car, but into your life, into your soul." I pulled over to the side of the road, my hands shaking so badly I could barely control the wheel. "Get out," I said, my voice trembling. "Get out of my car right now." But Jack didn't move. Instead, he reached out and placed a hand on my arm. His touch was ice cold, sending waves of numbness up to my shoulder. "Oh, I'm not going anywhere, Tom. We've only just begun our journey together." I tried to pull away, but my body wouldn't respond. Panic rose in my throat as I realized I couldn't move or couldn't speak. I was trapped in my own body, powerless to do anything but watch and listen. Jack, or whatever he really was, continued speaking, his voice taking on an otherworldly echo. "You see, Tom, I've been watching you for a long time, waiting for the right moment to make contact. And tonight, when you made the choice to pick me up, you opened a door that can't be closed. He leaned in closer, and I could smell that earthy scent again, like freshly dug graves in decay. You humans are so fascinating, so full of contradictions. You try so hard to be good, to do the right thing, but deep down, there's a darkness in all of you. And that darkness, that's where I live. I wanted to scream, to fight, to do anything, but I was helpless. Tears of frustration and fear rolled down my cheeks as Jack continued his monologue. I'm going to show you things, Tom, things you've never imagined. We're going on a journey together, you and I. A journey into the heart of your own personal hell. With that, he placed his other hand on my forehead. The world around me began to spin, colors blurring and swirling together. I felt like I was falling, plummeting into an abyss of memories and nightmares. I saw flashes of my life, the argument that ended my marriage, the nights spent drinking alone in seedy bars, the moment of weakness when I almost... No, I couldn't think about that. But the images kept coming, faster and more intense, and interwoven with my memories were visions of horror, grotesque creatures lurking in shadows, blood-soaked landscapes that defied reality, and always, Jack's face, grinning with those two sharp teeth. I don't know how long I was trapped in that nightmare kaleidoscope. It could have been minutes or days. But eventually, the visions faded, and I found myself back in my car, gasping for air. Jack was gone, but the driver's side door was open, rain pelting the interior. I was drenched, shivering, but I could move again. With trembling hands, I closed the door and turned the key in the ignition. The engine sputtered to life, and I pulled back onto the road, desperate to put as much distance between myself and this place as possible. As I drove, I tried to make sense of what had happened. Had it all been some kind of hallucination? A vivid nightmare brought on by exhaustion and stress, but I could still feel the lingering cold where Jack had touched me, could still smell that earthy, decaying scent. I drove through the night, the rain eventually giving way to a gray dawn. As the sun rose, I began to hope that maybe, just maybe, I had escaped whatever nightmare I had stumbled into. But then I glanced in the rearview mirror, and my heart stopped. There, in the back seat, was Jack. He caught my eye in the mirror and winked. "Where to next, Tom?" he asked, his voice filled with malicious glee. "We've got all the time in the world, you and I can't wait to see where this journey takes us." I wanted to scream, to slam on the brakes, to do something. But my hands remained firmly on the wheel, my foot steady on the gas pedal. I realized with growing horror that I was no longer in control. Jack, or the thing that called itself Jack, was driving now. As we sped down the empty highway towards an unknown destination, I understood the terrible truth. This wasn't the end of my nightmare. It was only the beginning. And somewhere, in the deepest recesses of my mind, I heard Jack's laughter echoing endlessly. The attic door creaked open, releasing a cloud of dust that danced in the beam of my flashlight. As the particles settled, my eyes fixed on an old trunk tucked away in the corner. I had no idea that opening that trunk would unleash a terror that would consume our lives, turning our dream home into a nightmare we couldn't escape. Sarah and I had been thrilled when we found the old Victorian house on Maple Street. It was a fixer-upper, sure, but we saw potential in its ornate woodwork and spacious rooms. The price was a steal, and we jumped at the chance to own a piece of history. We should have known that such a bargain would come with hidden costs. We'd been in the house for about a month, slowly making it our own. The previous owners had left behind a lot of junk, and we'd been sorting through it, deciding what to keep and what to toss. The attic was the last frontier, filled with dusty furniture and boxes of forgotten belongings. I'd gone up there alone that day, Sarah busy with work calls downstairs. The trunk caught my eye immediately. It was older than everything else, its leather cracked and faded, brass fittings tarnished with age. It looked like something out of a pirate movie, and I couldn't resist the urge to open it. The lock was rusted shut, but a bit of force with a crowbar popped it open. Inside, nestled among moth-eaten clothes and yellowed papers, was a stack of photographs. They were old, many of them sepia-toned or early black and white prints. I picked them up, curious about the lives captured in these faded images. As I flipped through them, a chill ran down my spine. These weren't normal family photos. Each one showed people in various states of distress. A woman crying on a street corner, a man with a look of abject terror on his face, children huddled together in what looked like an orphanage. And in each photo, barely noticeable unless you were looking for it, was a figure in the background. A tall, thin man in a dark coat, his face always turned away from the camera. I must have been up there for hours, poring over the photos, because suddenly Sarah was calling my name from downstairs. I gathered up the pictures, deciding to show them to her. Maybe she could make sense of this unsettling collection. "Alex, what have you been doing up there all this time?" Sarah asked as I came down the attic stairs. I held out the stack of photos. "You've got to see these. I found them in an old trunk." Sarah's brow furrowed as she looked through the pictures. "These are disturbing. Why would someone keep photos like this?" I shook my head. "I don't know, but look at this." I pointed out the figure in the background of one of the photos. "He's in all of them, always watching." Sarah's face paled. That's creepy, Alex. Maybe we should get rid of these." But I couldn't. Something about the photos fascinated me. I spent the next few days examining them, trying to piece together their story. Who were these people? Why were they in distress? And who was the man watching them? It was about a week after finding the photos that strange things started happening in the house. At first, it was small stuff. Items moved from where we'd left them. Doors we were sure we'd closed found standing open. We brushed it off as forgetfulness, the stress of renovating an old house playing tricks on us. But then it escalated. One night, we woke to the sound of footsteps in the attic. Heavy, deliberate steps that creaked across the floorboards above our bedroom. I grabbed a baseball bat and went to investigate, but found nothing. Just the musty, empty attic, the old trunk sitting innocuously in the corner. Sarah was shaken. "Maybe it was just the house settling," she suggested, but I could hear the doubt in her voice. The incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent and more unsettling. We'd catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of our eyes, only to turn and find nothing there. The temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms, our breath fogging in the air despite the summer heat outside. And always, there was the feeling of being watched. I became obsessed with the photos, convinced they held the key to understanding what was happening. I spent hours researching the locations, the clothing styles, anything that might give me a clue about their origin. Sarah grew increasingly worried about my fixation. "Alex, please," she begged one night. "Let's just get rid of them. Ever since you found those pictures, things have been wrong." But I couldn't let them go. I felt like I was on the verge of uncovering something important, something that would explain the strange occurrences in our house. It was a few nights later that Sarah woke me, her face pale with fear. "There's someone in the house," she whispered. I listened, and sure enough, I could hear footsteps downstairs. Slow, heavy steps that echoed through the old house. I grabbed the baseball bat again and crept down the stairs, Sarah close behind me. The living room was dark, but as my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure standing by the window, tall and thin, wearing a long, dark coat. My breath caught in my throat as I realized it was the man from the photos. He turned slowly, and I felt my heart stop. His face, it wasn't a face at all, just a blank, featureless expanse of pale skin. No eyes, no mouth, nothing. I heard Sarah scream behind me, but it sounded distant, muffled. The figure raised a hand, pointing directly at me, and then, in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, it spoke. "You've seen, now you're part of it." I blinked, and it was gone. The living room was empty, no sign that anyone had been there. But the feeling of being watched remained, more intense than ever. From that night on, our lives became a waking nightmare. We'd see the figure everywhere, reflected in windows, standing at the end of hallways, always just at the edge of our vision. When we tried to look directly at it, it would vanish, only to reappear somewhere else moments later. We couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. The constant fear was wearing us down. Sarah wanted to leave, to abandon the house and never look back. But something kept me there. A need to understand, to solve the mystery of the photos and the watching man. I threw myself into research with renewed vigor, spending every waking moment trying to uncover the truth. And slowly, terrifyingly, I began to piece it together. The photos dated back over 100 years. The people in them were all connected, victims of tragedies, accidents, crimes, and the watching man. He was there for all of it, not causing the suffering, but feeding on it, gathering it like a harvest. I realized, too late, what I'd done by finding those photos. I'd invited it into our lives, given it a new hunting ground. And now, Sarah and I were its latest victims. The day I made this realization, I rushed home to tell Sarah. But when I got there, the house was empty. No sign of my wife anywhere. Just a single photograph lying on the kitchen table. A new one, showing Sarah with a look of terror on her face. And there, in the background, was the watching man. I sank to the floor, the truth crashing over me like a wave. We were part of it now, part of the collection, and the watching would never stop. As I sit here now, writing this down, I can feel its presence. It's always there, just out of sight, waiting, watching. I know it'll come for me soon, like it came for Sarah. And then we'll be just another pair of faded photographs in an old trunk, our fear forever captured for some future victim to find. If you're reading this, if you've found the trunk and the photos, please, I beg you, don't look too closely. Don't try to understand. Just close the trunk, walk away, and never look back. Because once you've seen, once you're part of it, there's no escape. And remember, no matter where you go, no matter what you do, it will always be there, watching. The first gunshot shattered the tranquil night, echoing through the dense forest and sending a flock of startled birds into the air. In that moment, as my friends and I huddled in terrified silence behind the remains of our ransacked campsite, I realized our weekend getaway had become a fight for survival. It had started as a typical camping trip, just 4 friends looking to escape the city for a few days. Jake, my roommate from college, had suggested we explore a remote trail he'd heard about from a coworker. "It's supposed to be beautiful," he'd said, eyes shining with excitement. "And hardly anyone knows about it, so we'll have the place to ourselves." Sarah, my girlfriend of 2 years, was immediately on board. She was always up for an adventure, especially if it involved nature. Mark, our 4th, took some convincing. He was more of an indoor guy, but eventually, the promise of peace and quiet won him over. We set out early Friday morning, our car packed to the brim with tents, sleeping bags, and enough food to last us the weekend. The drive took us deep into the heart of the national forest, the paved road eventually giving way to a rough dirt track that tested the limits of Jake's old Subaru. By mid-afternoon, we'd reached the trailhead. It was unmarked, just as Jake's coworker had said. Nothing more than a barely visible path leading into the dense undergrowth. We shouldered our packs and set off, the excitement of exploration pushing us forward. The hike was challenging but rewarding. We climbed steep ridges that offered breathtaking views of the valley below, crossed crystal clear streams that tumbled over moss-covered rocks, and walked through groves of ancient trees that seemed to whisper secrets in the wind. As the sun began to dip towards the horizon, we started looking for a suitable campsite. That's when we stumbled upon the clearing. It was perfect. A flat, grassy area surrounded by towering pines, with a small fire pit that suggested others had camped here before. But there was something else, something that made us all pause. At the edge of the clearing stood a small cabin. It looked old, its wooden walls weathered gray by years of exposure. The windows were boarded up, and the door hung askew on rusted hinges. "I thought this area was uninhabited," Sarah said, her voice hushed. Jake shrugged, though I could see the unease in his eyes. "Maybe it's an old ranger station or something. Come on, let's set up camp. It'll be dark soon." We busied ourselves with pitching tents and gathering firewood, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Every time I glanced at the cabin, I half expected to see a face peering out from behind the boards. As night fell, we huddled around the campfire, roasting marshmallows and sharing stories. The presence of the cabin faded to the back of our minds, replaced by the simple joy of good company and the great outdoors. It wasn't until we were preparing to turn in for the night that Mark noticed it. "Hey, guys," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "What's that on the cabin door?" We all turned to look. In the flickering firelight, I could just make out some kind of symbol carved into the wood. It looked like a circle with strange, angular lines radiating out from it. "Probably just graffiti," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. We tried to laugh it off, but an uneasy silence fell over the group as we retreated to our tents. I lay awake for hours, listening to the night sounds of the forest and the soft breathing of Sarah beside me. I must have dozed off eventually because the next thing I knew, I was jolting awake to the sound of twigs snapping nearby. I held my breath, straining my ears. There it was again, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, circling our campsite. I shook Sarah awake, pressing a finger to my lips to keep her quiet. We peered out of the tent, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Figures moved in the darkness, their shapes indistinct but unmistakably human. They were dressed in dark clothes, and even in the dim moonlight I could see they were carrying weapons. I signaled to Sarah to stay put and quietly unzipped the tent. Jake and Mark were already awake, their faces pale with fear as they emerged from their own tent. For a moment we just stared at each other, paralyzed with indecision. Then one of the figures spoke, his voice low and menacing. "We know you're awake. Come out now, and we won't hurt you." My mind raced. Who were these people? What did they want? I caught Jake's eye, and he nodded almost imperceptibly. In one fluid motion, we bolted, grabbing Sarah and Mark and sprinting for the cover of the trees. Shouts erupted behind us, followed by the deafening crack of gunfire. Bark splintered off a tree inches from my head, and I heard Sarah cry out in fear. We ran blindly through the forest, branches whipping at our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. I could hear our pursuers crashing through the undergrowth behind us, their angry voices carrying on the night air. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, we burst into another clearing, and there, looming before us in the moonlight, was another cabin. It was identical to the one at our campsite, right down to the strange symbol carved on the door. "In here," Jake gasped, already moving towards the structure. We had no choice. The sound of pursuit was growing closer, and we were exhausted and defenseless. Jake shouldered the door open, and we tumbled inside, quickly barricading it behind us. The interior of the cabin was bare save for a few broken pieces of furniture. Dust covered every surface and wall, and the air was thick with the musty smell of abandonment. "What the hell is going on?" Mark wheezed, bent over with his hands on his knees. Before anyone could answer, a voice called out from outside. "We know you're in there. There's no escape. Come out now and accept your role in the ceremony." Ceremony. The word sent a chill down my spine. I remembered the symbol on the door, and suddenly, terrifyingly, things started to click into place. "Look," Sarah whispered, pointing to the far wall. In the dim light filtering through the cracks in the boards, I could see markings covering the entire surface. Symbols, diagrams, strings of text in a language I didn't recognize. It looked like the ravings of a madman, or the blueprint for something terrible. "We have to get out of here," I said, my voice sounding strange and distant to my own ears. But as I turned back to the door, I heard a sound that made my heart stop. The low, rhythmic chanting of many voices, growing louder by the second. Through a gap in the boards, I could see them, dozens of figures emerging from the trees, all dressed in dark robes, carrying torches that flickered in the night. They formed a circle around the cabin, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. And there, at the head of the group, stood a man. Even from a distance, I could see that his eyes gleamed with a fervent, terrifying light. "Children of the forest," he intoned, his voice carrying easily over the chanting. "The stars have aligned. The sacrifice has been chosen. Tonight, we complete the ritual that will bring about the new age." A roar went up from the crowd, and they began to advance on the cabin. I turned to my friends, saw the same terror and desperation I felt reflected in their eyes. We were trapped, with no way out and no hope of rescue. As the cultists closed in, their chanting growing to a deafening roar, I realized that our weekend getaway had become something far more sinister. We had stumbled into a nightmare, one that we might never wake up from. The door began to splinter under the force of many hands, and I knew our time was up. Whatever ceremony these people had planned, we were about to become an unwilling part of it. In that moment, as the door finally gave way and robed figures poured into the cabin, I closed my eyes and silently apologized to my friends for leading them into this. Our adventure into the wilderness had led us somewhere dark and terrifying, a place where ancient rituals and modern horror collided. And as hands grabbed us, dragging us out into the night, I knew that our ordeal was only beginning. The first knock came at midnight, a soft tapping that could have been mistaken for the house settling. But as I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the sound grew louder, more insistent. It wasn't coming from the door or the windows. No, this knocking was coming from inside the walls, and it was getting closer. I'd agreed to house sit for my friend Emily without a second thought. A week in a beautiful, sprawling farmhouse in the middle of nowhere sounded like the perfect escape from my hectic city life. The old place had charm, she'd said, with its creaky floorboards and antique furnishings. What she'd failed to mention were the noises. It started small. The first couple of nights, I'd hear the occasional thump or scrape, easily dismissed as the wind or the old house shifting on its foundation. But by the third night, the sounds had taken on a rhythm, a purpose, and they always seemed to be coming from just on the other side of whatever wall I was nearest to. I tried to rationalize it. Old houses make noise, right? But there was something about the persistence of the sounds, the way they followed me from room to room, that sent chills down my spine. On the fourth night, unable to sleep, I decided to investigate. Armed with a flashlight and more bravado than I actually felt, I made my way down to the basement. The stairs creaked ominously under my weight, each step echoing in the cavernous space below. The basement was a cluttered maze of forgotten furniture and dusty boxes. Cobwebs clung to every surface, and the musty smell of damp earth filled my nostrils. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, casting long shadows that seemed to move when I wasn't looking directly at them. As I moved deeper into the basement, the knocking started again. It was louder here, more insistent. Tap, tap, tap. Pause. Tap, tap, tap. It seemed to be coming from behind a stack of old crates in the far corner. With trembling hands, I began to move the crates aside. The knocking grew louder, faster, as if whatever was causing it knew I was getting close. As I shifted the last crate, my flashlight illuminated something that made my blood run cold. There, set into the wall, was a door. It was small, no more than 4 feet high. its wood warped and stained with age. An ancient padlock hung from a rusted hasp, but it was what was carved into the wood that truly terrified me. Symbols, dozens of them, covered every inch of the door's surface. They looked old, their edges softened by time, but there was no mistaking their sinister nature. The knocking was coming from behind this door, growing more frantic by the second. I stumbled backward, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be real. What the hell had Emily gotten me into? I ran back upstairs, slamming the basement door behind me. The knocking followed, no longer confined to that hidden door, but seeming to come from every wall in the house. I retreated to the bedroom, burying myself under the covers like a child hiding from monsters. Sleep eluded me that night, and the next day I called Emily, demanding an explanation. But her phone went straight to voicemail. I left a message, trying to keep the panic out of my voice as I asked about the door in the basement and the strange noises. Hours passed with no response. The knocking had subsided during the day, but as the sun began to set, I could feel a tension building in the air. Something was going to happen tonight. I could feel it in my bones. I paced the house, checking and rechecking the locks on all the doors and windows. Not that it would matter if whatever was knocking decided to come through the walls. As darkness fell, the house seemed to come alive with sounds. Creaks and groans echoed through the empty rooms. And always, that incessant knocking. It was nearing midnight when I heard it, a new sound cutting through the cacophony. It was Emily's ringtone. My phone was ringing. I lunged for it, nearly dropping it in my haste to answer. Emily! Thank God. What the hell is going on in this house? There was a pause, and then Emily's voice came through, sounding distant and strange. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I should have told you, but I hoped it was over. What are you talking about? What's over? Another pause, longer this time. When Emily spoke again, her voice was barely above a whisper. The knocking. It started again, hasn't it? My blood ran cold. You knew about this, Emily. What the fuck is happening here? Listen to me carefully, Sarah. Whatever you do, do not open that door in the basement. No matter what you hear, no matter what it promises you, keep that door shut. The line went dead. I stared at the phone in disbelief, my mind reeling. Emily knew. She'd known all along, and she'd sent me here anyway. As if on cue, the knocking intensified. It was everywhere now, in every wall, under the floorboards, even seeming to come from the ceiling. And then, cutting through it all, a voice. Sarah, it called, the sound muffled but unmistakable. Sarah, please, let me out. I froze. The voice, it sounded like Emily, but that was impossible. Emily was... where? Where had she called from? Sarah, please, the voice called again. I'm trapped. You have to open the door. I pressed my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sound. This wasn't real. It couldn't be real, but the voice persisted, growing more desperate with each plea. And beneath it all, the knocking continued, a maddening rhythm that seemed to be burrowing into my brain. I don't know how long I sat there, huddled on the bed with my hands over my ears. Hours, maybe. The voice called to me, sometimes sounding like Emily, sometimes like my mother, sometimes like voices I didn't recognize, but that tugged at something deep in my subconscious. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the windows, a new sound cut through the chaos, a key in the lock, the front door opening. Footsteps on the stairs. I tensed, ready to flee or fight. I wasn't sure which. The bedroom door swung open, and there stood Emily. She looked terrible. Her clothes were disheveled, her hair a tangled mess, but it was her eyes that truly frightened me. They were wild, filled with a mix of fear and something else. Something hungry. You didn't open it, she said, her voice hoarse. Thank God you didn't open it. Emily, I managed to croak out. What is happening? She sank to the floor, her back against the door frame. It's been in my family for generations. This house. This curse. She gestured vaguely at the walls. It wants out. It's always wanted out. And it uses us to try to free it. I shook my head, trying to make sense of her words. What is it? What's behind that door? Emily's laugh was hollow, devoid of any real humor. I don't know, nobody knows. Those who've opened the door, they're never the same, if they come back at all. A chill ran down my spine as the implications of her words sank in. You sent me here. You knew what would happen, and you sent me here anyway. She met my gaze, and I saw tears in her eyes. I thought I could end it. I thought if someone pure, someone who didn't know about the curse and could resist its call, maybe it would break the cycle. I'm so sorry, Sarah. I never should have involved you. As if on cue, the knocking started again, softer this time, but unmistakable. Emily tensed, her eyes darting around the room. We need to leave, she said, struggling to her feet. Now, before it gets stronger. I didn't need to be told twice. We fled the house, not bothering to grab any of my belongings. As we drove away, I could swear I heard a scream of frustration echoing from the walls of that old farmhouse. Emily drove us to a motel several towns over. As we sat in the shabby room, the events of the past week spinning through my mind, I turned to her. What happens now? She sighed, looking older and more tired than I'd ever seen her. I don't know. But it's not over. It's never over. As I lay in the uncomfortable motel bed that night, I couldn't shake the memory of that voice calling my name, of the symbols carved into that hidden door. And I wondered, not for the first time, what would have happened if I had given in to the temptation to open it. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again, and some knocks should never be answered. The GPS chirped, its robotic voice cutting through the silence of my car. In 500 feet, turn right. I squinted through the darkness, searching for any sign of a road. There was nothing but dense forest on either side of me. Still, I followed its instructions, turning onto what seemed to be little more than a dirt path. That's when I realized I'd made a terrible mistake, one that would plunge me into a nightmare I never could have imagined. I'd been driving for hours, making my way back home after a business trip that had dragged on far longer than expected. It was well past midnight, and the rural highways were deserted. My eyelids felt heavy, and I knew I should have stopped at a motel hours ago. But I was eager to get home, to sleep in my own bed. So I pressed on, relying heavily on my GPS to guide me through unfamiliar back roads that promised to shave an hour off my journey. The dirt road was rough, jostling me awake as my car bumped and scraped its way forward. Trees pressed in on both sides, their branches scraping against the windows. I began to doubt the wisdom of following this route, but turning around on the narrow path seemed impossible. I had no choice but to continue forward and hope the GPS knew where it was taking me. After what felt like an eternity of slow, careful driving, the trees suddenly gave way to a large clearing. In the center stood an enormous structure, an old factory, its windows dark and broken, its brick walls stained with age and neglect. The GPS chimed again. You have reached your destination. I stared at the building in disbelief. This couldn't be right. I was supposed to be on my way home, not in the middle of nowhere at an abandoned factory. I pulled out my phone to check my location, but there was no signal. The GPS screen had gone blank. Frustration and unease battled within me. I was lost, my tech had failed me, and I was sitting in front of a creepy old building in the middle of the night. I needed to turn around to find my way back to the main road. But as I put the car in reverse, the engine sputtered and died. I turned the key, once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. The car was dead. Shit, I muttered, hitting the steering wheel in frustration. I sat there for a moment, weighing my options. I could stay in the car and wait for daylight, hoping someone would come by, or I could try to find help. Neither option seemed particularly appealing. A movement in my peripheral vision made me jump. I could have sworn I saw a shadow pass by one of the factory windows. My heart began to race. Was someone there? Or was my tired mind playing tricks on me? I peered out into the darkness, straining my eyes. The factory loomed before me, silent and imposing, but then I saw it again, a flicker of movement, this time accompanied by a faint light from within the building. Someone was definitely in there. My instincts screamed at me to stay in the car, to lock the doors and wait for morning. But the rational part of my brain argued that whoever was in there might have a phone, or know how to get back to the main road. Besides, it was freezing in the car, and I had no idea how long I'd be stuck here. With a deep breath, I stepped out of the car. The cold night air hit me like a slap to the face, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The only sound was the crunch of gravel under my feet as I approached the factory. The main entrance was chained shut, but I found a side door that yielded to a firm push. It creaked open, the sound echoing through the cavernous space beyond. I hesitated at the threshold, suddenly very aware of how foolish this was. I was walking into an abandoned building in the middle of nowhere, chasing after a light that might have been my imagination. But I was here now, and the thought of spending the night in my freezing car was enough to propel me forward. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the vast space. "Is anyone here? My car broke down, and I need help." No response, just the echo of my own voice bouncing back at me. I pulled out my phone, using its flashlight to illuminate my surroundings. The factory floor was littered with debris, broken machinery, scattered papers, empty bottles. It looked like it had been abandoned for decades. As I moved deeper into the building, I noticed something odd. Despite the overall decay, there were signs of recent activity. A clear path had been swept through the debris. Some of the machines had been cleared of dust, as if someone had been examining them. The light I'd seen from outside was nowhere to be found, but I pressed on, driven by a mixture of curiosity and the need to find help. I came to a staircase leading to an upper level and paused. Going up there seemed like an exceptionally bad idea, but I'd come this far. The steps creaked ominously under my weight as I ascended. The second floor was darker, the windows here boarded up. My phone's light seemed feeble against the pressing darkness. And then I heard it. Voices. Hushed, urgent, coming from somewhere ahead of me. Relief flooded through me. I wasn't alone here. There were people who could help me. I moved towards the sound, my footsteps quickening. I rounded a corner and froze. There, in what must have once been an office, were two men. They were hunched over a table, talking in low voices. A lantern sat between them, casting long shadows on the walls. I was about to call out to them when something made me stop. The men were dressed strangely, in dark, nondescript clothes that seemed to blend into the shadows, and spread out on the table between them was an array of objects that made my blood run cold. Guns, stacks of cash, and what looked like blueprints of some kind. I realized with dawning horror that I had stumbled onto something I was never meant to see. These weren't good Samaritans who could help me. These were dangerous men, engaged in God knows what kind of illegal activity. I began to back away slowly, praying they hadn't noticed me. But in my haste, I knocked into something behind me. A piece of metal clattered to the floor, the sound deafening in the quiet factory. The men's heads snapped up, their eyes locking onto me. For a moment, we all froze, staring at each other in shock. Then one of them shouted, "Get him!" And they both lunged towards me. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear their footsteps thundering behind me as I raced back towards the stairs. I took them two at a time, nearly falling in my haste to get down. I burst out of the stairwell onto the factory floor, frantically trying to remember which way led to the exit. Everything looked different in the dark, and in my panic, I couldn't orient myself. I could hear the men coming down the stairs behind me. One of them shouted, "Stop or we'll shoot." That only made me run faster. I dodged around machines and piles of debris, my lungs burning as I gasped for air. I had to find a way out, had to get back to my car. And then, miraculously, I saw it, the door I'd come in through. It was still slightly ajar, a sliver of night sky visible beyond it. I put on a final burst of speed, my legs feeling like jelly. I slammed into the door, bursting out into the cold night air. I didn't stop, didn't look back. I ran straight for my car, fumbling with the keys as I heard the men emerge from the factory behind me. I all but dove into the driver's seat, jamming the key into the ignition. Please start, I silently begged. The engine turned over once, twice, and then roared to life. I threw the car into drive and stomped on the gas. The tires spun in the gravel before finding purchase, and I shot forward. In my rearview mirror, I could see the two men standing in front of the factory, watching me go. One of them raised his arm, and I ducked instinctively, expecting to hear gunshots. But nothing came. I kept driving, my hand shaking on the steering wheel, until the factory disappeared from view. I drove for hours, not caring where I was going as long as it was away from there. When I finally saw signs of civilization, a 24-hour gas station on the outskirts of a small town, I nearly wept with relief. As I sat in the brightly lit parking lot, waiting for the police to arrive, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd narrowly escaped something truly terrible. My ill-advised shortcut, guided by a malfunctioning GPS, had led me into a darkness I never wanted to encounter again. To this day, I don't know what those men were planning in that abandoned factory, but whenever I see an old, decrepit building, I can't help but wonder what secrets it might be hiding. And I always double-check my route before setting out on a long drive. The first time I heard the shuffling, I dismissed it as the usual noises of apartment living. By the third night, when the sounds had grown louder and more persistent, I realized with growing dread that something was terribly wrong with my new neighbors. Little did I know, their strange behavior was just the beginning of a nightmare that would consume my entire life. I'd moved into the Cherry Grove apartments just 2 weeks ago, eager for a fresh start after a messy breakup. The place wasn't fancy, but it was clean and quiet, at least at first. My next-door neighbors, in apartment 4B, kept to themselves. I'd only caught glimpses of them, a middle-aged couple, always dressed in muted colors, their faces oddly blank. It was on my third night that I first noticed the sounds, a constant, rhythmic shuffling, like someone pacing back and forth. At first, I thought nothing of it. Everyone has their quirks, right? But as the days passed, the noises grew louder, more frantic, and they never seemed to stop. I tried to ignore it, to focus on settling into my new place and my new job. But the constant noise was wearing on me. I found myself lying awake at night, listening to the endless shuffling, wondering what could possibly be causing it. One evening, about a week after the noises started, I ran into Mrs. Patel from 4A in the hallway. She was an older woman, always ready with a smile and a bit of gossip. But today, she looked worried. "Have you noticed anything odd about the new neighbors?" she asked in a hushed tone, glancing nervously at 4B's door. I hesitated, not wanting to seem like a complainer. "Well, there have been some noises." Mrs. Patel nodded vigorously. Yes, the shuffling, all day and night. And have you seen them leave their apartment? Even once?" Now that she mentioned it, I realized I hadn't. Not in the 2 weeks since I'd moved in. "Maybe they work from home?" I suggested weakly. Mrs. Patel shook her head. No, something's not right. I've lived here for 20 years, and I've never seen anything like this." As if on cue, a loud thump came from inside 4B, followed by more intense shuffling. Mrs. Patel and I exchanged alarmed looks before hurrying to our respective apartments. That night, the noises were worse than ever. The shuffling had taken on a frenzied quality, punctuated by occasional thumps and what sounded like muffled voices. I tossed and turned, my mind conjuring up increasingly disturbing scenarios. Around 3 a.m., Unable to sleep, I pressed my ear against the wall, separating my apartment from 4B. The shuffling was clearer now, and I could definitely hear voices. They were speaking too low for me to make out words, but the tone was urgent, almost panicked. Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the night, quickly muffled but unmistakably one of pain or fear. I jerked back from the wall, my heart racing. This was no longer just a nuisance. Someone could be in trouble. With shaking hands, I dialed 911. The dispatcher listened patiently as I explained the situation, but I could hear the skepticism in her voice. Noisy neighbors weren't exactly a priority. Still, she said she'd send a patrol car to check it out. I waited anxiously by my door, listening for the police. After what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes, I heard a knock on 4B's door. Police. Open up, please. Silence, not even the usual shuffling. The knock came again, louder this time. This is the police. We've had a complaint about noise. Please open the door. More silence. I held my breath, straining to hear any response from inside the apartment. Finally, I heard the door open. A man's voice, calm and polite. Good evening, officers. Is there a problem? I couldn't hear the rest of the conversation, but it was short. Soon, I heard the police thanking the man and leaving. No more noise came from 4B for the rest of the night. The next morning, I ran into one of the officers in the lobby. Embarrassed but still concerned, I approached him. Excuse me, about last night's call to 4B. The officer smiled reassuringly. Nothing to worry about, ma'am. Just a misunderstanding. The couple in there are dealing with some health issues. The noises are related to some medical equipment. They apologized for the disturbance and promised to try to keep it down. I nodded, not entirely convinced, but not sure what else to say. As the officer left, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Medical equipment didn't explain the voices, the cry I'd heard. Over the next few days, the noises from 4B continued, but muted, as if they were trying to be quieter. I still never saw the couple leave their apartment. Packages and groceries would appear outside their door, and then disappear when I wasn't looking. My curiosity and concern grew until I couldn't stand it anymore. One evening, gathering all my courage, I knocked on 4B's door. For a long moment, there was no response. Then, slowly, the door opened a crack. A man's face appeared in the gap, pale, with dark circles under his eyes. Yes? His voice was hoarse, as if from disuse. Hi, I'm your neighbor from 4A, I said, trying to sound friendly. I just wanted to introduce myself and see if you needed anything. I know you haven't been out much. The man's eyes darted nervously behind me. No, we're fine. Thank you. He started to close the door. Wait, I said, impulsively sticking my foot in the door. Are you sure? If you're having health problems, I'd be happy to pick up prescriptions or groceries. As I spoke, the door opened a bit wider, and I caught a glimpse inside the apartment. What I saw made my blood run cold. The entire living room was empty of furniture. The walls were covered in strange symbols, drawn in what looked horribly like blood. And there, in the center of the room, was a large, pulsating something. It defied description. A mass of writhing tentacles and eyes, glowing with an otherworldly light. The man saw where I was looking and let out a strangled cry. He tried to slam the door, but my foot was still in the way. We struggled for a moment, and in that struggle, the door opened wide enough for me to see more of the horror inside. The man's wife was there, but she wasn't human anymore. Her body was partially absorbed into the pulsating mass, her face frozen in a silent scream. And the mass was growing, tendrils reaching out towards the man, towards the door, towards me. I stumbled backward, my mind reeling from what I'd seen. The man took advantage of my shock to slam the door shut. I heard the lock click, followed by the sound of furniture being dragged in front of the door. I ran back to my apartment, locking the door and pushing my heaviest bookcase in front of it. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely dial 911. When the police arrived, they found me huddled in the corner of my living room, babbling about monsters and tentacles. They broke down the door to 4B, but found nothing. The apartment was empty, no trace of the couple, the symbols, or the horrifying creature I'd seen. They didn't believe me, of course. How could they? I barely believed it myself. But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew the horror wasn't over. In the days that followed, I couldn't sleep. Every noise made me jump. I kept seeing tentacles in the shadows, eyes watching me from dark corners. The police wrote it off as a mental breakdown, probably brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But I knew the truth. Whatever had been growing in 4B wasn't gone. It had simply moved on, found a new place to grow, to feed. And somewhere out there, in another quiet apartment building, the shuffling was starting again. I left Cherry Grove Apartments that week, unable to stay in a place where such horrors had occurred. But no matter where I go, I can't escape the memory of what I saw. And at night, in the quiet hours before dawn, I sometimes think I hear a faint, familiar shuffling growing louder with each passing day. The package arrived on a Tuesday, a plain brown box with no return address. I almost tossed it in with the junk mail, but the weight of it caught me off guard. As I turned it over in my hands, a chill ran down my spine. The label bore my neighbor's name, not mine. Little did I know that misdelivered package would drag me into a world of danger I never could have imagined. I'm not the nosy type, usually. Live and let live, that's my motto. But there was something about this package that set my nerves on edge. Maybe it was the way it was wrapped, layers of tape sealing every edge, or maybe it was the faint ticking sound I could hear when I held it to my ear. My neighbor, Mr. Reeves, wasn't home. He rarely was, always jetting off to some exotic location or another. I'd lived next door to him for 2 years and could count on one hand the number of times we'd spoken. I set the package on my kitchen counter and tried to forget about it, but as the day wore on, my curiosity grew. The ticking continued, a soft, persistent sound that seemed to fill my apartment. By evening, I couldn't take it anymore. I picked up the package and headed next door. I'd just leave it on his doorstep, I told myself. No harm, no foul. But as I approached Mr. Reeves' door, I noticed it was slightly ajar. A sliver of light spilled out into the hallway. "Mr. Reeves," I called out, knocking softly. "I've got a package for you." No answer. The door creaked open a bit wider at my touch. I should have turned around then, should have left the package and walked away. But something drew me in. The ticking from the box seemed to grow louder, more insistent. I stepped inside, my heart pounding. "Mr. Reeves, are you home?" The apartment was a mess. Papers strewn everywhere, furniture overturned. It looked like a tornado had torn through the place, or like someone had been searching for something. A noise from the bedroom made me jump. A thud, followed by a muffled curse. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. "Is someone there?" Silence, then footsteps, rushing towards me. I didn't think, just reacted. I turned and ran, still clutching the package. Behind me, I heard the sound of pursuit. Heavy breathing, the pounding of feet on the carpet. I made it to the stairwell and took the steps 2 at a time, my lungs burning. I could hear my pursuer close behind, gaining on me. I burst out of the building and into the street, nearly colliding with a group of tourists. I ducked and weaved through the crowd, not daring to look back. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I finally slowed down. My legs were shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I ducked into an alley and leaned against the wall, trying to catch my breath. The package was still in my hands, the ticking now a rapid tattoo against my palm. What the hell had I gotten myself into? I made my way home via a circuitous route, constantly looking over my shoulder. By the time I locked myself in my apartment, my nerves were shot. I set the package on the coffee table and stared at it. The ticking seemed louder now, more urgent. With trembling hands, I began to unwrap it. Layer after layer of brown paper fell away. Inside was a metal box, about the size of a shoebox. There was a keypad on top, glowing faintly in the dim light of my living room, and taped to the top of the box was a note. 2 sentences, typed in a stark, sans serif font. Open by midnight or the consequences will be severe. The code is your neighbor's birthday. I glanced at the clock. 11:30 p.m. 30 minutes to figure this out, or what? What consequences could be worse than what had already happened? I paced my apartment, the note clutched in my hand. Mr. Reeves' birthday. How the hell was I supposed to know that? We weren't friends. We barely spoke. 11:45 p.m. The ticking from the box was frantic now, almost desperate. I ran my hands through my hair, trying to think. Wait, the building. The tenant information form we all had to fill out when we moved in. It asked for our birth date, and I remembered seeing a copy of it on the superintendent's desk when I went to complain about a leaky faucet last month. I bolted from my apartment and down to the super's office in the basement. The door was locked, of course. I looked around frantically, then grabbed a fire extinguisher from the wall. The sound of breaking glass echoed through the empty hallway. I climbed through the window, wincing as broken glass cut my hands. The office was dark, but I found the file cabinet easily enough. My hands shook as I flipped through the folders. Reeves, Allen. There it was. I pulled out the form, my eyes scanning for the birth date, 11:55 p.m. I raced back upstairs, the form clutched in my bleeding hand. I punched in the numbers on the keypad, 05, 17 to 62. The ticking stopped. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a soft click, the box opened. Inside was money. More money than I'd ever seen in my life. Stacks and stacks of $100 bills. And nestled among the cash was a small black flash drive. I stared at the contents of the box, my mind reeling. What was going on? Who had been chasing me? And what was on that flash drive? Before I could decide what to do, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Good job. Now the real work begins. Instructions to follow. Tell no one if you want to live. I sank onto my couch, the open box in front of me, my phone clutched in my shaking hand. What had I gotten myself into? The next few days were a blur. More texts arrived, each with a new set of instructions. Go to this address. Leave the flash drive in a specific location. Pick up another package. Each task completed earned me more money, delivered in the same ticking boxes. I didn't know what I was involved in, but I knew it was dangerous. I saw men in dark suits watching me from parked cars. Once, I'm sure I spotted Mr. Reeves across a crowded street, but when I tried to approach him, he vanished into the crowd. I couldn't sleep, couldn't eat. Every sound made me jump. I was trapped in a world I didn't understand, carrying out tasks for people I'd never met, all the while waiting for the other shoe to drop. It was a week into this nightmare when things finally came to a head. The text came in just after midnight. Final task. Come to the address below. Bring everything. I knew this was it. Whatever I'd been caught up in was coming to an end, one way or another. The address led me to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of town. As I approached, carrying a duffel bag filled with cash and flash drives, I saw a figure standing in the shadows of the loading dock. Mr. Reeves stepped into the light. He looked different, thinner, more haggard. His eyes darted nervously from side to side. "You've done well," he said, his voice hoarse. "Better than I expected." "What is all this?" I demanded. "What have you gotten me involved in?" He smiled, but there was no humor in it. International espionage, corporate sabotage, government secrets. Take your pick. The contents of those drives could topple empires. I felt sick. Why me? Why drag me into this? Because you were nobody, he said simply. No connections, no suspicions, the perfect courier. Before I could respond, headlights flooded the area. Cars screeched to a halt around us, and men in dark suits poured out, guns drawn. FBI, freeze. Everything happened so fast after that. Mr. Reeves tried to run but was quickly tackled. I stood there, hands raised, as agents swarmed around me. Hours of interrogation followed. I told them everything, from the first package to the final text. They seemed to believe I was an unwitting pawn, but I could tell my life would never be the same. As dawn broke, a stern-faced agent sat across from me. "We've got a proposition for you," he said. "Your neighbor was part of a much larger organization. We need someone on the inside, someone they already trust." I stared at him, realization dawning. "You want me to be a spy?" He nodded. "It's that, or face charges as an accomplice. Your choice." In that moment, I realized the normal life I'd known was gone forever, all because of a misdelivered package and my own cursed curiosity. I took a deep breath and made my choice. "Where do I start?" The agent smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome to the world of shadows," he said. "Try not to get lost in the dark." As I followed him out of the interrogation room, I couldn't help but think about how a simple package had completely upended my life. I was stepping into a world of secrets and danger, all because I couldn't resist the mystery of a ticking box. The ordinary man I'd been was gone. In his place stood someone new, someone who now knew that the line between everyday life and international intrigue was thinner than he'd ever imagined. And as I walked into my new life, I realized that the real adventure and the real danger was only just beginning. The first twig snapped under my boot with a crack that echoed through the silent forest. I froze, suddenly aware of how alone I was. The dense canopy above had swallowed the sunlight, leaving me in a world of shadows and whispers. As I stood there, heart pounding, a chilling realization crept over me. I had no idea which direction I had come from, or how to get back to the trail. Little did I know, getting lost was about to become the least of my worries. I'd set out early that morning, eager to tackle one of the more challenging hiking trails in the state park. I was an experienced hiker, or so I thought, and the idea of a solo trek through pristine wilderness had been irresistible. The first few hours had been exhilarating. The crisp autumn air, the vibrant colors of changing leaves, the sense of being truly alone with nature. But as the day wore on, things started to feel off. The trail markers became less frequent, then disappeared entirely. The familiar sounds of birds and small animals faded away, replaced by an oppressive silence. And now, as I stood in a clearing I didn't recognize, I had to admit the truth. I was hopelessly lost. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. "Don't panic," I muttered to myself. "You've got supplies. You've got daylight. Just retrace your steps." But as I turned to head back the way I thought I'd come, something caught my eye. There, just at the edge of the clearing, was a flash of movement. I squinted, trying to make out what it was. A deer, maybe, or a bear. Whatever it was gone before I could get a good look. But the encounter left me with an uneasy feeling. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and I couldn't shake the sensation that I was being watched. I picked up my pace, pushing through the underbrush, determined to find my way back to a marked trail. But with each step, the forest seemed to grow denser, the shadows deeper. The trees loomed overhead, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. After what felt like hours of walking, I stumbled into another clearing. My heart sank as I realized it was the same one I'd left earlier. Somehow, I'd gone in a complete circle. "This is impossible," I said aloud, my voice sounding strange and muffled in the still air. That's when I heard it, a low, guttural sound that was definitely not made by any animal I knew. It came from behind me, and I whirled around, my heart pounding in my chest. Nothing, just more trees, more shadows. But as I stared into the gloom, I could have sworn I saw something move, a dark shape, just on the edge of my vision, darting between the trees. Panic seized me and I ran. I crashed through the forest, branches whipping at my face, roots threatening to trip me with every step. I had no idea where I was going, only that I needed to get away from whatever that thing was. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. Finally, gasping for breath, I slumped against a large oak tree. As my breathing slowed, I realized with growing horror that I could hear something moving in the forest around me. Soft footsteps, the rustle of leaves, the occasional snap of a twig. It was circling me. I closed my eyes, praying that this was all just a bad dream, that I'd open them and find myself back in my tent, safe and sound. But when I looked again, the forest was still there, as dark and menacing as ever. And now, I could see them. Eyes, gleaming in the shadows. Dozens of them, watching me from all directions. They didn't look like any animal eyes I'd ever seen. They were too intelligent, too hungry. I fumbled for my phone, desperate for any connection to the outside world. But of course, there was no signal. I was on my own. As the day wore on and the light began to fade, my situation grew more desperate. I tried to build a fire, hoping the light and warmth would keep the things at bay. But every time I got close to getting a spark, a gust of wind would come from nowhere, extinguishing my efforts. The eyes never left, always watching, always waiting. Sometimes I'd catch glimpses of shapes moving just out of sight, tall, elongated forms that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them. Night fell, plunging the forest into near total darkness. The only light came from the moon, its pale glow filtering through the leaves to cast eerie shadows on the forest floor. The eyes seemed to glow brighter in the dark, and the noises grew bolder. Whispers that almost sounded like words, but in no language I'd ever heard. I huddled at the base of a large tree, my back pressed against its rough bark, my knife clutched in my shaking hands. Sleep was impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd hear movement nearby, snapping them open to see those glowing eyes even closer. As the night wore on, I began to doubt my own sanity. Was any of this real? Or had I fallen and hit my head, and this was all some kind of twisted hallucination? Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I heard a new sound. A voice, calling my name. Jack. Jack. Where are you, Jack? It sounded like my mother, but that was impossible. She was hundreds of miles away, safe at home. Mom, I called out, my voice cracking. Jack, honey, come here. You're lost. Let me help you. Her voice was coming from the darkness beyond the trees. Every instinct screamed at me not to go, that this was a trick, but it sounded so real, so comforting. I took a step towards the voice, then another. As I moved deeper into the shadows, the eyes seemed to recede, giving me a clear path. That's it, sweetie. Just a little further. I pushed through a dense thicket, branches scratching at my arms. And then I saw her, my mother, standing in a small clearing, her arms outstretched. Relief flooded through me, and I rushed towards her. But as I got closer, I realized something was wrong. Her movements were jerky, unnatural, and her eyes were just like the ones I'd seen in the forest, glowing, hungry. I skidded to a stop, my relief turning to horror. The thing that looked like my mother smiled, its mouth opening far wider than any human mouth should. What's wrong, Jack? Don't you want to give your mother a hug? I turned and ran, crashing back through the thicket, branches tearing at my clothes and skin. Behind me, I could hear something in pursuit. The sound of snapping branches and heavy breathing grew closer with each passing second. I ran blindly, no longer caring about finding my way back. focused only on escaping the horrors that lurked in the dark. My foot caught on a root, and I went down hard, tumbling down a steep embankment. I came to rest at the bottom, dazed and battered. As I struggled to my feet, I realized I was standing on something hard and flat. Asphalt. A road. Hope surged through me. A road meant people, civilization, safety. I picked a direction at random and started jogging, my tired legs protesting with every step. After what felt like miles, I saw headlights in the distance. I waved my arms frantically, and to my immense relief, the car slowed to a stop beside me. An older man rolled down his window, concern etched on his face. "You all right, son? You look like you've been through hell." I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him about the horrors I'd experienced in the forest. But as I turned to point back the way I'd come, I froze. The forest was gone. In its place was an open field, bathed in early morning sunlight. No dark trees, no glowing eyes, no monstrous shapes, just peaceful, normal countryside. I turned back to the man, my mind reeling. I got lost, I managed to stammer. "Can you give me a ride to the nearest town?" As we drove away, I couldn't stop looking back at that field. Had it all been in my imagination? A hallucination brought on by fear and exhaustion? Or had I stumbled into something ancient and terrifying, something that existed just on the edges of our world? I never went hiking alone again after that night. And to this day, when I'm in the woods and the shadows grow long, I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me from just beyond the trees. Waiting. Hungry. Ready to lure me off the path and into a darkness from which there might be no return. The security camera footage shouldn't have shown anything. The facility was locked down tight, every door secured, every alarm set. But there it was, a shadowy figure, moving through solid walls as if they were made of smoke. That was the moment I realized this night shift job was going to be anything but ordinary. I'd taken the position at Secure Store Storage about a month ago. The pay was decent, and the job seemed simple enough. Monitor the cameras, make hourly rounds, and ensure nothing out of the ordinary happened. For the most part, it was mind-numbingly boring, but that suited me just fine. After a string of high-stress jobs that had left me burnt out, I was ready for some peace and quiet. The facility itself was massive, a sprawling complex of climate-controlled units housing everything from family heirlooms to corporate archives. My post was in a small security office near the main entrance aiding, surrounded by banks of monitors showing feeds from the hundreds of cameras scattered throughout the building. That night started like any other. I arrived for my shift at 10 p.m., relieved the day guard, and settled in for another uneventful night of staring at screens and drinking too much coffee. The first few hours passed without incident. I made my rounds, checking locks and ensuring all was secure. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed something odd. I was doing my routine scan of the camera feeds when movement on one of the screens caught my eye. It was in one of the long corridors on the third floor, a flicker of shadow that seemed to dart from one storage unit to another. I leaned in closer, frowning. Probably just a trick of the light, I thought. But as I watched, I saw it again. A dark shape, moving with purpose down the hallway. It paused in front of a unit, seemed to consider for a moment, then passed right through the door. I blinked hard. Sure, I must be seeing things. People can't walk through solid metal doors. I rewound the footage, watching it again and again. There was no mistaking it. The figure had definitely phased through the door as if it wasn't even there. My heart was pounding now, a cold sweat breaking out on my forehead. This was impossible. I had to be hallucinating, or maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, determined to investigate. The third floor was eerily quiet as I stepped out of the elevator. The long rows of storage units stretched out before me, bathed in the dim glow of emergency lighting. I moved cautiously down the corridor, my flashlight beam sweeping back and forth. As I approached the unit where I'd seen the figure disappear, I noticed something strange. The lock was intact, showing no signs of tampering, but there was a faint, smoky smell in the air, like ozone after a lightning strike. I keyed my radio. "Base, this is Johnson. I'm on the third floor investigating a possible intrusion. No signs of forced entry, but something's not right here." Static crackled in response. I frowned, tapping the radio. It had been working fine earlier. That's when I heard it. A soft scraping sound coming from inside the unit. I froze. My flashlight trained on the door. The scraping grew louder, more insistent. Then, to my horror, a hand began to emerge from the solid metal door. It was followed by an arm, a shoulder, and finally, a whole figure stepped out into the hallway. I stumbled backward, my mouth open in a silent scream. The figure was human-shaped but seemed to be made of shifting shadows. Where its face should have been was just a swirling void. It turned towards me, and though it had no eyes, I could feel its gaze boring into me. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once filled my head. "You shouldn't be here," it said, the words reverberating through my skull. "This doesn't concern you." I wanted to run, to scream, to do anything, but I was rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear and disbelief. The shadow figure moved towards me, each step soundless on the concrete floor. What are you?" I managed to stammer. The figure tilted its head, considering. "We are the keepers," it said. "We guard what must remain hidden. And you, human, have seen too much." It reached out a smoky hand towards my face. I felt a cold so intense it burned, and then darkness. I woke up back in the security office, slumped over in my chair. The monitors showed nothing but empty hallways. I checked my watch. 6 a.m. My shift was almost over. Had it all been a dream? Some kind of stress-induced hallucination? I rubbed my eyes, trying to make sense of what had happened. But as I stood up, something fell from my lap. A small, black feather, unlike any I'd ever seen before. Over the next few weeks, I tried to convince myself that nothing had happened. I went about my shifts as usual, telling myself that the incident had been a product of an overactive imagination and too much caffeine. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had fundamentally changed. I started noticing things. Items in storage units rearranged between my rounds. Shadows that moved when they shouldn't. And sometimes, late at night when the facility was at its quietest, I could swear I heard whispers in a language I didn't understand. I tried to talk to my coworkers about it, but they just laughed it off. "This place'll play tricks on your mind if you let it," the day guard told me with a wink. Best not to think too hard about it. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. I became obsessed, spending my off hours researching the history of the building, looking for any clues about what the keepers might be. I found nothing concrete, but there were whispers, urban legends about strange occurrences at storage facilities across the country, people reporting lost time, items mysteriously appearing or disappearing, shadowy figures seen out of the corner of the eye. One night, about a month after my encounter, I decided to take action. I smuggled in a small camera, determined to catch evidence of whatever was going on. I set it up in the corridor where I'd first seen the shadow figure and waited. For hours, nothing happened. I was beginning to think I'd imagined the whole thing when suddenly, the camera's feed went dark. Not just dark, it was as if the lens had been covered by something. And then, slowly, a face began to emerge from the darkness. It was the shadow figure, staring directly into the camera. "We warned you." Its voice echoed in my head. "Now you must choose, join us, or forget." The camera exploded in a shower of sparks, making me jump. When I looked back at the monitor, the figure was gone. I sat there for a long time, my mind reeling. Join them. Forget. What did that mean? And more importantly, what would happen if I refused both options? As dawn broke, I made my decision. I couldn't live like this, constantly looking over my shoulder, questioning my sanity. I wrote out my resignation, left it on my supervisor's desk, and walked out of secure store storage for the last time. Or so I thought. 2 days later, I woke up back in the security office, starting another night shift. My resignation letter was gone, and my supervisor had no memory of me quitting. In fact, no one seemed to remember anything out of the ordinary happening. But I remembered, and I knew that my choice had been made for me. I was part of whatever secret secure store was keeping now, whether I liked it or not. These days, I go about my shifts with a newfound awareness. I've learned to recognize the signs of the keeper's presence. The faint smell of ozone, the sudden drop in temperature, the flicker of movement just at the edge of vision. Sometimes, late at night, I catch glimpses of them moving through walls or rearranging items in the units. But I've learned not to look too closely, not to question too much, because now I understand the truth. Some things are meant to stay locked away, hidden from the world. And here at Secure Store, we're not just guarding people's possessions, we're guarding secrets that could shatter reality itself. So if you ever find yourself needing a storage unit, and you happen to choose Secure Store, just remember, some doors are meant to stay closed, eh? And if you hear whispers in the night or see shadows moving where they shouldn't, well, it's probably best to just look the other way. Trust me, I know from experience. After all, I'm not just a night guard anymore. I'm a keeper now, too. And some secrets are worth keeping, no matter the cost. The first cough was easy to dismiss. The second raised an eyebrow, but when Sarah started coughing up blood, I knew we had unleashed something far more sinister than dust from our home renovation. The sealed room we discovered in our century-old house wasn't just a quirk of architecture. It was a tomb of horrors that should have remained buried. We'd been so excited when we bought the old Victorian on Maple Street. Sarah and I had always dreamed of restoring a historic home, and this one seemed perfect. Sure, it needed work, but we saw potential in its ornate woodwork and spacious rooms. The price was surprisingly low for the neighborhood, which should have been our first warning. But we were too caught up in the romance of it all to notice the red flags. The first few weeks were a whirlwind of cleaning and minor repairs. We tackled the easy stuff first: fresh paint, refinished floors, updated electrical. It wasn't until we started on the major structural work that things took a turn. I was in the basement, mapping out where we'd need to shore up the foundation, when I noticed something odd about one of the walls. It didn't quite line up with the floor above. Curious, I tapped along its length, listening for hollow spots. About halfway down, the sound changed. I pressed harder, and to my surprise, a small section of the wall swung inward, heart pounding with excitement. I called for Sarah. "Honey, you've got to see this. I think I found a hidden room." She came running down the stairs, her eyes wide with curiosity. Together, we pushed the secret door open wider, revealing a space about the size of a large closet. The air that rushed out was stale and carried a sickly sweet odor that made us both gag. As our eyes adjusted to the gloom, we saw that the room was filled with shelves. And on those shelves were jars, dozens of them, filled with murky liquid in shapes we couldn't quite make out. In the center of the room stood an old examining table, its surface stained with dark patches. "What is this place?" Sarah whispered, her voice tight with unease. I shook my head, at a loss for words. It looked like something out of a mad scientist's lair or a Victorian-era medical horror show. Against my better judgment, I stepped into the room for a closer look. The jars contained specimens, organs, tumors, things I couldn't even identify. Scattered among them were old medical instruments, their metal dulled with age but still wickedly sharp. In one corner, a bookshelf held leather-bound volumes. I pulled one out, coughing at the cloud of dust it released. The title, stamped in faded gold leaf, read, "Experimental Procedures in Human Enhancement." "Alex, I don't like this," Sarah said from the doorway. "We should seal it back up and pretend we never found it." I knew she was right, but curiosity got the better of me. "Let's just take a quick look through some of these books. Maybe we can figure out what this place was used for. That decision would haunt me for the rest of my life. Over the next few days, we spent hours in that room, poring over the old texts and examining the specimens. The books detailed horrific experiments, attempts to push the boundaries of human physiology through surgical and chemical means. Many of the procedures described made my stomach turn, but I couldn't stop reading. Sarah was less enthusiastic. She complained of headaches and nausea, which we attributed to the dust and the disturbing nature of what we were uncovering. But as the days wore on, her symptoms worsened. It started with a persistent cough that kept her up at night. Then came the fever, low grade at first, but steadily climbing. I wanted to take her to the doctor, but she insisted it was just a bad cold. A week after we discovered the hidden room, I woke to the sound of Sarah retching in the bathroom. When I rushed to check on her, I found her hunched over the toilet, coughing up blood. "That's it," I said, helping her to her feet. "We're going to the hospital. Now." The emergency room was a blur of tests and worried doctors. Sarah's condition baffled them. Her white blood cell count was through the roof, but they couldn't identify the infection. Her lungs showed signs of severe irritation, but there was no apparent cause. As I sat by her hospital bed, watching her struggle for each breath, a terrible realization began to dawn on me. The hidden room, the experiments, Sarah's mysterious illness, they had to be connected. I raced home, determined to find answers in the old medical texts. As I flipped through page after page of gruesome experiments, I found a section on airborne pathogens. The researcher, whose name had been carefully obscured, wrote about creating a supreme illness that would target the respiratory system and bloodstream simultaneously. My blood ran cold as I read the symptoms. They matched Sarah's exactly. I grabbed as many books as I could carry and rushed back to the hospital. The doctors were skeptical at first, but as I showed them passage after passage describing Sarah's exact condition, they began to take me seriously. "This is unlike anything I've ever seen," the lead physician said, frowning at the old text. "If this is accurate, your wife has been exposed to a pathogen that was engineered over a century ago. I'm not sure our modern treatments will be effective." The next few days were a nightmare of experimental treatments and anxious waiting. Sarah's condition continued to deteriorate. Her skin took on a grayish pallor, and dark veins stood out in stark contrast. She drifted in and out of consciousness, sometimes screaming about shadows in the corners of her room. I never left her side, poring over the old books, desperate for any clue that might save her. On the third night, as I was about to give up hope, I found it, a formula for an antidote, scribbled in the margins of one of the texts. The ingredients were bizarre, a mix of common herbs and exotic compounds I'd never heard of. But at that point, I was willing to try anything. I presented the formula to Sarah's doctors. They were hesitant, warning me about the risks of using an untested treatment from a century-old book. But as Sarah's vitals continued to drop, they agreed it was worth a shot. The hospital pharmacist worked through the night, combining the strange ingredients according to the ancient recipe. As dawn broke, they administered the first dose. For hours, nothing seemed to change. Sarah's fever raged on, her breathing labored and painful. I held her hand, silently begging whatever powers might be listening to save her. And then, slowly, miraculously, her fever began to break. Her breathing eased. The gray tint to her skin faded. Over the next few days, Sarah's recovery astonished her medical team. The mysterious pathogen that had ravaged her body seemed to vanish without a trace. A week after we administered the antidote, she was well enough to come home. But our ordeal was far from over. As Sarah regained her strength, she began to change in subtle ways. Her reflexes became preternaturally quick. Her mind seemed sharper, processing information at an incredible speed. And sometimes, when she thought I wasn't looking, I could swear her eyes flickered with an otherworldly light. We sealed up the hidden room, pouring concrete over the entrance to ensure it would never be opened again. We told ourselves we'd put the whole nightmare behind us. But deep down, we both knew that whatever had been unleashed from that room had changed us forever. Sarah's enhanced abilities grew stronger with each passing day. At first, we saw it as a silver lining to our horrific experience. But as weeks turned to months, I began to worry. What if the changes didn't stop? What if the human enhancement experiments detailed in those old books had finally succeeded a century later? We don't talk about the hidden room anymore. We've settled into a new normal, pretending that our lives haven't been irrevocably altered. But sometimes, late at night, I catch Sarah staring at her reflection, a mixture of wonder and fear in her eyes. And I can't help but wonder, what else might be hidden in the walls of our home? What other horrors from the past are waiting to be unleashed? One thing's for certain, some doors are meant to stay closed, some secrets are meant to remain buried, and sometimes the quest for knowledge comes at a price too high to pay. As I watch Sarah grow stronger, faster, and more brilliant each day, I can't shake the feeling that we've only scratched the surface of the terror lurking beneath our feet. And I fear that one day, the full consequences of our discovery will come to light, changing not just our lives, but the very fabric of the world around us. The moment I stepped into the apartment, I knew something was terribly wrong. The furniture was all different, the walls a color I'd never seen before, and the air thick with a scent that didn't belong. But the key had worked, and my things were still there, scattered among items I'd never seen before. In that instant, I realized I had stumbled into a nightmare that defied all logic and reason. I'd been house-sitting for my friend, Emily, while she was away on a 2-week business trip to Tokyo. It was a simple enough arrangement: water her plants, feed her cat, and make sure nothing caught fire. The apartment was in a nice part of town, much fancier than my own place, and I'd been enjoying the chance to live somewhere a bit more upscale, if only temporarily. Everything had been normal for the first week and a half. I'd settled into a routine, working from the apartment during the day and enjoying the big screen TV and comfortable couch in the evenings. Emily's cat, Mr. Whiskers, had even warmed up to me, curling up on my lap as I watched late-night reruns. But then came that fateful morning. I'd gone out for a quick coffee run, nothing unusual. I was gone for maybe 20 minutes, tops. When I returned, I inserted the key into the lock, heard the familiar click, and pushed the door open. The first thing that hit me was the smell. Emily's apartment always had a faint scent of lavender, thanks to her fondness for scented candles. But now the air was heavy with the scent of cinnamon, and something else I couldn't quite place. Spicy, almost medicinal. I blinked, convinced for a moment that I'd somehow entered the wrong apartment. But no, this was definitely the right floor, the right door number. And there, on the coffee table, was my laptop, right where I'd left it. But the coffee table wasn't the same. Instead of Emily's sleek, modern glass table, my computer sat on a heavy, ornate wooden piece that looked like an antique. The couch behind it was no longer the plush gray sectional I'd been lounging on for days, but a floral-patterned monstrosity that looked like it belonged in an elderly woman's living room. "What the hell?" I muttered, taking a few hesitant steps into the apartment. The walls, which had been a soft beige, were now a deep burgundy. Heavy curtains hung over the windows, blocking most of the natural light. The whole place felt darker, more closed in. I spun around, my heart pounding. This had to be some kind of elaborate prank. Maybe Emily had come home early and decided to play a trick on me. But even as I had the thought, I knew it was impossible. There's no way anyone could have completely redecorated an apartment in 20 minutes. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking slightly. "Is anyone here?" No response. Just the tick of an old grandfather clock that definitely hadn't been there before. I moved further into the apartment, my eyes darting from one unfamiliar item to the next. Emily's modern art prints had been replaced with oil paintings in heavy gilt frames. The sleek kitchen appliances were now vintage models that looked like they were from the 1950s. But among all these strange, new items, I kept spotting things that belonged to me. My jacket hung on an unfamiliar coat rack. My book lay on a side table I'd never seen before. It was as if my possessions had been scattered throughout this bizarre, alternate version of Emily's apartment. I pulled out my phone, intending to call Emily or maybe even the police, but there was no signal. The Wi-Fi wasn't working either. I was cut off. That's when I heard it. A soft meow from the bedroom. Mr. Whiskers. With a sense of relief, I rushed to the bedroom door. At least the cat was still here. Something familiar in this sea of strangeness. I pushed open the door and froze. The bedroom had changed too. The modern platform bed was gone, replaced by a huge four-poster monstrosity draped in heavy velvet curtains. But it wasn't the bed that stopped me in my tracks. There, sitting primly on the edge of the mattress, was a cat. But it wasn't Mr. Whiskers. This cat was massive, easily 3 times the size of Emily's pet, with long, silky black fur and eyes that glowed an unnatural shade of green. The cat tilted its head, regarding me with an intelligence that seemed far too human. And then, to my utter disbelief, it spoke. "You're early," it said, its voice a deep, resonant purr. "We weren't expecting you for another hour at least." I stumbled backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Cats don't talk. Apartments don't spontaneously redecorate themselves. None of this was possible. I don't understand," I stammered. "What's going on? Where's Mr. Whiskers? Where's Emily's stuff?" The cat stretched languidly, seeming unconcerned by my panic. "Mr. Whiskers? Oh, you mean the small one. He's around here somewhere. Probably hiding. He's not very brave, that one." I shook my head, trying to clear it. Maybe I was dreaming, or having some kind of mental breakdown. That had to be it. The cat hopped down from the bed and padded towards me. "You really don't know what's happening, do you?" it asked, sounding almost sympathetic. "Sit down, dear. You look like you're about to faint." In a daze, I sank onto an unfamiliar armchair. The cat leapt up onto the arm, its tail swishing back and forth as it studied me. "Let me explain," it said. "This apartment exists in multiple realities. Usually, the shift happens when no one's here to notice. But sometimes things don't quite line up. You've stumbled into a different version of your friend's home. A version from a reality where things are a bit different." I stared at the cat, trying to process its words. Multiple realities, shifts. It sounded like something out of a sci-fi novel. That's impossible," I said weakly. The cat made a sound that might have been a laugh. "My dear, you're talking to a cat. I think we're well past impossible, don't you?" It had a point. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing thoughts. "Okay," I said slowly. "Let's say I believe you. How do I get back? To my reality, I mean." The cat's ears twitched. Well, that's the tricky part. The shifts aren't exactly predictable. It could be minutes, hours, or..." It paused, glancing away. "Or longer." "Longer," I echoed, a new wave of panic rising. "How much longer? I can't stay here. I have a life, a job. People will wonder where I am." "Time moves differently between realities," the cat said softly. "When you return to your world, it's likely that very little time will have passed. But I won't lie to you. I've seen people trapped here for what felt like years to them." The room seemed to spin around me. Years? I could be stuck in this strange, alternate version of Emily's apartment for years. "There has to be a way back," I insisted. "Some way to control it." The cat tilted its head, considering. "There are methods, but they're dangerous, unpredictable. You might end up somewhere even further from your reality." I stood up, pacing the unfamiliar room. "I'll risk it. I can't just sit here and wait. What do I need to do?" The cat watched me for a long moment, its eerie green eyes unblinking. Finally, It sighed. Very well. But remember, I warned you. The process involves a series of tasks, each designed to attune you to the energies of different realities. If you complete them successfully, you should be able to guide yourself back to your world. Over the next few hours, or was it days, time seemed to move strangely here. The cat guided me through a series of bizarre rituals. I drew complex symbols on the walls with crushed herbs, chanted in languages I'd never heard before, and even had to catch and release a spectral mouse that phased through the walls. All the while, the apartment kept changing subtly around us. Sometimes I'd turn around and the furniture would be completely different. Once, I looked out the window and saw a sky filled with 3 moons. Through it all, the cat remained my constant companion, offering guidance and warnings in equal measure. I learned that its name was Kronos, and that it had been guiding lost travelers between realities for centuries. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Kronos announced that I was ready for the final step. Remember, it said gravely, focus on your reality. Picture it clearly in your mind. Any doubt, any stray thought, and you could end up anywhere. I nodded, closing my eyes. I thought of Emily's apartment as I'd first seen it, of Mr. Whiskers, of the life I'd left behind. In my mind, I reached out, feeling for the fabric of reality itself. There was a sensation of falling, of being twisted inside out. And then, I opened my eyes. I was standing in Emily's apartment, the real one, with its modern furniture and soft beige walls. My coffee, long since gone cold, sat on the glass table where I'd left it. Shaking, I checked my phone. Only 30 minutes had passed since I'd left for my coffee run. It was as if the whole bizarre adventure had never happened. But as I sank onto the familiar gray couch, I noticed something on the coffee table that hadn't been there before. A single, long black hair, too big to be from Mr. Whiskers. And there, just for a moment in the corner of my eye, I could have sworn I saw a pair of glowing green eyes watching me from the shadows. I never told Emily about what happened in her apartment. How could I? She'd think I was crazy. But sometimes, late at night, I find myself listening for the sound of a grandfather clock that isn't there, or catching a whiff of that spicy, medicinal scent. And I wonder, how thin is the veil between realities? And what might slip through when we're not looking? The gas station appeared like a mirage in the desert of night, its neon sign a beacon of hope in the endless darkness. I pulled in, desperate for fuel and a moment's rest. Little did I know, I was about to enter a nightmare from which there might be no escape. I'd been driving for hours, making my way across the country for a new job opportunity. The highway had been empty for miles, nothing but the endless ribbon of asphalt stretching out before me. My eyelids were heavy, my mind foggy with exhaustion. When I saw the sign for last chance gas, next service 100 miles, I knew I had to stop. The station looked old, the kind of place you'd expect to see in a movie about the 1950s. A single row of pumps stood under a rusted metal awning, and the small convenience store's windows glowed with a sickly fluorescent light. As I pulled up to the pump, I noticed there were no other cars around. Not surprising, given the late hour, but it still sent a shiver down my spine. I got out of my car, the cool night air shocking me awake. As I started to fuel up, I noticed a man watching me from inside the store. He was older, with a scraggly gray beard and eyes that seemed to glow in the harsh light. Something about his gaze made me uncomfortable, but I chalked it up to my exhaustion and overactive imagination. Once the tank was full, I headed inside to pay and maybe grab some coffee for the road. A bell jingled overhead as I pushed open the door, the sound unnaturally loud in the quiet night. The store was cluttered, shelves stocked with a bizarre mix of everyday items and things I'd never seen before. Cans of food sat next to jars of what looked like preserved animals. Bags of chips shared space with bundles of dried herbs tied with twine. And everywhere, watching me from every surface, were dolls. Old-fashioned porcelain dolls with cracked faces and glassy eyes that seemed to follow my every move. The old man stood behind the counter, still staring at me with those unsettling eyes. As I approached, he smiled, revealing teeth that were just a bit too sharp. "Welcome to Last Chance," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "Find everything you need?" I nodded, placing my coffee on the counter. "Just this and the gas, thanks." He rang me up, his movements slow and deliberate. As he handed me my change, his fingers brushed against mine. They were ice cold, and I jerked my hand back instinctively. The old man's smile widened. "Long drive ahead of you." "Yeah," I replied, eager to get out of there. "Trying to make it to the next town." He chuckled, the sound like gravel in a blender. "Oh, I wouldn't count on that. Folks who stop here tend to stick around for a while." I frowned, a sense of unease growing in my gut. "What do you mean?" But he just shook his head, still smiling that unnerving smile. "You'll see. Have a safe trip now." I hurried out of the store, the bell's jingle sounding more like a warning than a farewell. As I got back in my car, I could see the old man still watching me through the window. I started the engine and pulled out of the station, breathing a sigh of relief as it disappeared in my rearview mirror. The road stretched out before me, dark and empty. I sipped my coffee, trying to shake off the creepy feeling the gas station had left me with. Just my imagination running wild, I told myself. Nothing to worry about. But as I drove, something strange began to happen. The landscape started to look familiar. Too familiar. I could have sworn I passed the same dead tree, its branches reaching out like gnarled fingers, at least twice. And wasn't that the same oddly shaped rock formation I'd seen a few miles back? I checked my GPS, but the screen was blank. My phone showed no signal. Panic began to rise in my chest as I realized I had no idea where I was or how long I'd been driving. And then, up ahead, I saw it. The neon sign glowing in the darkness. Last Chance Gas. "No," I whispered. "This isn't possible." But there it was. The same rusted awning, the same cluttered store. And there, watching from the window, was the old man, waiting for me. I drove past, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. This had to be a mistake. Maybe there was more than one Last Chance Gas. Maybe I'd gotten turned around somehow. I kept driving, my eyes darting between the road and my rearview mirror. The station disappeared into the darkness behind me, and for a moment I felt relieved. But the relief was short-lived. After what felt like hours of driving, but could have been minutes, I saw it again. The neon sign. The old man watching. Last Chance Gas. I drove past again, my heart pounding in my chest. This couldn't be happening. It defied all logic, all reason. But no matter how far I drove, no matter what direction I took, I always ended up back at that same gas station. On my fifth pass, I was nearly out of gas. I had no choice but to pull in. As I did, I saw the old man emerge from the store, that same unsettling smile on his face. "Welcome back," he called as I got out of the car. "Told you folks tend to stick around." "What is this place?" I demanded, fear and frustration making my voice shake. "What's going on?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "This is Last Chance, my friend. For some, it's a way station. For others, well, it's the end of the road." "I don't understand," I said, feeling close to tears. "I just want to leave, to get back on the highway and go home." The old man's eyes seemed to glow brighter. "Home? And where might that be? Are you sure you even remember?" I opened my mouth to respond, to tell him exactly where I was from and where I was going. But to my horror, I realized I couldn't remember. The details of my life before this endless night had become hazy, dreamlike. "What have you done to me?" I whispered. He shrugged, the movement unnaturally fluid. "I haven't done anything. Last Chance has a way of simplifying things, stripping away the unnecessary. You're here because you need to be here, because you have something to learn. or something to forget. I shook my head, unwilling to accept his cryptic explanation. There has to be a way out. Please just tell me how to leave. The old man considered me for a long moment, his ancient eyes seeming to peer into my very soul. Finally, he nodded. There is a way, he said slowly. But it's not easy. And once you start down that road, there's no turning back. Are you sure that's what you want? I nodded eagerly, desperate for any chance to escape this nightmare. He sighed, suddenly looking very old and very tired. Very well. Go into the store. Behind the counter, you'll find a door. Take it. What happens next is up to you. Without waiting for further explanation, I rushed into the store. The dolls seemed to watch me as I made my way to the counter, their glassy eyes full of judgment. Behind the counter, just as the old man had said, was a door I hadn't noticed before. I hesitated for just a moment, my hand on the knob. What lay beyond? Was this truly an escape, or just another loop in this endless nightmare? But I knew I had no choice. Whatever waited on the other side of that door had to be better than being trapped here forever. I turned the knob and stepped through. I found myself back on the highway, my car humming beneath me as if I'd never stopped. The sky was beginning to lighten with the first rays of dawn. My GPS was working again, showing me on track to my destination. For a moment, I thought it had all been a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and too much caffeine. But then I noticed something on the passenger seat. A small, cracked porcelain doll, its glassy eyes staring up at me. And I knew that last chance gas was out there somewhere, waiting for lost souls to stumble upon it. A place where reality bends and time loses all meaning. A place where you might find what you're looking for, or lose yourself entirely. I never told anyone about what happened that night. Who would believe me? But sometimes, on long drives when the night seems to stretch on forever, I find myself watching the side of the road, waiting, with a mix of dread and strange longing, for a familiar neon sign to appear in the darkness. Because once you've been to last chance, a part of you never really leaves, and a part of it never really lets you go.